Not letting Zhuofan out of his sight, Morong Lai felt very much disturbed, continuing the questioning. As Sir is not from Central Area, who might you be? Where do you come from? And what's the purpose of your visit in Northern Lands? I've already said it. We are just passing by. There's no need to look any further. I am not prone to disrespect anyone like today, but the Northern Lands are now in a precarious state, giving me no choice but to insist, sir. And if I still refuse? Zhuofan squinted with a thin smile. Morong Lai released his powerful aura, his eyes hard with determination. You'll have to excuse me for detaining you until it's made clear as to who Sir is. Ha ha ha. It seems to me that Ardent Sun Sword God is a bit on the conceited side. Zhuofan took Chao's hand and kept on walking, his voice casually reaching Bailey Yuyu. I'm leaving with Chao. Be sure to catch up later. Morong Lai squinted and acted while shouting. Is Sir just going to leave me hanging? Do I mean nothing to you? Whoosh. Bali Yuyu made sure to intercept his attempt, regarding him with a frosty countenance. Morong Lai knew this was coming and the world around him began to boil as endless fires came into being. The harsh and cold northern lands and its fierce snowstorms turned into a blistering volcano in an instant, the searing heat rising high enough to make lava. The ice and snow that had been growing for centuries around the area instantly turned to steam before vanishing altogether. From icy wasteland, the north had become a scorching hell. The world was at Morong Lai's whims. Peak Genesis stage held the power to make all beings in the world unable to escape his grasp. While anyone else would have soiled themselves at such a display, Bali Yuyu wasn't impressed by the best in southern lands. Her icy stare held sparks, just before she released her own awe-inspiring power. Thunder rumbled incessantly while the world took a silvery glow. The blistering hell had now started to rumble heavily, turning into a silvery ocean, with lightning sword energy snaking across, promising extreme destruction at the slightest touch. With the world split in two like this, Morong Shui and Juer gasped. They were sure Bali Yuyu was strong, but to find out she could be on equal grounds with her big brother was a whole new concept to grasp. In an extreme battle of Sword King-level adversaries, no place could offer the slightest amount of cover, not when the world could shift at any second from their clashes. Ha ha ha. Miss is a true rarity. You truly have the power to stall me. No wonder he was so confident. We could be fighting for days and there still won't be any result, let alone thinking of following afterward. Looking at the sky split in two from their power, then at the casual Zhuofan making his leave, Morong Lai laughed. But then his smile turned sinister. You're missing something, however. Miss may be my equal in power, but won't last 10 moves if I'm serious. Tsh, you sure know how to brag. Bali Yuyu sneered. They say the Morong clan head is wise, but now I see you're nothing but an arrogant man. From our earlier exchange, it's clear that none of us hold the advantage, with a victor coming out only when the situation is dire. But it might take years for that to happen. Now the Morong clan head is so cocky to say that in 10 moves you can best me? Ha ha ha. Are my skills so weak compared to your clan's special arts? Morong Lai shook his head, giving a vague smile. Miss, there's nothing ordinary about you, having reached a level of power no less than mine. Your clan must have a long legacy with intricate skills. My clan has earned itself a bit of reputation on the outside, but it's not so conceited as to dismiss every other hero out there. So why then the declaration of 10 moves? Bali Yuyu gave him a cruel look of contempt. Morong Lai sighed and shook his head. It should be my fortune to be able to spar for thousands of blows with such a powerful miss. But in this case, I can't indulge others' requests in favor of harming the northern lands. I only hope Miss would be kind enough to forge me. Morong Lai gave a slight gesture of respect. Then his face hardened. A seething golden fire came from his hand, coalescing into a 2-meter-long burning golden sword. With its appearance, the world shifted. The inferno around Morong Lai surged higher and higher, unleashing its power like a torrential flood upon Bali Yuyu's silvery side of the world. It took moments to swallow it whole, even the lightning of sword energy. Whoosh! The world took on scarlet hues, the heat spiking higher and higher, making the very ground hiss under the strain. All the world around them was in Murong Lai's grasp, and with the world growing hotter signified his attacks would be that much stronger. Bali Yuyu's eyes shook and cried, "The divine weapon of southern lands? Decimating divine sword?" "Precisely." Murong Lai grinned with confidence. He gave it a light wave and held it before him with a sigh. "Miss, forgive me for cutting short our fight, taking out the divine sword and claiming victory. But as I've said, I'd be most happy to entertain Miss on any other occasion. Please forgive me." Murong Shui and Zuair lit up with joy that the clan head won. No matter how strong the woman was, the clan head had a rare divine weapon to help him tip the situation in his favor. Unlike the common spiritual weapons everyone else wielded, a divine weapon would only unleash more power the stronger its user was. That meant that with Murong Lai just holding the decimating sword, his victory was certain. It validated his earlier challenge of defeating Bali Yuyu in 10 moves. Shuafan wouldn't be going anywhere. Bali Yuyu stared hard at Murong Lai, biting her lip. To match the decimating sword, Patriarch's sundering sword was required. But Patriarch would never let go of his precious, to say nothing of him being nowhere near here. Her loss was set in stone the minute a divine sword was involved. This rotten outcome filled the Sword King with nothing but anger and chagrin. As a fellow practitioner, Murong Lai knew her feelings well and sighed. "Miss, please disregard this encounter and not take it as a loss. I am forced by circumstances." Murong Lai no longer looked at the resentful Bali Yuyu and regarded Shuafan in the distance. "Sir, Miss has already lost. Do you still intend to leave?" "Why, of course." Shuafan never missed a step. "She can't beat you, but it's enough to give me plenty of time. Even a snail would get thousands of miles in that period." Murong Lai cocked an eyebrow, then mocked. "Stall me? She won't be doing that after 10 moves. Both of you know that." Bali Yuyu's face sank, her fists clenched tight. "If I say she can stall, then that's what she'll do. Don't believe me?" Shuafan gave off an evil smirk. "Murong clan head, earlier you said your clan has a bit of reputation, but won't disparage other experts. The way I see it, you really are conceited considering everyone beneath you. Do you consider yourself unique for wielding a divine weapon?" Murong Lai's eyebrow shot up and his heart quivered. "You can't possibly mean." "You guessed it. In this fight, the one who slipped up isn't me but you." Shuafan's eyes shone and a black edge rose from his palm. A scarlet sword with black lines soon came into view. Shuafan threw it at Bali Yuyu. "Take it and be sure to enjoy the Murong clan head's fine arts." Whoosh! A black lightning cut the heavens as Bali Yuyu grasped the black sword. Blackness seeped into the scorching world around, giving it eerie hues and vibes. Along with it came creepy sounds like that of demons, fearful and horrifying. Bali Yuyu stared at the humming sword agape. She could feel its power, its spirit, no less the likes of Patriarch's sundering sword and Murong Lai's decimating sword. This was a divine weapon. But which land did it belong to? Why haven't I heard of it before? Was there a strange divine weapon with black lines among the 5 divine weapons? Murong Lai's brow shook in disbelief. The decimating sword in his hand started humming as well, filled with rage from meeting its archenemy. What's going on with the decimating sword? Looking at the shaking sword in his hand, Murong Lai frowned and his eyes shone. What had the divine weapon so excited? It didn't act like this before, even when meeting other divine weapons. So why now? Shuafan, however, knew the reason. The divine weapon got incensed at the appearance of the demonic sword because it was once the vaulting sword, having changed its looks with the new resident sword spirit. The great 5 sacred weapons had been forged together and now 2 met to find one unrecognizable. Even people would be too shocked for words. Lucky the sword spirits couldn't talk or the vaulting sword would have spat fire. "Who the hell are you, bastard, to rob my brother's home? Where is my brother? He, 6 feet under. How did he die?" Master wiped him out since he didn't listen to reason, and that was how it went. With a creepy smirk, Shuafan tuned into the 2 swords' alternate humming. supplying his own melodramatic script to fit them. No matter how hostile the swords are, their wielders have no clue whatsoever. You have a divine sword now, so don't just stand there. Attack! The sword humming had the two stunned for a moment, and Zhuofan's shout pierced their confusion. Bali Yuyu shook and then grinned at the demonic sword, feeling her spirits lifted. She now had the means to give Murong Lai the fight he wanted. With both of us having divine swords, no one can tell the outcome. Bali Yuyu pushed her power through the divine sword, and the humming intensified until an energy shot out of its tip and into the clouds above. It was a veritable thunderstorm now, with billowing winds and flashes of silver, having replaced the predominant scarlet skies. The lightning and the sword energy mixed, spreading around and ripping apart the red clouds of fire. The world had changed once more in mere seconds. Even though the area wasn't that huge, a third of the fire clouds were gone. This proved Bali Yuyu now had the power to outlive the next 10 strikes. While Murong Lai's dominating position had crumbled with the loss of control over the skies. The two wielded divine swords, cutting any chance of making such a battle short. Grinning, Zhuofan waved and kept walking off with shower. You two take your time and have fun. I'll be going now, ha ha ha. Murong Lai's face twitched, furious as he watched Zhuofan slip away. Then he turned to his opponent and her evil smile with a sigh. This is going to take some time. Yeah, there's no way 10 moves are enough. Not even 100, Bali Yuyu beamed, rushing Murong Lai. Clan head, I've yet to use a divine sword in my life, so now that I have an opponent to match, be sure to go for a couple of rounds with me, ha ha ha. Curses. Now I'm reduced to being a sparring partner. Murong Lai's face fell and sighed despite the excited Bali Yuyu coming at him in force. Murong Lai knew there was no stopping Zhuofan now and didn't feel like fighting. Though Bali Yuyu found herself with a divine sword for the first time and was too excited not to take it up for a spin, or two. One disappointed man and one excited woman clashed in a devastating battle. The world shook, the ground quaked, lightning roiled and an inferno backed the skies. This Sword King level fight now got a boost in the form of divine swords, unleashing an upheaval upon the world around them, as if the end of days was upon this wretched world. Everything ceased to exist wherever the two ended up crossing swords, with plenty of other places ending up wrecked from just their auras. Such a battle had never been witnessed before, especially if one was sensible enough to care for their lives in front of such relentless destruction and onslaught. Murong Shui and Zhuer scrambled away the instant they knew things were about to go down, not even sparing a glance back at the incredible, and equally deadly, display of raw power. The explosions alone could deafen them permanently. Though even the speedy escape proved to be slow, as many times they were about to be engulfed in the aftermath of a 1-2 strong clash, and remain here forever as corpses. Zhuofan vanished as the smoke and dust grew prevalent, giving Murong Shui no chance to find him. The battle had the added benefit of wiping his trail, with everyone stuck in finding out just who this mystery man was. Ahead of the billowing smoke stopped a carriage, and Zhuofan got in with shower before it went on its way. The guards glanced at Zhuofan, then at the upheaval outside with shock and doubt. Holy hell, sir. What happened? We just finished our business in Gale Frost Town and a hail of icicles struck, forcing us to flee. Then, just like Sir said, the whole town got wrecked and we were worried about your safety. And now the world is going for destruction, with the skies filled with lightning and fire. Nothing to be concerned about, you just drive the carriage. Frigid Rain Sword King is only fighting Murong Lai. Zhuofan dismissed his worry with a smile. The others gasped at the news. Ardent Sun Sword God Murong Lai. How on earth did you meet him? What happened? It's nothing, just got in his sights. Zhuofan made light of things once more, but then he coughed blood. The others were panicking. Sir! Father, you? Chower was worried. Zhuofan eased a breath and slipped a pill in his mouth from his ring. It's fine. I just settled a favor. We can go now. Chower knew the truth and sighed, hugging him in worry. The world around them still shook a lot, the shockwaves from two Sword Kings battling spreading destruction in every direction. Only a carriage pulled by 4 panicking third-level spiritual beasts was left. 10 days later. The wind and snow battered the road, with a sudden person flashing before a speeding carriage, easily slipping inside. Seeing who was back, everyone lit up. "Miss Yu, you're finally back. Sir had been worried about you all this time." "Ha ha ha. Worried." Looking at the pale Fan, Bali Yu smirked. "He's better off looking after himself. He's the one hurt here, judging by that ashen face, right?" Fan smiled. "My soul got a slight wound and will be fine in a month." "TCH, idiot." Bali Yu shook her head, mocking him. "You just had to use your soul against Morong Shui, now look where it got you. Of course your soul will be damaged from her attack." Fan chuckled. "I wanted to return the favor, and the only way to do that was by taking her fatal blow. You used to be so shrewd till now, so why are you stupid all of a sudden?" Bali Yu mocked him. "Weren't you scared she might have just destroyed your soul and body? Ha ha ha. This much is nothing to the ordeals I've gone through to get here." Fan eased a long breath. "When you return the favor, you have to be sincere, giving the other the chance to have a life for the one he had given you. Only this time, my twin souls were too strong for even her full power to destroy. My dragon soul might be hurt, but my domain can absorb all the harm within limit. Anyway, I got my life back." Bali Yu gasped. "You're such a weirdo, returning a favor at the cost of your life. In any other situation, I could have returned the favor easily, but she and I walk different paths. She not only disdains my help, but even if I could help her, it would only smear her beliefs, doing more harm than good. Thus the only choice was a life for a life. Though I still have uses for mine and can't just give it up, happy with just offering the chance for her to take it. It's her problem if she falls short of success, but all debts have been paid." Bali Yu blinked in confusion. "That's one fresh outlook you have that I never seen before. Paying debt can be reduced to just finding inner peace. I don't owe anyone and neither does anyone owe me. Breaking the ties that bind is nothing more than a formality, so long as my heart achieves tranquility. True, grudges and gratitudes are all about the heart. Why bother haggling over how when the stress is dealt with?" Bali Yu nodded, then turned solemn. "What say I give you a chance to get rid of another tie?" Fan gave her a long look. "What are you up to? What tie are you talking about? Why a favor as great as the heavens themselves?" She rushed over to his side and she looked Fan right in the eye. "What do you think of me, Qian?" Shuddering, everyone in the carriage looked at Frigid Rain Snow King with dumb looks. What's this Sword King doing? Confessing. Curses. She's truly daring, taking initiative like that. Unlike any woman I know. Wait, that's just like a Sword King. All eyes were now on Fan, dropping obvious hints. "Sir, getting on with a Sword King won't just help you but also ourselves immensely. Look how eager she is, so just accept it. While she's a bit wild, she has loads of power as well to cower anyone." Glaring at them to stay out of it, Fan looked into Bali Yu's hopeful eyes. Miss Yu, what are you saying?" "Just what I meant. What do you usually think of me?" "Nothing much," Fan blurted in a flat tone. Bali Yu's face twitched and yanked his clothes. "Nothing much? Would you like to try that again?" "Now Miss Yu, let's not get hasty. Sir has always been blunt, so please don't jump to anger." The others noticed the wild woman was about to flip and rushed to placate her. Bali Yu paused in thought, then let Fan go. She steadied her heart and gave her sweetest smile. "Sir Qian, your words are so hurtful. You don't look like a saint and certainly don't act like one either. But you have one redeeming quality, being grateful. You'd even give your life to return another's gratitude. I am a woman who respects men with such traits. Out with it, woman, and don't dawdle." Fan huffed. Bali Yu's lip twitched in anger and glared at him. Her fists clenched, but she managed to get all that frustration out of her with one long breath. Her face maintained the warmth she started with as she judged. "What I mean is, Qian, to protect you back in Galefrost Town, I had to face Morong Lai all by myself. Didn't I save your life? So shouldn't you be grateful?" "Nope." "Why?" "You're a guard Bailey Yutian gave me and you just did your duty." How's that anything like saving my life? Zhuofan spoke with confidence. Bali Yuyu's heart sank, but she still gave it another try. You caused that mess back in Galefrost Town. Why else would Murong Lai meet us? Since I handled it for you, the least you can do is return the favor. Like I said, you're working for me now, so everything is part of your job description, included but not limited to obedience and protection. How is that a favor? Zhuofan looked at her longing eyes as he drawled. Besides, any extra reward I was to give you I already did in Galefrost Town. You'd have been beaten black and blue by now if it weren't for my divine sword, right? I just saved your reputation and your life. Now ain't that the highest gratitude? But that was obvious, since you couldn't escape otherwise. As you master, anything I give you, if ever, isn't out of gratitude, but favor. It is you who should be grateful to me for what's yours is mine, as a servant. Booping Bali Yuyu's nose, Zhuofan had an evil smile while defining her responsibilities, then asked, "Oh right. Where's my demonic sword? Why haven't you given it back?" Bali Yuyu twisted and placed her hands behind her while shying away in hesitation. Zhuofan's brow shook, noticing the sword strapped to her waist then, and held out his hand. "Give it here now. I was just going to ask you that maybe, perhaps, I can keep it?" Bali Yuyu pleaded shyly. The other's eyes widened in realization. Frigid Rain Sword King, she's been wishy-washy all this time, but not to confess at all. How boring. And you got us all hopeful for nothing. Everyone rolled their eyes and looked elsewhere. Only Zhuofan saw her intent from the start and mocked. "Keep it? Do you have any idea what this is? You tell me if your patriarch is willing to let you even touch the sundering sword. It's because divine swords are so rare that only now I've wielded one for the first time and experienced the power it filled me with." Bali Yuyu looked excited once more. "Oh, I also heard there's only 5 divine swords around. How come you have the 6th? Zhuofan glanced at her and jeered. "Who told you that there's only 5 of them? More like there's only 5 in the secular world." "Secular world? You mean there's more divine swords in the world beyond?" "Of course. Let me tell you. All of these divine swords come from Devil Mountain." Zhuofan huffed with a wide grin. Bali Yuyu started. Shaken to the core. Devil Mountain made the 5 lands divine swords? Well yes, the masters will make the disciples about to leave Devil Mountain a sword specific to their skill set. The 5 lands divine swords are nothing but weapons left behind by the ones that perished. Zhuofan smacked his lips, weaving a shocking tale of adulation. Bali Yuyu was dumbstruck, needing a long time to react and hold the demonic sword tight to herself while pleading. "Then you can just leave this one to me while you can ask your master to make you another. You think it's that easy? Why would it be called a divine sword if it's so easy to make?" Zhuofan rolled his eyes at her. "Who won in Galefrost Town?" Murong Lai." Bali Yuyu hesitated, then pouted. "We fought for 8 days, but still I couldn't beat him, so I left. And since we're about the same, he couldn't stop me nor catch up to me." Zhuofan nodded and asked, "You're Murong Lai's equal and could fight him for years. Why did you run after just 8 days? How am I his equal? He's been using the decimating sword for 1,000 years, while I only just got yours. I couldn't even link with it either. Of course I lost. Isn't that obvious?" Zhuofan shrugged. "The demonic sword was made with me in mind, so of course it's in tune with me. You learned from Bailey Yutian's sundering sword, and that's the sword best for you, while mine is useless. But Patriarch will never give me the sundering sword. While even the unfamiliar divine sword you have is better than having none at all. Sword follows your will, so you need one in tune to your being too. Using a random sword, especially this divine sword, will only hinder your path." Zhuofan dismissed her request. "Listen, if you obey me and succeed in the task Devil Mountain gave me, I'll be sure to take you back with me so that Master would make you a divine sword akin to Sundering Sword to fit your nature. Won't that be better than insisting on taking mine?" Bali Yuyu lit up in joy. "Really? Have I ever lied to you?" Zhuofan gave his winning smile. Bali Yuyu nodded in joy, then handed over the demonic sword. Zhuofan chuckled while tracing his hand over the pitch-black blade. Since the demonic sword was tied to his mind, no one could get its approval without his permission. Or this broad would have run off with it by now instead of wasting time with me. Shuofan made a sign and the demonic sword slipped into his body. He then glanced at the cheerful Bali Yuyu with a hidden smile. Power and fame can blind people so easily, turning even this silly girl into being obsessed with a sword. She not once questioned if divine swords are so easy to make. Besides, when was the last time I've been honest? As the carriage rushed along the snowy roads, the mood within was as peaceful as ever. Bali Yuyu hugged the cute and adorable Chower, while Shuofan finally started to grow on her. She exclaimed all of a sudden and said hastily, "Oh, Muronglai couldn't find my intentions, but he can easily find yours. Maybe he's searching for it right now and gaining on us. Now that he got a feel of my skills, I can't stall him for long. I can only protect myself, so you need to watch out." "Heh, only now you're worried about me? Who would? But with you dead, who knows when I'll ever get the chance to touch such a precious divine sword again." Bali Yuyu went red and whined. Shuofan shook his head, turning to the others. "How far till the next stop?" "Sir, we will be arriving at Sea Cloud Sect in around 4 hours. Go faster." Shuofan smiled as he said. Bali Yuyu's brow shook. "Weren't you listening? Muronglai must have been looking for you by now. And since he lost our trail, he'll be sure to ask Sea Cloud Sect for help since it's the closest to Galefrost Town. Are you going there to get caught? My dear frigid rain sword king, you think I haven't thought about it as well? Then. Ha ha ha. Do you know of the light's shadow?" Shuofan put on a vague smile, laying down without a care. Bali Yuyu was then left utterly confused. For hours later, the carriage went on undisturbed and reached a frozen waterfall where they slowed down and entered a barrier. At the same time, 3 people stood in an opulent hall, the same 3 they just shook off not long ago. Before them stood an old man with an immortal air and white beard, bowing in respect. "Sword God Murong of southern lands and immortal healer Murong, you honor my sect with your visit. But from what I know, Sir should be with Sea Bright Sect, getting ready with Sir Ouyang to fight Invincible Sword. What wind has brought you here instead?" "It's a long story." Muronglai sighed. "I had been staying at Sea Bright Sect in preparation for the upcoming storm, but something happened. Northern Land's first line of defense, Sun Sea Sect, had been under attack and called for help. So I volunteered to go, only to find the sect already in ruins, with the survivors escaping for the Sea Bright Sect. I have thus scouted around for the culprit that did this. Isn't it obvious? The only one who can destroy a Northern Lands sect can only be Invincible Sword's team. As you already know, he has those 9 Sword Kings under him who can cause such destruction just as well." "Yeah, that was my conclusion as well. While I could not take them on by myself, at least by understanding their journey, maybe we could be prepared for the next time. But..." Muronglai frowned at the end, filled with hesitation and confusion. The old man urged, "What? Did Murong clan head find something else disturbing?" "Precisely." Muronglai had a dark look on his face. "There's another group that might have come within the Northern Lands besides Invincible Swords." The old man shuddered and gasped. "Murong clan head? You mean to tell me there's another power out there that can do away with the Northern Lands sect just as easily as the Central area? And that it is now here on our grounds? That's absurd. We all know very well all of the strongest people in the 5 lands. With the Central area eyeing us like a starved tiger, the other 4 lands allied together. How can there possibly be a third faction so strong? I didn't believe it was true either, but having seen it with my own eyes, I must." Muronglai squinted and sighed. "As I was investigating Sun Sea Sect, the trail took me to Galefrost Town where I happened to meet my sister in a dispute with an unknown party. I wanted to investigate further, but they were exceptional. A woman among them is as strong as me and wielded a divine weapon unlike any of which the lands knew. We fought for 8 days to a standstill. It might have gone on for years if the divine weapon was a match for her skill." The old man's face twitched and looked graceful. "She must be something indeed to fight Murong clan head with a divine weapon to a standstill. However, what makes you so sure they aren't from the central area? Maybe that sword might have been the Sundering Sword. Sect leader Liang, my brother has once met with the Invincible Sword and has seen the Sundering Sword. On top of that, Invincible Sword guards the sword with his life, never giving it to anyone. Murong Shui gave a bow of respect and intervened with sharp eyes. I've once seen the man within their group once. He unleashed a river of blood in the central area, making it so that in just 3 days, the greatest company, Serene Shores Trading, was destroyed, and the Sword Star Empire to lose close to half their officials. Would someone from the same land resort to such cruelty towards his fellow compatriot? The old man's brow shook, but hesitated still. What I hear from you, miss, is that he is from the third faction? But since he struck at the central area, wouldn't that make him a friend? No. Murong Shui spoke resolutely. He is ruthless and cruel, of a twisted mind and insidious cunning. Just because he left the central area in pain does not mean his visit to northern lands bodes well. Maybe he wants northern lands to end up in the same sorry state as the central area, if not worse. You can't let this happen, sect leader Liang. Murong Lai agreed with his sister's judgment. I've also seen him myself, of steady calm, great talent and sharp mind. His bearing points to anything but average. Not to mention he has a Sword King level expert under him. When he acts, he's bound to make huge waves. We are still in the dark about the purpose of his visit, but it's best to gain control of the situation as soon as possible. We are on the cusp of waging war with Invincible Sword and can't afford anything to disturb us, especially a viper staring us from the back. Murong clan head, you're right. We need to gain control of this as soon as possible. The beard of sect leader Liang shook as he sank in thought. Then he cupped his hands. Then what has brought Murong clan head to my sect? Ask and I shall do all in my power to help. Murong Lai returned the gesture with a smile. Sect leader Liang is too kind. I've come to ask for a helping hand. I had fought with the woman guard before, giving them time to flee, and because of the scope of destruction, all trails went cold. I alone will find it hard to search through so much ground, but I'm fortunate to find your sect nearby, and wish to ask sect leader Liang's help in this endeavor. Please, it's our duty to help. Murong clan head works so hard for the safety of our homeland that you needn't be so polite about it. Sect leader Liang cupped his hands. What may be their description? Murong Shui said. They're a group of 3. The woman among them is very dangerous, and needs only to be seen to know their whereabouts. Beside the man, there's also a 7-year-old cute girl, making them easily recognizable. Ha ha, then rest easy. My disciples shall roam for thousands of miles and are sure to spot such a conspicuous group very soon. As for the lady's worries, ha ha. Rest assured that we know restraint and not incite anyone that could fight with Murong clan head for 8 days straight. Miss Murong needn't have mentioned, as we would also be weary and keep our distance. Ha ha ha. Murong Shui smiled and nodded, while Murong Lai looked satisfied with the answer, cupping his hands in respect. The order was soon given and the sect was on the move, with all kinds of exceptional experts filling the skies and leaving the sect to scout the lands. In their haste, they failed to notice the 4 carriages at their gates, and Zhuofan holding chower as he talked business with a round middle-aged man. Glancing at the swarm of people flying out, Zhuofan felt the need to comment, Executive Qi, what's going on in the sect? Are you getting ready for war going out in such force? How would I know? I didn't get any orders. Putting his own signature into a jade slip and giving it back to Zhuofan, the large horizontally challenged man looked at a flying disciple that passed by. Hey, what happened? Why the sudden deployment? Making a hard stop, the man bowed to the fatty. Executive Qi, sect leader decreed to scout for spies. They've even brought a child. A child? Like this one. Zhuofan pointed at Shower. This is my daughter. Isn't she adorable? The man gave a curious glance at the fatty, who waved his doubts away and introduced. Steward Chen, in charge of his clan's supply caravan. You can't be looking for him now, can you? Ha ha ha. Probably not. The guy's brow twitched as he looked at the father and daughter bearing bright innocent faces. then at the carriage's guards and sneered. Executive Chi, sect leader, spoke of their dangerous nature, and that there were only 3 of them along with a woman. He also made us exercise extreme caution, to report the minute we see them. As for these 2, ha ha ha. Are we that much lacking? Zhuo Fan's eyes widened, striking his chest to declare. We're tough as well. How else would we be ferrying goods around the land? The man's face twitched and nodded. Yeah, you're mighty tough, all right. Well, I got a job to do so by. The man was gone. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Weren't you after a little girl? Aren't you taking us to your sect leader? Zhuo Fan whined from the injustice of it all. The fatty cut him off before he wasted more time. Steward Qian, they have their duties. You shouldn't bother them and let them get to it. That won't do at all. Weren't they after some very dangerous folk? I'm tough, you hear. How can they just overlook me? Where's the humanity? Jerking, Zhuo Fan grew defiant, turning to Chaoer's adorable face. Chaoer, tell me, isn't Dad strong? Chaoer huffed as she left him there and went inside the carriage. The fatty chuckled. Everyone wants to look tough in front of their daughter. Ha ha ha. Yeah. So you really won't check me out? Zhuo Fan sighed, looking at the fatty with hope. Since you think I'm that much of a threat, do a slight checkup at least. The fatty rolled his eyes and cussed. Dangerous my ass. What could a radiant stage Qian steward possibly do? Besides, what would be the point of this mass deployment if sect leader's target would be right before him? You take those dangerous folks for fools to run right at our base to get caught. But they just said they're looking for a child. There's plenty of them in the sea. You think you're the only one with a daughter? Go, shoo, and stop messing up my job. The fatty drove him away, having lost his patience. Zhuo Fan had a long face, taking his guards and leaving. Though before they did, a whiny voice came from a carriage. Chaoer, you gotta believe me. It's not that I'm weak so they aren't checking me out, but that they trust me wholly. The crowd that was gathered from the ruckus, he pulled, shook their heads at Zhuo Fan's display. A father must always look grand before his kids. They were soon taken down memory lane, back to their childhood. The people dispersed, but they would not soon forget Zhuo Fan's carriages. For large carriages came out of the barrier and rumbled down the road to their next stop. Not soon after, a person slipped right inside. She had yet to get her new token to prove her cover and couldn't follow inside with the caravan. How was it? All good. Bali Yuyu lit up in hope. Zhuo Fan said, bored. What do you think? Making such a scene in Sea Cloud sect, I got those disciples to jump to the conclusions I wanted, to take us for nobodies and ignore us. The news is bound to spread fast and Sea Cloud sect will soon turn a blind eye to our presence. Sometimes the wrong first impression will stay with you for a long time and fool your thinking. Thinking that since we appeared in the Sea Cloud sect we automatically check out. So no matter how much we speed on our trip and rush things, they would ignore us. Morong Lai could get even more men and still wouldn't help for when they see us. They are oblivious to the light's shadow. Oh, you've got skills. Fooling Southern Land's sword god in no time at all. Bailey Yuyu patted Zhuo Fan's shoulder, cheering. His face twitched and glared. No touching words are enough. You know exactly what I can do also. That hit almost burst a vein inside me. Bali Yuyu stuck out her tongue, acting cute, then turned shy with an apologetic look. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, wincing every time he touched his swollen shoulder with a hurt look. All I wanted was to move undetected through northern lands. But then I stumbled into Invincible Sword and barely made it out alive before meeting Ardent Sun Sword God as well. I talked my way out with Invincible Sword, since his desires are his demons I could leverage. But that Murong clan is too upright, in opposition of my path, not easily swayed. Ardent Sun Sword God has just become a pain in my side. Damn it, those truly righteous and free from desire cultivators just don't fit with my nature. This will make things harder. Ugh. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan leaned back with closed eyes. The 4 carriages didn't stop for anything in their journey, making their scheduled stops at the sects and then resuming their trek. 5 months passed by in total, before Zhuo Fan reached his final destination. Having gone through 2 more sects, the North Seashore, Seabright sect. Regarding the boundless snow mountain in the distance, Xuefan sighed, his gaze quivering. Are your tokens ready? Ready, the men shouted with conviction. Only Bali Yuyu smirked at them. Seabright sect is one dangerous place. It's packed with experts and leaves me no choice but to stay a bit further this time. Frigid Rain Sword King, that won't be necessary. One guard revealed a familiar token, identical to the ones they have, and smiled. 3 days ago we received your token we requested in that town. Now you're no longer unaccounted for and can come with us. Bali Yuyu was shocked, then her eyes shone. Since it was 3 days ago, why not give it to me then? Sir had me hold on to it, to make it a surprise. The guy shrugged and Bali Yuyu skipped a beat as she looked at Xuefan. Xuefan grinned. Not much of a surprise, really. With how Frigid Rain Sword King always acts alone. It was clear you didn't want such a thing. Now I'm unsure if Sword King would be willing to come with us, to walk beside us with this cover. But it seems my worries are unfounded. Ha ha ha. Humph, who'd ever go with you? I was just concerned about bringing trouble to you and ruining my mission. Does that mean Frigid Rain Sword King doesn't want to come in with us? You don't want the token? Then go ahead. Destroy it. I never said that. Why ruin a perfectly good thing anyway? Bali Yuyu rushed to take it and glared at Xuefan. Xuefan smiled, his eyes shining. But by taking that token, you are officially part of this team and must obey my orders. Bali Yuyu shook and her grip on the token loosened. But then she gripped it harder, whispering to herself, haven't I been doing it already? Great. Now everyone's an official team. Xuefan turned serious and shouted. So I'll ask again, are everyone's token ready? Ready. Everyone shouted this time, even Bali Yuyu looked eager. She was going to enter one of Northern Land's 5 sects for the first time undercover. While being part of a caravan was a severe step down from a Sword King, she actually treasured the change for some odd reason. Having traveled with Xuefan and the caravan for so long began to grow on her. Xuefan looked at them and ordered, towards North Seashore. They all nodded and the carriage rumbled uphill, for the snowy peak. Xuefan's team of 4 carriages made a ripple in the air as it entered the barrier, appearing before a vast body of water. Above it were suspended stairs leading to the abodes of immortals. The mountain was nowhere to be seen, replaced by 3 floating islands of great expanse as its only resemblance to the image outside. This was where the strongest sect in the northern lands stood, the North Sea's shores. While deep in the North Sea was the rumored demon of incredible power, and Xuefan's target. The monsters of the sea were mere spiritual beasts, with only this demon able to speak like a human. That was why people called it Sea Demon. Only Xuefan here knew the Sea Demon was in fact one of the 5 great sacred beasts, the only one that could save young Sanzi, the heaven-sealing CAO. Staring at the great rolling expanse of water, Xuefan's eyes shook and his fists clenched. Chower looked excited as well, finally able to rescue her big brother. Whoosh! Black figures suddenly dropped before the team, numbering in the dozens. The leader was an old man with a black and white mustache, presenting them a most kind smile as he greeted. Thank you, Chen Clan, for the trouble you went through delivering these goods. I am Executive Dai Chencho of the Seabright sect. Dai Chencho? Money trouble, he? Bali Yuyu couldn't help herself and giggled at his name, whispering to Xuefan. Chen, you finally met your half. You dislike money and he's in need of money. A match made in heaven. You're destined to make the perfect couple. Hi hi hi. Star Reader. She's making fun of both of their names, making a pun out of it. The others chuckled as well. Glaring at her, Xuefan gave a wry smile and returned the gesture. Executive Dai. I am but a steward in the Chen clan. Chen Fan. This is the proof of all the sects we've passed. Xuefan presented a jade slip with both hands. The executive wasn't haughty in the least, taking it with equal respect and a smile. Yes, these are the signatures of the 4 sects executives. Sir is beyond reproach, but the others. Hurry up and present your tokens to the executive. Xuefan snapped at them to obey. making them flustered as they rushed to follow his orders. Only Bali Yuyu was beyond casual as she took it out and threw it to the man with a roll of her eyes. Glaring at her, Xue Fan could only apologize in her stead. Executive Dai. She just went through menopause and it's still unstable. Screw you, Bali Yuyu hissed under her breath. Executive Dai gave a careless wave, being quite easygoing. He checked their tokens and smiled. You make for a perfect couple, Steward Qian, braving through so many dangers through the now precarious northern lands to send us these goods. That's very noble of you. Perfect couple. Xue Fan looked stumped. Did I say something wrong? The old man scanned the jade slip in his hand again before looking at Xue Fan. 3 days ago we received an update on the Chen clan's roster that the caravan sending us the goods will be led by Steward Qian Fan and his wife, Chen Yu. Your signatures also check out. Is there perhaps a problem? Dong. Xue Fan froze on the spot at the heavy blow to his mind. He made a weird face as he tried to keep his calm. You mean, Chen Fan and Chen Yu? Husband and wife are escorting goods? Bali Yuyu was also stupefied, looking at the old man with a dumb look. When reality hit her at long last, she gave Xue Fan a seething look with a red face as she whisper-shouted. You dare use me like that, punk? As if. I'm as clueless about this as you are, all right? Lies. Aren't they just doing your bidding? Yeah, they do. But this time, Xue Fan's mouth twitched, looking off there, then turned to the rest with an insidious glint in his eyes. Xue Fan had principles. When it came to taking a wife, he would never do it on a whim, even if it was all fake. Just like how he didn't do it with Shangguan Qingyan. But this time, at this critical moment, he found himself stuck with this cover, putting him at an impasse on what he should do next. If he did go with it, his heart would be totally against it, while refusing it then his cover was blown. He was in a real pickle. The caravan guards saw Xue Fan and Bali Yuyu looking dark there and were tense as they lowered their heads. Executive Dai frowned. Why aren't you married? The two were silent, with neither willing to admit it. Executive Dai was perplexed, feeling the odd situation and raising his suspicion. He withdrew slowly and was about to signal for his men to seize them. Everything was about to fall to ruin. Even with Bali Yuyu there to help, it wouldn't matter much in the strongest sect in northern lands. Not only Ouyang Lingtian lived here, but it also held the strongest experts in these parts. Bali Yuyu had no way of fending so many attackers. She would end up defeated for sure. In this dire situation, neither Xue Fan nor Bali Yuyu were willing to compromise and save the day. All because their hearts were against it. Dai Chencho's suspicion only grew. His hand close to signaling the men and ruining everything they worked for. The guards were shivering at the side, looking at the two with pleading eyes. Please, just save us. Is it that bad to fake being married? It's not a hanging, so why? If you keep silent any longer, we're really going to get the noose. They were almost wetting themselves as they saw Executive Dai about to give the damning order. Dad, Mom, I'm hungry. Are you going to keep arguing until I starve? Shower jumped in with her adorable voice, looking annoyed and grumbling at the two. The guards lit up with newfound hope. One of them rushed to Shower's side and carried her over to Executive Dai with a smile. Executive Dai, how can they be anything but husband and wife? Look, they even have a child. Then what are they doing? Dai Chencho asked in suspicion. The guard laughed and sighed. It all started over nothing and escalated, with Steward Qian even threatening to leave her. Now their fighting still hasn't been settled. Oh, I see. Executive Dai gave a knowing nod and his suspicion was washed away. He smiled at Xue Fan. Steward Qian, it takes years to accept someone and decades to fully be at peace with one's partner. Why must you insist over trivialities? Xue Fan glanced at Bali Yuyu and said, She's not my wife. Well, you're not my man either. Bali Yuyu glared back. The two spoke the truth, but Dai Chencho heard it as nothing more than a lover's spat. So he shook his head and waved. You need to stop fighting, especially before a child. Ha ha ha, it wouldn't help her. Since you've all been weary from your long journey here, we've got a place ready for you to rest for a few days. You're welcome to tour our sect if you want. The North Sea's shore is magnificent, with people from northern lands hardly having the chance to see its beauty. You won't find this anywhere else. Thank you for everything, Executive Dai. Shuafan's eyes roamed around and settled on a grunt, recalling his true objective and giving the man a bow. Dai Chencho smiled and had someone lead the way to their stay. One figure suddenly appeared just then, whispering to Dai Chencho. His face changed and blocked Shuafan's way. Steward Qian, sect leader requests myself and Sir's presence. Shuafan and the others' faces fell. What would the high and mighty sect leader of the Sea Bright sect want to do with a nobody steward? Were their covers blown? Shuafan looked at Bali Yuyu, who had a cold gaze, with murder slowly filling her eyes. Don't make any hasty decisions. I'll go see what's going on. Shuafan squinted and took a deep breath as he made a decision, sending that message to his team. The others flinched and nodded. Bali Yuyu's eyes darted around, sizing everything, before nodding at last. A blown cover means we'd have been detained by now with far more experts surrounding us. Not to mention they'd never ask for you to speak. It's too early to tell what is going on, while also not grounded enough to rule out the possibility that Murong Lai wants to look into us. So you need to get ready to act at any second. I'll leave Chower in your care. Shuafan's eyes shone, his face grave. What about you? I have my own way of escape, don't worry. Bali Yuyu asked quickly, at which Shuafan replied casually. I'm going. They watched tensely as Shuafan flew with Dai Chencho towards the highest floating island while a disciple took them to their rooms. An hour later, Shuafan and Dai Chencho were standing before a huge gate, with hundreds of disciples standing guard on each side. The gate reached 30 meters in height, with 9,999 copper insertions in the shape of a yin-yang symbol to show the natural order of the world. Dai Chencho regarded the broad gate and bowed. Shuafan figured it had to be a custom, giving respect to the sect. A traveler stopping by needs to show respect as well, and might even leave a good impression. So Shuafan did the same, standing straight after doing it 3 times. Dai Chencho gave an approving nod, showing a sincere nod as he spoke with reverence at the gate. Sect leader, Steward Qian has arrived. Enter. Rumble. With a loud rumble, the gate cracked open. The 2 rows of disciples bowed at once, all shouting at Shuafan, Please, Steward Qian after you. Dai Chencho smiled and gestured not unlike the disciples. Shuafan sighed at this huge welcome. This is the Sea Bright sect, the strongest of the sects in northern lands. Yet the bigger they are, the more aware they are of giving respect and receiving it instead of acting all cocky. He was but a merchant, yet the Sea Bright sect's sect leader showed such deference. This was proof enough to label the Sea Bright sect as reasonable and righteous as Murong Lai. That also meant they would never act unless the proof was conclusive. Which works great for me. While meeting with an impulsive sect, they only needed to believe he was bad news and he was finished. Things aren't for the worst yet. Shuafan speculated as he smiled at Dai Chencho and walked forward with the executive behind. As he climbed the 999 steps up, the disciples always set their eyes on him, yet none held the slightest contempt. This was the way Sea Bright sect welcomed guests, regardless of profession. Shuafan saw a grand hall and 3 people waiting for him. Only with one of them he was acquainted, Executive Chow from the Sun Sea sect. Shuafan had a clear picture of what this was all about. Haha, so it's him. It's nothing then. And here I thought Ardent Sun Sword God was going to welcome me. God! That gave me a fright. Sect leader, he's the one that made Sun Sea sect suffer so much. He must be a Central Area spy. Executive Chow instantly pointed fingers and accused Shuafan the moment he appeared. He was boiling with rage and murder, wanting to spill his blood then and there. Shuafan ignored him and his whining, walking before the 3 and bowing. A middle-aged man spoke to an elder next to him. Sect leader Ling, it seems the boy is pleading guilty under Executive Chow's accusations. We need to take him back for thorough questioning and appease the thousands of lost souls of my sect. Steward Qian, I take it. I am the sect leader of the Sun Bright sect, Ling Yuntian. The old man gave Zhuo Fan a long look, but didn't let the middle-aged man's words get to him, or stop the greeting. Zhuo Fan faked shock and bowed as well. Sect leader Ling said, "Does Steward Qian have anything to say regarding Executive Chao's accusations?" "Accusations?" Zhuo Fan sneered. "I have no idea of them. What are they? You dare lie to our faces? Executive Chao's accusations are clear to everyone here. You have nothing to say for yourself that can absolve you, and we all know it. Yet you dare act oblivious." "Sect leader Ling, the middle-aged man shouted, snapping at Zhuo Fan with his finger. But Zhuo Fan regarded him calmly and saluted Ling Yuntian. Sect leader Ling made the introductions. "Steward Qian. He is Sun Si Sect's sect leader, Bu Xingyun. You have delivered goods to Sun Si Sect but didn't meet with sect leader Bu, so you don't know him, ha ha ha." "Oh, sect leader Bu. Greetings, ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan saluted at once. "Sect leader Ling. There's a misunderstanding here that I wish to clarify. Executive Chao is someone I have met in Sun Si Sect, but I don't know when he came to your sect. When I have just arrived here, I've only been hearing Executive Chao's curses and it got me completely confused. I wish for nothing more than to understand why this happened. But since this is Sir's home and I am a mere guest, it is proper manners to see the sect leader and not start arguing." Zhuo Fan put on a sinister smile, mocking Executive Chao. "I may be a mere merchant, but I am educated enough not to start a fight in another's home. At the very least, I'll need sect leader's approval first to prove my innocence and shed light. Acting like a mangy cur, in the master's home no less, won't that make him disrespectful? I may not be well read, but my parents had at least taught me proper respect." "Ugh!" Executive Chao choked, looking red as a crab. Zhuo Fan was talking with the sect leader but kept poking holes in his attitude. And the problem was that it was all true. It was sect leader Ling's home, yet he started shouting at Zhuo Fan. It mattered not if Zhuo Fan was a spy, not when he was dissatisfied with the Seabright sect. Unlike Zhuo Fan, he gave no respect to the sect leader. And since the sect leader wasn't some nobody but the sect leader of the strongest sect in Northern Lands, the same man he was relying on as well, Executive Chao's face twitched hard, looking pained as he regarded Bu Xingyun's dark face. "Sect leader? I didn't mean. You're talking to the wrong person." Bu Xingyun spoke coldly. Executive Chao bowed to Ling Yuntian. "Sect leader Ling, forgive me. Please don't believe this man's nonsense. How could I ever disregard the head of the sects in Northern Lands, Seabright sect? I was just caught in the moment." Fine, Executive Chao is an impulsive man. I understand, ha ha ha." Ling Yuntian dismissed his worries as he smiled. Zhuo Fan cocked an eyebrow. The old guy really is kind to not even be irked by that. Seabright sect's name as the best sect in Northern Lands isn't unfounded after all. Just look at their sect leader. If the head was weak, the rest would crumble. With the sect leader so collected, it's only natural that the Seabright sect became the one to lead the other 5 sects in Northern Lands. Zhuo Fan stared into those kind eyes and felt unease, having failed to stir his emotions and lead the talks. The danger comes not from Executive Chao nor Bu Xingyun, but sect leader Ling. Bu Xingyun never let Zhuo Fan out of his sight, staring with a murderous gaze and clenched fists. He only listened to Executive Chao's account and brought him here to recognize the culprit to use some excuse to make it better for his sect. The 5 sects of Northern Lands were doing fine so far, so how come you just had to poke a Central Area Sword King to get your home wasted? Was it bad leadership or no leadership? Just hearing it would irk his mood. There was also the matter of reputation, which had received a serious blow. Only he had his sect, which became ruined under his lead and would be lauded as a laughingstock for years to come, if not eternity. He had to think of something, anything, something along the lines of giving himself for the good of Northern Lands, fighting tooth and nail with Central Area spies, only to be betrayed and ending up in this sorry state. Now the joke would catch a heroic vibe that would turn jeers into calls of respect, and it would be the grounds for extra support in recovering as well. This was the script he wanted to play. Catch the spy, get the reward, and restore the sect to shut everyone up. though it seemed that someone was improvising in his little act, shifting the focus of the play. Executive Chow just spoke up and Zhuofan mocked him for disrespecting Bright sect, having no manners. The problem was, it affected him as well by association since he was the sect leader. As he also started ranting without Ling Yuntian's accord. But Ling Yuntian was nice enough to keep mute about it. But he already tasted his disrespect and felt their unkind attitude for Bright sect. You can't follow simple etiquette as a sect leader and executive while a mere merchant can? I can only assume from this that you got destroyed for very good reasons, provoking the other into attacking with your arrogance. Loose tongues end lives. He not only gained nothing but lost instead, falling out of favor with the big boss. Bu Xingyun's anger surged as consequence. From seeing Zhuofan as a pawn to use in his favor to hating his guts. He glared hard at Zhuofan, then spoke to Ling Yuntian. Sect leader Ling, my executive has gotten ahead of himself and I'll be sure to address this back at the sect. But Steward Chen has yet to answer his questions. Would it be possible for sect leader Ling to help? Ha ha ha. That is why we're here. Ling Yuntian laughed and still spoke on a kind tone while saluting. Steward Chen is such a courteous man. Having just arrived at my sect, I should play the host and honor your. But some problems have appeared that need Steward Chen's input. I can only ask that you forgive my insistence. Zhuofan smiled. You're too kind, sect leader Ling. It's my honor to be of any help to you. Yeah, sect leader Steward Chen has bowed alongside me before the great gates. He is a respectful man and is sure to not mind this slight inconvenience. Dai Chen-cho at the side bowed and said, anyone else would become suspicious. What's his relationship with Chen Fan? Why is he taking his side? But he wasn't speaking for Chen Fan at all. Reporting instead to sect leader Ling of his equally respectful demeanor that he reciprocated with at everyone's salute. Just because Zhuofan had bowed with Dai Chen-cho before the gates. Dai Chen-cho spoke up so that sect leader would keep this in mind. Otherwise, with Chen Fan being a mere merchant, the others could have easily pushed him for answers. Now, however, Ling Yuntian was present as well and Bu Xingyun couldn't use force. Zhuofan's act was a minor one. Yet the effect was grand, gaining Bright sect's protection. This became evident with Ling Yuntian's following words. Steward Chen is thoughtful. Bu Xingyun's face twitched, looking at the three of them with a sigh. Knowing force wouldn't help him here, he would have to use guile, giving Executive Chow a look. The executive caught on and started shouting. Chen, I want an honest answer. When the Sun Sea sect was destroyed, did you draw that witch, Frigid Rain Sword King over? Frigid Rain Sword King? Zhuofan looked shocked. I never met her, so how could I've drew her? Executive Chow sneered. You're still lying? Then answer this. Didn't you say that when you were delivering goods to our sect that a central area spy was following you? Yes. Then you asked me to go grab the spy, right? I guess. Zhuofan muttered with a frown and a hesitant nod. Pa. Executive Chow clapped in success. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's right. We went to capture the spy, but it turned out to be Frigid Rain Sword King from the central area. This led her to attack our sect, slaughtering everyone. If you didn't draw the witch, who did? Sect leader Ling, everything's clear now. I ask that you seize this spy and find out what else has he been leaking through thorough interrogation. Guard, arrest this man. Throw him in prison and activate the barriers so he can't escape. Bu Xingyun shouted eagerly. Dai Chen-cho cleared his voice with a bow. Sect leader Bu, you're in Bright sect. Oh right, it's sect leader Ling's right to issue this order. Forgive me. I forgot myself. Sect leader Ling. Waking up from his blunder, Bu Xingyun apologized. Ling Yuntian gave a careless wave, but his words seemed to say otherwise. Sect leader Bu, we all make mistakes and slip, but as sect leaders, we must remember that while being hasty is one thing, and the value of life is another. I only hope that you will work to correct your impulses. Bu Xingyun shuddered, knowing Ling Yuntian was chiding him, but was forced to nod. As Executive Chow gave his version, it should now be Steward Chen's turn. Steward Chen has shown hesitation just now, So you must have a different opinion. Ha ha ha. Ling Yuntian ignored him and gave Zhuo Fan the right to speak with a bright smile, and the chance to turn it around. Bu Xingyun's face sank, but was helpless. Zhuo Fan bowed and looked grateful as he smiled at the smug Executive Chow. Executive Chow was right, but there are a few parts one feel that were left out that leaves room for interpretation. Allow me to fill the gaps. Executive Chow, would you kindly answer me whether or not I was the one who approached you about the spies when I delivered the goods? Have I asked Executive Chow explicitly to go capture the spy? Well. Executive Chow hesitated and Bu Xingyun glared. Spit it out. Did you not insist that he led the witch to us? Why are you stammering then? Yes, sect leader, when you wanted to learn about this very quickly, I was being concise, thus leaving some random details out. Random? Like? Bu Xingyun glared at him. Executive Chow's lips quivered, not knowing how to say it. Zhuo Fan laughed and bowed. Sect leader Bu, it's better for me to tell what happened in detail. The fault lies with my caravan. On that day, the Central Area spy had set her eyes on us and destroyed one of our carriages. So when we arrived at your sect, we only delivered half. We explained what happened and asked for extra days to bring the rest. Is that right? Bu Xingyun turned to his executive. Executive Chow nodded. Yes, that's exactly right. In other words, isn't it their fault for failing to guard the goods? Bu Xingyun asked with doubt. Scratching his head, Executive Chow gave an awkward nod. Zhuo Fan interjected. May I continue? Go ahead. Bu Xingyun found no issue and waved at him to resume. But this in fact helped Zhuo Fan in leaving his own tiny, but crucial, detail. Executive Chow then permitted us to come back with the rest of the goods and we left. Later I heard a huge ruckus and the world shaking with lighting covering the skies. There were shouts as well, but we were so scared we chose to flee at once. Wait, that's not how it went. How then? I couldn't just let you leave when you only gave us half the goods. It's you who said that you have someone following you and that catching him will earn us a great commendation. Did you not say that these goods are nothing compared to that? Executive Chow rushed to ask. Zhuo Fan nodded after a pause. Yes, and then I let you go. Since we couldn't give you the goods, how come you let us go? What nonsense! What's more important, some lost goods or catching the spy? I let you go to draw him out and then grab him. Did you then? Half the credit is mine. As if, what credit is there to share when up against a sword king? More like share a jail cell. Oh. Executive Chow grunted to a stop, realizing his slip. Zhuo Fan smirked. Hear that? We were bait. They went to grab the spy. How did we go from being on the same side to becoming a Central Area spy? The bait and hunter worked together in capturing the enemy. So how come it turned into a Central Area spy? Sect leader Bu? Ling Yuntian smiled, teasing. It seems to me that the Qian caravan was more like the Sun C-sect spy instead. Ha ha ha. Bu Xingyun's face fell, glaring at his executive. Executive Chow, when I had you punished for your gross misdemeanor, you said you were played, that the Qian caravan is a Central Area spy. Why then do I now hear that you two work together in capturing a sword king, thus unleashing a calamity upon the sect? Sect leader Bu, the capturing of the sword king falls all on Executive Chow. Please don't drag us into this when we know nothing of it. Zhuo Fan interjected quickly, to make his position known. Executive Chow's face twitched in anger, losing his temper. Your sly words lured me into this mess. I would never make such a grave mistake otherwise. Executive Chow, loose tongue's end lives. I lured you. It's all your fault for telling me your tale is a spy that I sent a team to capture her. Ha. Well, isn't this funny? You're one of the 5 sects in northern lands, Sun C-sect, in charge of keeping these lands safe. You're now saying that after having lost a carriage and being followed should be kept all to myself instead? You might have neglected to report my findings, but I had done my duty by telling you. Zhuo Fan sneered, then turned to Ling Yuntian. Sect leader Ling? Am I wrong in any way? If it were a matter of luring, Then no one would ever report on the enemy movements to the sect and plunge northern lands into hell. Ling Yuntian bobbed his head. Here, patriotic, responsible, and furthermore, when your own clan's goods end up ruined, who wouldn't report? This goes double in these times, with northern lands on the edge. Sect leader Ling is wise. Zhuo Fan gave a bow and turned to Executive Chao. Furthermore, there were rumors going around that Sun C sect is actually cowardly and didn't think my report would ever amount to much, so I omitted it from you at first. But with you questioning the loss of half the goods, I had no choice but to be honest. It was the only way for you to leave me be. Executive Chao's face twitched harder, with Bu Xingyun darkening by the second. Zhuo Fan's passionate speech had simply been accusatory of the Sun C sect. What was worse, this happened in front of Ling Yuntian, and so he could do nothing to retaliate, only twitching as he tried to bottle up that anger. Executive Chao's heart sank looking at sect leader's sinister face. He had to do anything to get Chen Fan to take the fall, or he'd be the one to get it in the end. Finding Central Area spies was no longer the issue here, but giving his sect leaders self-respect back and letting loose. Chen Fan, we don't need your flimsy opinions. You might be right about the report, but what about later? You proposed that we catch the spy together and share credit. It's your enticing offer that made me act and mess with that witch. It's all due to you that she came to Sun C sect. Yeah, I did mention this to you, but how did you reply? Zhuo Fan raved. Having lost half the goods, I did not know how to make up for the loss. I planned on doing it alone, but you just had to push the issue. In the end, you frickin' acted on your own. Are you gonna say I made you do that too? If it were an average spy, the success would have propelled your career. Would you have come to bother me then? Just 'cause you got bad luck and suffered for it, you want to drag me down with you. Is that how you think the world works? Sharing tribulations but not success. I first lost a carriage, and to add insult to injury, you stole my credit. What the hell? Zhuo Fan rained on Executive Chao, with the conviction in his innocence. He got Executive Chao to shake under the assault and with no comeback. Because all that Zhuo Fan raved about was damn true. Even his scheme back then was refuted, and he had no grounds on which to fight back. Though he was no fool and nodded. But you said your dozen guards have chased the spy away. That which was anything but weak. Your words got me into this mess. Humph, yeah, we had the spy surrounded, but then she escaped with her faster speed. Am I wrong? There's no way Frigid Rain Sword King got surrounded by just your team. How would I know? Maybe she liked to toy with us first. Who knows what twisted hobbies some experts have. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. While in your case, you cut her off so she didn't run, haha. Zhuo Fan smirked, hitting where it hurt the most. Bu Xingyun shook from rage. Executive Chao looked aggrieved as he peeked at his sect leader. Dai Qianqiu chuckled and bowed. Sect leader Bu, it's all clear now. Ever since Invincible Sword slipped into our northern lands 6 months ago, Frigid Rain Sword King had to have been following his orders to stay hidden. While she didn't move against a trade caravan, only following it, its dozen guards would also find it impossible to catch her as well, thus making her feel free. But then, Sea Bright sect blocked her way all of a sudden, giving her a hard time to flee. She would thus have no choice but to retaliate, causing this catastrophe. Bailey Yutian's team was hardly sighted ever since they came to our lands, having their own plans. This disaster wouldn't have happened if they let her be. Yeah, Invincible Sword's team has to have a plan for staying low and wouldn't want to make such a huge scene. The way the Sun C sect got ruined is highly unusual. Ling Yuntian nodded, then said, Executive Chao, how many times did you have Frigid Rain Sword King surrounded in the end? Executive Chao's brow shook, muttering as he counted. I had sent 50 soul harmony experts, and when my men died I went to Elder Li, who also sent 50 Genesis stage experts. When they died, we went to Venerable Ma, who went himself along with 10 other peak Genesis stage experts. That makes it 3. Then the woman came to us. Executive Chao's action had everyone dumbstruck. Pa! Executive Chao found himself flying from that hard slap, landing a good 10 meters away with a bloody mouth. As he got back to his feet, he found 2 teeth had fallen. But then, He noticed Bu Xingyun's rage as he glared at him in fury. God damn it, you useless sack of puss. You had her attacked thrice? Well, of course she'd be pissed. Not just the witch, but even I would have been fuming. Bu Xingyun's face twitched and shook all over as he raved. You damn bastards. How can you be so retarded? 50 died, then another 50. First soul harmony experts, then Genesis experts. Yet you still haven't learned? You just sent men to fetch instead of at least knowing the opponent? Then you had the enemy come ruining the sect, so you pin it on some impossible spy? Of course my sect gets destroyed. Especially with you morons in it. Bu Xingyun lamented. Ling Yuntian chuckled and waved his hand. Sect leader Bu, please calm down. While it's all just a misunderstanding, it's good that everything's clear now. I was wondering why Bailey Yuchin's team would stay hidden all this time, only to enact such a huge disaster later on, then hide again. It's obvious now, just desserts. Oops, I slipped as well, sorry. Bu Xingyun's cheek twitched, and he gave him an annoyed look for his own mistake being used on him. But then he turned apathetic. Ling Yuntian cupped his hands. Steward Qian, the misunderstanding is now obvious. Forgive me for any slight that I might have caused. I ask that the Qian clan wouldn't let this minor event come between us. Still working hard for the good of northern lands. I am grateful to see Bright Sect being fair and giving me justice in this matter. It is I who should apologize, sect leader, having let the matter get to me. Zhuofan hastily spoke. Ling Yuntian waved it off. Ha ha ha. It's nothing. Steward Qian is a courteous man and a true man to my liking. I have rarely seen men of your quality even among all the lands, Steward Qian. Sect leader is too kind. Zhuofan gave another deep bow. Then may I take my leave? Please. Ling Yuntian gestured with a constant smile. Zhuofan cupped his hands again before leaving. Bu Xingyun eyed Ling Yuntian, having lost all confidence. Bowing to him, then taking Executive Chow away. Dai Qian Chou appeared once more next to Ling Yuntian moments later. A farce, ha ha ha. That remains to be seen. Ling Yuntian spoke gravely, having lost his smile. Dai Qian Chou asked curiously, Sect leader, wasn't the matter clear? The so-called spies never existed. Yeah. But it's too obvious and that makes me uneasy. Ling Yuntian's eyes shone. You think in any confrontation, there's only black and white? Humph, on one hand is the sect leader of the Sun Sea sect and on the other a mere steward of the Chen clan. They couldn't be more different. But do you really believe that steward would ever have the ability to control the way the confrontation went? Dai Qian Chou gasped. Sect leader means. There's more to that steward than he lets on. Ling Yuntian's eyes shone with conviction. Outside the hall, Zhuofan was on his way back when a chill went through him. Curses. I've just gone to clear my name but showed off too much. What kind of merchant would act like that? I treated those two like rabid dogs. Ugh. What a blunder. What normal merchant out there refuted a sect leader? I got Ling Yuntian's favor from the start and I just had to miss a few beats now and then. Acting like I was pushed around, and then he would have gotten me out of it. But now that this win was too perfect, it only raised suspicion. It all comes down to how perceptive Ling Yuntian is. But no random steward should ever be so tough. The more he thought, the more worried he became, ending up with a sigh as he made his way back. He had really been careless just now. And Mr. Gu? The sudden call snapped him out from his thoughts. Pausing, Zhuofan frowned and his face fell. Who else could it be but one of his old pals from the central area? Freezing on the spot, he turned to find the very familiar miss of the Shangguan clan staring at him. It also worked to make him wonder what she would be doing here of all places. Wasn't she going back to Eastern lands? What's she doing here? They got their sword back, so they ought to be home. Then it hit him, the Four Lands Alliance. As the Shangguan clan was the leader of the Eastern lands, they of course offered help to northern lands in fighting off the enemy. Them being here was natural. Or better yet, he should have been prepared for it. But the sudden meet came out of nowhere, leaving him floored. With the Shangguan clan knowing everything about him, his Chen cover was bound to be blown. Shangguan Qing'an lit up with unspeakable joy. Mr. Gu, it's really you. I thought you looked familiar from afar. Shuafan moved with speed and precision, landing next to her and covering her mouth. Shangguan Qingyan jerked but then noticed Shuafan's sneaky look. There was no trace of fear in her heart, only giving a silly smile, while her eyes basked in the joy of reunion. Shuafan gave the secluded forest path a once-over for anyone else being around, then took Shangguan Qingyan deeper into the woods. Now looking at her excited gaze, he rolled his eyes and let go of her, speaking in a serious tone. How come I run into you again? Yeah, what a coincidence meeting you as well, Mr. Gu, ha ha ha. Blushing hard, Shangguan Qingyan gave a shy smile and looked bashfully away. Taking a deep breath, Shuafan stared at her as he mulled before speaking. Miss Shangguan, I am so happy to see you as well. Really? I think so too. Shangguan Qingyan lit up and gazed into his deep eyes with a wide smile. Shuafan rushed to settle her mood. This isn't the time to reminisce. I still have important things to do, so I must be going. So soon? But we just met. Yes. The matter is urgent, ha ha ha. Shuafan sighed. Also, I'm not Gu Yifan now, so act like you never saw me. You must never ever mention anything about me to anyone or my head would roll. Are we clear? Shangguan Qingyan paused, then smiled. You're not Gu Yifan? Does that mean it's a fake name? Then who are you? Tell me or I'm telling Dad that Gu Yifan giving him sleepless nights is here, in the northern lands. I gave him sleepless nights? What was he thinking about? Shuafan's brow furrowed, but then shook his head. This was no time to think about some random stuff. So making sure the coast was still clear. Miss Shangguan, this is serious. I have a secret mission here that no one must know about. Are you up against northern lands now? That won't do. We're here to help them. I'm not interested in northern lands. I won't meddle in their affairs, I promise. Then what are you here for? It doesn't concern you. Just promise me you'll keep my secret, that you never saw me. Once I finish my mission, I'll just leave with none the wiser. Shuafan vowed. Shangguan Qingyan pouted. You're saying you're gonna leave without drawing attention? Cross my heart and hope to die. I don't believe it. What about me? Grumbling with a lowered head, Shangguan Qingyan teared up. You slip and then slip out so that not even I will be startled? Shuafan's face twitched inside. Anyone else would be wrecked with fear from being involved with such a mastermind like him, then guilt eating them up inside from not reporting. But this chick is more worried about not saying goodbye when leaving. Just what's going through her head. What's so important about seeing her before I go? It's not like I'm taking her. Just what does she get out of a fake promise? Giving her a long look, Shuafan sighed. All right, I'll drop by before leaving. Really? Does that mean since only I know you came and left, then only I know what you did here? Shangguan Qingyan grew exuberant once more. Shuafan cocked his head. I guess. But what's with that twisted logic? Anyone else that knew this would have had me exposed. It's all the same, since you can only trust me in this place. I won't ever sell you out. Shangguan Qingyan giggled, hugging his arm. Shuafan's brow shook, glancing at her. Yeah, I guess I trust you. Who else am I to trust if not the one who ran into me? Ha ha ha. Besides, if anything happened to the miss of the Shangguan clan, it would draw unwanted attention and soon I'll be found out. The best way to keep quiet is to silence everyone, if they were a random person that is. No, young Sanzi risked his life for her. Even if she's a nobody, I can't treat young Sanzi's sacrifice so frivolously. Shuafan muled things over, settling on letting this Miss Shangguan live. That meant he had to speed up his operation to minimize the already increasing risk. Miss Shangguan, we promised to forget about ever meeting and ever knowing each other. Farewell. Extricating his arm from her tight hug, Shuafan gave a dry smile and ran. Shangguan Qingyan shouted after only 2 steps, Gu Yifan? Stop right there. Shuafan froze, looking back with a bright smile. What else can I do for you, Miss Shangguan? You still haven't told me your real name. You're going nowhere until you do. Shangguan Qingyan smiled. Shuafan frowned. My name's Qian Fan. Ha ha ha. Fake for sure, humph. Grumbling, Shangguan Qingyan rolled her eyes. Shuafan shrugged. Anything I say you'll think it's fake, so what's the point in saying it? Don't say it then, and I won't ask again. Shangguan Qingyan's eyes twitched, and then she grew quiet. But, I do want to know one thing. Ask away, but it's up to you if you believe me. Is young Sanzi all right? Ugh. Zhuofan's face fell, taking a deep breath. He's still alive, but unconscious. I came here to save him. You sneaked into the Sea Bright sect for young Sanzi? How are you going to save him? Don't worry about it. Just know that I must succeed. Oh, I see. Then you can rest assured that I'll never tell on you. Shangguan Qingyan turned serious as she promised. For you or for young Sanzi, I will keep your secret. Zhuofan smiled. I believe you will do it for young Sanzi. Then I'll go get ready. All right, till next time. Shangguan Qingyan was no longer difficult this time around. Watching Zhuofan with hopeful eyes, that he would pull through. Zhuofan nodded, then flew away and off this island. Shangguan Qingyan took a deep breath and had a sweet smile on her face as she went in another direction. Spring is in the air, with the bloom of flowers and the chirping of birds. In a quiet little home, Shangguan Qingyan's voice was heard as she sang, skipping around in a very good mood. Oh, Uncle Shangguan said that young Miss Shangguan has been down this past year, and I thought this silly sister was bothered with something. So I came to help. Now I see that sister is in good spirits. I must have gotten worried over nothing. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Qingyan paused and looked back with a smile. Before her was the Southern Land's immortal healer Murong Shui and her servant, Zhuer. Sister Murong, you're here as well? Shangguan Qingyan cheered and jumped in Murong Shui's embrace. Murong Shui patted her soft hair. With Northern Lands in danger and the other lands helping, Southern Lands is not about to stay behind either. Young Miss Shangguan, young Miss had missed you so much. When we came last time to Northern Lands to get medicine, she has always wished to go to Eastern Lands and see you, young Miss, again. But the Northern Lands came under threat and Clan Head had to rush here. Young Miss wanted to visit you in Eastern Lands, then come to Northern Lands with Shangguan Clan. Only that in the Eastern Lands we realized you've already gone to Northern Lands, so young Miss rushed here on the double. She made quite the detour. Zhuer smiled at the two girls as she told them about her hard journey. Shangguan Qingyan was touched and broke the hug to look into Murong Shui's clear eyes as she grabbed her soft hands. You've been through so much, big sister. How could I repay you? This is nothing to you and Uncle Shangguan's hardship of taking back the soaring sword from the central area. Murong Shui glared at Shangguan Qingyan. Little sister, do I mean so little to you to not tell me about this huge matter about the stolen sword? Our four lands alliance aside, with our two clans so close, we would never have stood by during your plight. I just had to go to Shangguan Clan myself in the Eastern Lands to know you've braved such terrible dangers before making a detour to Northern Lands and for the Seabright sect without so much as a word of notice. Thank heavens you're all right. I wouldn't have known how to take your loss then. Wouldn't that be an insult to our clan's close friendship? Shangguan Qingyan gave the sullen Murong Shui a tight hug. Don't be angry, big sis. It's all my fault for not telling you. But I'm not the only one who deserves your anger. Who? Dad. Shangguan Qingyan giggled. After Shangguan Feiyun stole the soaring sword, someone proposed that we join hands with the Murong clan, but Dad refused. He said that it's our clan's problem and not to involve others, as it would earn their ridicule once this matter was out. How are we to provide support when we can't even keep our sword safe? Won't that disgrace our clan? Murong Shui sighed and shook her head. That's the Uncle Shangguan I know, obsessed with appearances. Right? Big sister Murong. Be sure to teach my stubborn dad a valuable lesson. How could I? He's a senior and we are juniors. How can we meddle in their affairs? Also, Murong Shui chuckled and sighed. Uncle Shangguan must have hesitated out of concern for our clan. With Southern Lands having no conflict yet with the central area and a relative peace in place between us and the Sword Star Empire, I thus could still move about in their home. But by joining the matter of the stolen sword, it would bring many troubles to us. Shangguan clan is a righteous clan and would never cause misfortune upon another. This is something I appreciate about Uncle Shangguan's character and pain. Shangguan Qingyan nodded in understanding. Yeah. Shangguan is righteous and the Murong clan is filled with justice. Despite being apart, we are the prime example for good in the Five Lands. How else would our two clans would have grown so close? Ha ha ha. That's what I call partners in notoriety. Ugh. Murong Xue smiled at first, then her face twitched as Shangguan Qingyan finished. Whining. Sisyener, what was that? Nothing. I meant to say with valor and justice. Thick as thieves. Oops. Covering her mouth, Shangguan Qingyan gave Murong Xue an awkward look, growing angry. It's all that Mina's fault for twisting my views. Murong Xue frowned and teased. A meanie? Oh, the one Uncle Shangguan told me about that you've been pining for a year now. Dad told you? Shangguan Qingyan blushed hard with a lowered head but a silly smile. Murong Xue nodded. Uncle Shangguan avoided specifics, only saying that you had a fling in the central area and turned sulky. But the way I hear it now, it might not be as simple as a fling. Dear little sister, you're head over heels, completely lovesick, ha ha ha, as if. Why not? Murong Xue teased. You used to be such a demure lady and now you can't even speak straight. You must have picked up his speaking habits, ha ha ha. I bet your man isn't just anyone and knows how to be blunt as well. Shangguan Qingyan blushed harder. No way, he's just a bit harsh with words. What about that cousin of yours? Shangguan Yulin, who used to stick to you like glue. How does he compare? Humph. That traitor isn't worth his shoes. Shangguan Qingyan sneered. Murong Xue shook her head. Love is blind. You're truly hopeless. I heard from Uncle Shangguan that Shangguan Yulin has a bad character, but he was well known in the lands for his looks and strength. If he can't even carry the guy's shoes, won't that mean your man is beyond outstanding? Ha ha ha. I don't believe there's anyone as great as Shangguan Yulin. Love is in the eyes of the beholder. Little sis is so in love she thinks the world of him. Shangguan Yulin's eyes shook and said with defiance. Big sis, you're too ignorant. The entire Shangguan clan witnessed his ability. Go ask Dad if you don't believe me. See how much Dad's praising him. That traitor Shangguan Yulin is nothing to him. Aren't you now arguing with me about his overestimated greatness? You even dare talk back to me saying that I'm blind? Damn girl. Want me to knock some sense into you? Murong Xue raised her hands with a sly grin and unleashed her tickling attack on the love-struck girl. Shangguan Qingyan dodged while laughing for her to stop. Big sister Murong. Please stop. I won't say it. You're not blind. You're narrow-minded. Hey. Did you pick only his bad habits? This goes to show he isn't anything good. Yet you're still saying it. Murong Xue swung while Shangguan Qingyan kept dodging in good humor. The girls enjoyed themselves with Zhu'er giggling at the side in encouragement. Young Miss Shangguan? That's it. Keep at it. Hi. The red bean trees in the south to grow / by spring they yield in heaps above. / I hope you pluck in plenty soon / because it is the gift of love. In the middle of their fun, a poem drowned the two girls' shrieks, unable to disturb the speaker's resounding voice. The girls halted their fun and looked at the entrance. Thump. A man in a long robe and tied hair, a most refined scholar in demeanor and pace, walked in holding a snow plum flower in his hand. Murong Xue started at his appearance. Ouyang Chongqing, you're out? Northern Land's best disciple Ouyang Chongqing? Shangguan Qingyan giggled. I've been to Northern Lands a couple of times but never had met you till now. Ouyang Chongqing gave a bow and smiled. Young Miss Shangguan, I have been most of the time in seclusion. It's only natural to have yet to see me. Sister Xue, it's been a while. This snow plum flower is for you. Ouyang Chongqing smiled as he presented the flower with respect and a smile. Murong Xue did not take it. It's too soon to be calling me like that. How so when it's just right? Ouyang Chongqing beamed. Now that father has healed from his wounds and your brother is a guest in the Seabright sect, I shall ask father to request your brother to give me your hand in marriage. Then we can have an early wedding. Ha ha ha. What? Shangguan Qingyan looked in shock from Morong Shui and Ouyang Chongqing, before settling on a smile. Big sis, you've been hiding your sweetheart all this time from me, while even teasing me about my own. Now we get to celebrate your wedding with rounds of drinks. What's with that nonsense? Morong Shui glared at her, then looked into Ouyang Chongqing's hopeful gaze. Brother Ouyang, have you forgotten our promise? Of course not. Ouyang Chongqing spoke with pride. Grasping the heavens, shaking the 5 lands, standing above everyone, and only below one. Morong Shui smirked. Then, Brother Ouyang, which of these 4 have you achieved? While I have only fulfilled one, the other 3 are just a matter of time with this head start. While marriage is a way off, we can at least get engaged. My, how certain you are. What gives you such confidence? Morong Shui toyed. Ouyang Chongqing had his head held high, his chest out, as he said, It's obvious I'll grasp heaven. You know who my father is, the strongest in northern lands, Ouyang Lingtian, wielding the heaven-sealing sword. Won't the divine sword be passed down to me? The 5 lands' divine swords aren't necessarily passed down in one's family, but based on ability. Morong Shui huffed. Ouyang Chongqing gave an understanding nod, his pride unaffected. You're right. But if we are to leave father out of this, who am I exactly? The winner of the Northern Lands' Great Disciple Competition. I am now the best disciple in Northern Lands and later shall take my father's place in becoming the best in Northern Lands. Sister Shui has to agree. Morong Shui flicked her head away but still relinquished a nod. Ouyang Chongqing grinned. As for shocking the lands, it will come with becoming the best in Northern Lands. And as for being under one man? Shangguan Qingyan asked eagerly. With such high goals, to be still beneath someone, who would that be? Is it that old freak invincible sword? Though it's kinda obvious since he hasn't been beaten for the last 10,000 years, and it's sure to stay like that for another few thousands. Ouyang Chongqing mocked. Young Miss Shangguan, you're totally underestimating me. I am a man destined to cleave the heavens. Once I gain insight into heaven-sealing sword's sword art, his invincible status will be a thing of the past. Humph. See, that's the type I hate the most, overconfident to the extreme. He's no different from those prancing wastrels everywhere. Saying that you're above invincible sword without even meeting him is sheer lunacy. Morong Shui's face was hard as she made eye contact with Shangguan Qingyan. Shangguan Qingyan bobbed her head, looking at him eagerly still. Since even invincible sword is beneath you, then who will be the one above? Isn't it obvious? Ouyang Lingtian cupped his hands at the sky with a straight face. Family ties are most important. No matter how godlike I become, I shall remain father's son. Only my father can stand above me. As for standing above everyone, that'll come natural with the defeat of invincible sword. Ha ha ha. Ugh. Shangguan Qingyan's heart sank as she looked at his obnoxious zealotry, feeling Morong Shui's pain. Now I know what you mean by the 4 goals being simple. Besides you and your dad, everything is relative. Not relative, but destined to happen. Ouyang Chongqing spoke heavily. Morong Shui rolled her eyes. Then do come again when the relative becomes reality. Sister Yenner, let's go inside and forget about this bore. Morong Shui threw the snow plum flower, taking Shangguan Qingyan's arm and walking inside. I'd much rather have you tell me more about your man than listen to his obnoxious bragging. Shangguan Qingyan shrugged and followed after her, having no choice. Ouyang Chongqing cried from behind. Sister Shui, I will succeed. Believe me. Believe your foot. Morong Shui cursed in her mind. Chongqing, I believe you. A laughter came from nowhere as a familiar figure suddenly grabbed Ouyang Chongqing's arm. Chongqing, it's been years since we saw each other, and my how much you've grown. Already in the 8th layer soul harmony stage. There's no disciple like you in the other 3 lands. The sky's the limit, I tell you. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Chongqing lit up, having his ego stoked. Brother Morong, it's been a long time. I missed you as well. Morong Shui paused and looked at Shangguan Qingyan with a sigh. I just don't know what brother sees in him to even give his little sister away. Shui, did you say something? Nothing. Now that brother is here. Does that mean you found clues to track them? Morong Shui still held Shangguan Qingyan as she went to give a slight bow. The smiling Morong Lai suddenly turned dark. Don't remind me. Those three are like ghosts vanishing off the face of the earth. Sea Cloud sect had been searching for 6 months now but still came out empty. They must have left that area and all clues are gone. I could only come back. Who are they to have escaped the likes of Ardent Sun Sword God? Are they so great? Shangguan Qingyan asked curiously. Ouyang Chongqing was also confused. With Brother Morong and the mighty forces of Sea Cloud sect scouring their domain, they should have been found in minutes. How can there be no trace at all? It's baffling. Brother Morong, would you care to tell me more about them? I shall gather all the men of the 5 sects and check everyone. We'll leave no stone unturned, but we'll definitely find them. No, please don't. It will only unsettle northern lands more. Invincible Sword's team is hidden and causing such chaos will only work against us. They'll use this chance to slip in. Yeah, Schwer is right. There's no need to go through such lengths for just 3 people. Our true enemy is Bailey Yutian after all. Morong Lai gave a hard nod. Ouyang Chongqing pondered and relented. Does that mean, Brother Morong, that they're not from the central area? Who are they? Shangguan Qingyan picked up on Morong Lai's meaning. Morong Shui sighed. The man is as cunning as a demon, causing thousands of casualties in the central area, then vanishing without a trace. Now he appeared in northern lands along with an expert that can fight my brother to a standstill. Just what is he up to? We're yet unsure in his stance regarding the northern lands conflict. But he is without a doubt a dangerous element. Not even Brother Morong could catch him? Just who is he? Shangguan Qingyan cried out and Ouyang Chongqing looked at him with shock. Morong Shui was the one to explain still. I don't know who he is. Just that he left one name in the central area, Gu Yifan. What? Shangguan Qingyan gaped, almost thinking out loud. But she caught herself in time, though her face sank. How can it be him? Why are the Murongs after him? What now? As she was thinking of finding out, Ouyang Chongqing made it worse with his sigh. Just from the name I can tell he's bad. I never heard a more ugly name. Who in their right mind would use their real name when doing evil anyway? Morong Shui rolled her eyes at him. Ouyang Chongqing shrugged. Never mind, since we won't find him soon. Not with a fake name and hiding his trail. I'm better off minding my own search. Brother Morong, wanna come along? Who are you searching for? Morong Shui smirked. Sect leader Ling actually trusted someone as shallow as you to find someone suspicious? You're only going to scare them away. Ouyang Chongqing's mood deflated. Sister Shui, don't underestimate me. Sect leader Ling personally asked me to make the inquiries. A caravan just arrived at the sect, one belonging to the Chen clan, one of the 3 great merchant clans in northern lands. Sect leader found their steward, Chen Fan, to be odd and asked me to look into him. Chen Fan. Shangguan Qingyan paled, having recalled Zhuo Fan saying Chen Fan was his real name. While unclear if that was true, she believed that was the name he was using now. Curses, he even said to keep it a secret. Barely any time passed and he's already under suspicion. Now that Morong brother and sister are after you, what do I do? Shangguan Qingyan was consumed by anxiety and worry. That damn man always knows how to make me uneasy. Looking at Shangguan Qingyan so distressed and jittery, everyone gave her an odd look, with Morong Shui asking, Sister Yenner, what is it? Something wrong? No, I just recalled something crucial that needs all of your dire attention. It all happened so fast that I suddenly cried out and startled you all. Don't look at me like that, ha ha ha. Shangguan Qingyan gave a strained laughter, her eyes shining. Morong Lai said, Oh, and here I thought you're familiar with Steward Chen. Brother Morong, that's a poor joke. Why would I know a northern lands merchant? Just when Brother Ouyang mentioned his name, I was reminded of a depressing matter. It's totally a coincidence. Shangguan Qingyan strained to cover it all up, while the rest merely ignored it. Sister Yenner, you're all grown up yet so easily stirred. You should worry about being married off. I'll never marry and stay with Sister Shui. Hi hi hi. Shangguan Qingyan raised an eyebrow while hugging Morong Shue's arm. Rubbing her cute little head, Morong Shue smiled back. Morong Lai and Ouyang Chongqing looked at the two girls being so close and just shrugged. Morong Lai then smiled at Shangguan Qingyan. Sister Yener, what's the dire issue that needs my help? You can just say it. Well. Looking hesitant, Shangguan Qingyan faltered as she beamed. It's something that Dad didn't want me to say, but recently he's been worried sick over it that I started worrying as well. Actually, Morong Lai turned serious. Brother Shangguan? It must be grave indeed for not even Shangguan clan head to not solve it. Yener, tell me everything and maybe I can offer my help. Brother Morong, you must not say a word to Dad that I was the one who told you. You know how obsessed he is with appearances. Shangguan Qingyan put on a pained look as she spoke the big secret. Morong Lai and the others listened attentively, with Ouyang Chongqing looking hopeful. Of course, Sister Yener, we won't ever mention you. I'm actually very curious to know this secret, especially about such a big clan. Shangguan Qingyan rolled her eyes, glaring at him and scrounged up her nose before sighing. To be quite frank, Brother Ouyang, we might have recovered the soaring sword from the central area, but it's now ruined. What? Morong Lai gasped. The 5 divine swords of the lands that can peel steel, cleave heavens, crush the earth, the strongest things in the world, had one of them ended up ruined? Is there actually anyone who can do this? Brother Morong, what I meant to say by that is not the sword itself that is broken, but the sword spirit is sealed and can't unleash the divine sword's power. It's nothing more than a glorified paperweight. Shangguan Qingyan sighed. Dad and the 3 venerables had been tireless in trying to unseal it for the better part of the year, with no results. The sealing was very strong, leaving nothing they could use. That's why I wanted to ask Brother Morong if you could help Dad. Morong Lai turned grave and jerked as she called to him. He shouted, Brother Shangguan is just too foolish. This matter isn't as simple as having only Eastern lands concerned so he could just hide it from us. We all know how terrible Invincible Sword is. Without the Soaring Sword's help, how could we stop him? Thank you for sharing this with me, or I fear we'd be in the dark even as all 3 divine swords gathered to fight the old monster. Telling us at the last moment the soaring sword is broken would be seriously grave. Chongqing, you tell your father to see Shangguan Feixiong. Swear we're going right now to him and understand the situation. That old man, how can he be so blind? By looking for majesty, he endangers the entire alliance. Morong Lai grew annoyed and cursed as he rushed for Shangguan clan's lodgings. Morong Shue was grave as she followed. With Dan Qingxin taking the Western Land's divine sword, that only left 3 to fight off Invincible Sword. Now that 3 became 2, stopping that monster was impossible. He wasn't just strong by himself, but also wielded a divine weapon as well. Ouyang Chongqing started, then said, Brother Morong, sect leader gave me a job to do. Isn't it just a checkup on a suspicious person? That can wait. The sealed soaring sword takes precedence. Go tell your father. Morong Lai shouted back as he flew away, with Morong Shue and Juer catching up. Ouyang Chongqing nodded quickly and went his own way too. Only Shangguan Qingyan was left standing there all alone. Giving sneak peeks around, Shangguan Qingyan darted away too, but in a completely different direction than the rest. Father, sorry, you're the only excuse I could think of. I have to warn that devil, that he's about to be found out. Zhuo Fan had left the highest floating island and after asking around, he flew to the lowest island to find his team. In a lone house in a secluded place, the occasional sea breeze blew, invigorating and refreshing. Having no mood to enjoy the view, Zhuo Fan went right inside the courtyard, then used the brass knocker on the large door. A cautious voice responded, Who is it? It's me, Steward Qian. Zhuo Fan glanced around for any signs of other people and spoke softly. Creak. Open just a crack. A shifty face came into view, perking up at recognizing his boss. Opened the door and welcomed him in. Zhuo Fan rushed right in, and once the door closed behind him, he looked around the room to find everything accounted for. Did anything happen? Nothing to us, Only you've been called out by Ling Yuntian for questioning. You didn't let anything slip, right? Bailey Yuyu stretched and smiled. Zhuo Fan's face sank. Bali Yuyu started and said, "You didn't. You, with your twisted and insidious mind, that had even the patriarch flustered into sending me with you, couldn't even deal with one measly Ling Yuntian? What's wrong with you? It's easy to handle the old coot since we had no conflict. But Ling Yuntian is a cautious man, with the slightest mistake making him suspicious. What was I supposed to do? Hey, who are you calling an old coot? Say that again. Forget what I said." At Bailey Yuyu's suddenly savage look, Zhuo Fan shrugged and frowned at the rest. "What about all of you? Have you found anything in the time you've been in the Sea Bright sect?" "Pa." One guard stepped forward with a bow. "Sir, we've been talking with their disciples on our way here and have a grasp of the surroundings. Sea Bright sect is made up of 3 floating islands called Beyond Heaven Island, Mid-Heaven Island, and Beneath Heaven Island. The highest is where the important figures of the sect reside. The 3 lands experts are also staying there. It is the place where Sir has came from just now." Zhuo Fan nodded, having understood this. The Mid-Heaven Island, one in between the other 2, is where the disciples live and some executives. The disciples of the 3 lands who came to help are also staying here. The man continued, "As for the lowest island, that's where we are. Common guests are received and outer sect disciples train here." Zhuo Fan's brow shook, his eyes shining. "That's it? Nothing else?" "Of course there's more." Bali Yuyu cut the man off with a shout. Only this time she was dead serious. "Sea Bright sect is like a huge prison. You can get in, but it will be hard to get out, including me." Zhuo Fan's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Why?" Bali Yuyu was a prideful sword king that even barged into Sun Sea sect on a killing spree for blocking her path. She held no fear even when fighting Ardent Sun Sword God, knowing she could escape any time. Yet when faced with the Sea Bright sect, she came out to say it was hard to leave it. This made Zhuo Fan tense and uneasy. "Sir, the Sea Bright sect is far scarier than we thought." Bali Yuyu remained silent, so the man cupped his hand and continued. "Frigid Rain Sword King is right. The Sea Bright sect has the strongest barrier among all of the sects in the 5 lands. Not even a Sword King can break it. The minute our covers are blown, we will all be trapped." Zhuo Fan's brow shook, his eyes filled with doubt. "The strongest barrier? One that even a Sword King can't breach?" They all lowered their heads. Zhuo Fan spoke. "Central area is the strongest. Central area has the most talents, with plenty of array masters. Yet they can't set up the strongest barrier while the barren northern lands can. Well, they have that heaven-sealing divine sword," Bali Yuyu added. Zhuo Fan rose an eyebrow, his eyes sharp. "You mean the barrier is connected to the divine sword?" "That is indeed so, sir." The man bowed again. "From our investigation, the Sea Bright sect's barrier relies on their divine sword to remain. No one in the lands knows the extent of the divine swords because no one has managed to unleash their full power. But Sea Bright sect uses arrays to witness the might of their divine sword. The inner disciples told us that the heaven-sealing sword remains at the top of the Grand Hall on Beyond Heaven Island, while not in use. Through many arrays, the heaven-sealing sword's power is being leveraged to protect the sect by forming the strongest barrier. Sir, watch! The man opened a window and pointed at the calm sea. These waters hold the sea demon, of incredible power, defeating the best in northern lands with one strike. It had unleashed sky-high swells that drowned hundreds of Genesis stage experts. But even this amazing power failed to scratch the sect's barrier. This place is so safe and at peace, all due to the heaven-sealing sword's power. The sword is beyond anyone's comprehension. After hearing this as well, I went to check out the barrier. Sure enough, not a trace of my yuan qi can slip through, having no gaps I can use. I dare say that not even my full power can scratch it." Bali Yuyu sighed and shook her head, like a hero past his prime. Looking at the peaceful waters, Zhuo Fan said, "So what you're saying is that this great barrier isolates the sea demon from the Sea Bright sect. If I were to venture deeper into the sea and find the sea demon, I need to first break the barrier." Regarding that, the same guard frowned. I believe not even the strongest Bailey Yutian can do. Ahem. Bali Yuyu's icy glare landed on the man, getting his attention as she cleared her throat. Sometimes it was best to leave her dear patriarch out of it. The man flinched and lowered his voice. Zhuofan's eyes shone. We have no choice but to take the heaven-sealing sword and break the barrier. Steal the heaven-sealing sword? Everyone cried out. The Sea-Bright sect will know the instant it's taken, and they'll come at us in force. There'll be no escape for us. Zhuofan smirked. I'll be the one grabbing it, not you, so what are you afraid of? And once I get it, I'll run straight for the sea to find the sea demon. They'll only be following me to see the sea demon. As for you, you'll use the chaos to escape. Your mission is over. Sir, the risk is too great. Be it going for the sea demon or having the Sea-Bright sect hunt you down. Zhuofan raised his hand to stop him. His mind made, that's an order. Ugh. Yes, sir. They all saw Zhuofan's firm stance inside. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door that got everyone jumpy. Who can it be? We're just a bunch of merchants. Can't be that Sea-Bright sect is suspicious, right? Or is our cover blown so soon? Everyone tensed, with sweat trickling down their faces. Zhuofan shouted, Who's there? It's me, open up. Zhuofan jerked and rolled his eyes with a sigh. What's this wench doing here? Zhuofan opened the door and Xianxia burst right in, looking happy to see him. It's really you. I was right, you're using Chen Fan as a cover. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Now why are you here? Zhuofan looked bitter. The rest relaxed, finding them so casual with one another. Bali Yuyu mocked. My, what a romantic you are. Chen Fan. You find charming friends wherever you go. Who's she? Xianxia started at Bali Yuyu's presence. A grandma the merchants gave us to stitch and babysit. You're the grandma. Try mocking me again and I'll pummel you. Zhuofan rolled his eyes at Bali Yuyu's outburst. Xianxia looked at them and her heart sank. She asked again, Sir Gu, this is terrible. Sect leader Ling is suspicious of you and sent the best disciple in northern lands, Ouyang Chongqing, to look into you. What, that fast? Zhuofan looked grave. He knew he was too flashy back then, but didn't think the gentle old man would be so responsive. He needed to act faster than the inspection. Also, how did you get on Murong Lai's bad side? Sister and brother Murong are looking for you as well. But luckily you sealed Soaring Sword's sword spirit back then, and I mentioned it to them so they can go help Dad with it. Or they would have come with Ouyang Chongqing to see you. Xianxia complained again. Zhuofan's heart seized, a chill going up his spine. Not just sect leader Ling, but even Murong Lai? That was too close. With those two coming to see him, he'd be exposed on the spot. He wagered that being part of a merchant group, he'd have some time to use this cover and figure some things out to increase his odds. But reality showed he had none. Every second he remained here would only exacerbate the crisis. Zhuofan gave Xianxia a deep bow, filled with sincerity. Thank you, Miss Xianxia, for your timely assistance. Without you, I would have been in grave danger. I will never forget this. Hey, it's all for young Sanzi. Xianxia turned bashful, but a smile still formed. Since Mr. Gu will remember this favor, would you be willing to trust me with your real name? How would I know if you're sincere if I don't even know your name? Zhuofan paused, then looked in her hopeful eyes with a nod. All right. I am Zhuofan of Western Lands. Zhuofan. Xianxin's eyes shone as she smiled wider. I'll remember it well. Better not be another fake name or you'll be sorry. It's genuine, trust me. Only, you better not mention it to anyone, since I'm supposed to be dead. How come? You'll know with time. Zhuofan smiled. Oh right? You said Murong Lai went to deal with the sealed soaring sword. What about the others? Xianxia was quick to reply. Brother Murong had asked Ouyang Chongqing to find his father and go there as well. That's good. Since war is knocking, the more people unsealing the sword, the better and faster. Zhuofan's eyes shone as he planned his next move. Xianxia hurriedly said, Zhuofan, there's something I want to ask you. When you returned the soaring sword to the Shangguan clan, did you seal it on purpose? Oh, not at all. I sealed it when I had to deal with the soaring sword. Everything happened so fast that I forgot to unseal it. Zhuofan said, you know as well how critical young Sanzi's condition was. I had no mind to worry about other things. I know, you didn't fool us on purpose. Zhuofan explained casually, and Shangguan Qingyan perked up on the spot, pecking his cheek. Everyone stood dumbstruck, even Zhuofan, his gaze lost in the distance and unresponsive. Ugh! The atmosphere plunged, with the air freezing in place. The others watched with gaping mouths while Zhuofan was rooted in place with his mind blown away. Shangguan Qingyan noticed the awkward vibes from their looks and blushed hard at her impulsive action, choosing to run away at once. How mortifying! Zhuofan gasped at long last, getting some life back in him, instantly treating it like it never happened. He gently closed the door and asked, you heard Miss Shangguan, right? Yeah. Yep, ha ha ha. They all gave silly laughs, with the guards even bowing. We never knew Sir's name, but now we know how to address you, Sir Zhua. The crux is, Zhuofan is real or just another fake name? Bali Yuyu smirked. Zhuofan rolled his eyes, then shouted, that's besides the point. What I'm getting at is that Miss Shangguan gave us 3 important pieces of news. Sect leader Ling and the Murong siblings doubt us, that they are now working to unseal the soaring sword, and that even the best in northern lands, Ouyang Lingtian, was called over. What do you guys think? We await Sir's orders. Everyone bowed and deferred to him. Zhuofan sighed. This information allows us to understand the situation. We're on a timer now, in extreme danger, with escape nigh impossible once C Bright Sect and the Murong siblings find out about us. And that this is our chance. With soaring sword sealed, every expert around ought to be busy with it, leaving the heaven-sealing sword unguarded. One guard exclaimed, Sir wants to steal the heaven-sealing sword, then break the barrier? But isn't it too hasty? We're in a race against time, with not a moment to spare. Zhuofan spoke heavily. Waiting until they unseal the soaring sword will soon be trapped with no chance of reprisal. Hesitation will only get us killed. That's why we must act now while we can. Yuyu, you're stealing the sword. Bali Yuyu jerked. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with it? Run to your heart's content. Zhuofan gave an impatient wave. I don't want it anyway. Just need to lower the barrier and slip into the North Sea. What I need from you is to flee with it and distract everyone. Also, only a sword king like you has the highest chance of stealing it. Bali Yuyu nodded. I like this deal. I agree. Everyone else get ready to flee. Once Yuyu snatches the sword, break the barrier and make yourself scarce. May fortune be with you. Zhuofan was blunt. Bali Yuyu would be in no danger once the chaos started, while the rest would be made scapegoats. At least these men are Serene Shore's trading diehards, willing to die to make their company great again. Cupping their hands, the men spoke with resolve. We shall obey. But when do we act, sir? The sooner the better. Tonight, Zhuofan declared. Everyone mentally prepared for what was to come. Bang. There was a sudden loud knock on the door, too forceful to be from Shangguan Qingyan. It must be Ouyang Changqing to check on us. Zhuofan gave a slight nod and said, Who is it and what brings you here? I am C Bright Sect's disciple Ouyang Changqing. I learned that you have traveled a long way to bring us supplies and must be weary from your journey. So I came to pay a visit. I hope I'm not bothering you. A clear voice came from beyond the door, filled with respect, though the tone hinted at his superior airs. Bali Yuyu sneered and whispered, A pompous fool. Zhuofan shook his head and opened the door, to find Ouyang Changqing straightening his clothes, and putting on a dry smile. Ha ha ha. Young Master Ouyang. Welcome, welcome. You give our minor merchant caravan much honor with your presence. Greetings. Do you know me, perchance? Ouyang Changqing's eyes lit up with joy. It's only natural. My dad is the best in the northern lands, Ouyang Lingtian, and I am the best disciple in the northern lands. My name spread far and wide to every ear in the world. You must be filled with boundless gratitude and honor to have me paying you visit. Ugh. Zhuofan gave a bitter smile, noticing Bali Yuyu's smirk. The best disciple is indeed a true pompous fool, all right. The worst of them all, in fact. Ha ha ha. Sure. Young Master Ouyang's grand name has us all in awe. You're too kind. Even if it's true. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Chongqing puffed up and laughed as he entered. You're all merchants here. And not just pretending, right? Zhuofan knew where he was going, but also knew his unstable character, so he smiled without fear. Young Master Ouyang. That's a good one, ha ha ha. She must be the madam, but what about the child? Did you throw her away since she isn't yours? Ha ha ha. Getting no rise out of Zhuofan. Ouyang Chongqing ramped up his questioning, bordering provocation. Everyone's faces fell and turned to Zhuofan. This was an attempt to provoke their emotions. Any parent would be outraged, with even a flatterer would be offended, while a suspicious person would try and remain calm. It was this difference in reactions that determined whether there was something off or not about the target. Being overly angry wouldn't do since they were merchants and shouldn't offend some big sex disciple. While too calm was also out of the question, as it showed everything was a mere act. While Ouyang Chongqing was scanning their faces for any clue that gave them away, he heard a cursing coming from another room. You damn brat! You're the fake son here. You came here to talk rubbish, is that it? Well, my dad is going to kick you out. Chower burst out and snapped at Ouyang Chongqing in anger. Hey! Where are her manners? Didn't your parents teach you anything? Please don't get angry. I've always spoiled her. Children speak all kinds of crazy things. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Chongqing's face twitched, being talked back to by a child. Zhuofan apologized, then shouted at Chower. What are you doing here? Get back inside. Chower huffed and stormed inside, with Bali Yuyu slipping a sneaky thumbs up. Ouyang Chongqing took a deep breath, annoyed still. He came here to check them and barely got any words out as a damn brat started cursing at him. Is the child suspicious too? Was all that an act? Nah, what does a brat know? Ignoring all that, having gone through that disturbing event, Ouyang Chongqing chose to give up on testing the married couple, now taking a different approach. But then a familiar shout called to him from outside. Ouyang Chongqing. Get out here this instant. We're not done with yesterday's fight. That sounds awfully familiar. Zhuofan frowned, while Ouyang Chongqing rolled his eyes and walked outside. Yenemo, among Western Lands juniors, you're among the best, so you should at least act like it. Yesterday I sparred with you, but you still want more? Have you no shame coming after me again? Can it? We fought just once and you're already calling yourself the best disciple in the 5 lands? That you stomped on the Western Lands? Where's your dignity? Another shout came from outside, this time filled with rage. Zhuofan jerked. Yenemo? People from Western Lands are here as well? Oh crap! I can't let them see me. Zhuofan gave the others a grave look and pointed at his face, then outside with a shake of his head. They shrugged, stuck as well. Ouyang Chongqing, close by, had yet to notice Zhuofan's reaction, still nagging with Yenemo outside. Now you're saying that defeating you isn't defeating Western Lands? When I asked if you represented Western Lands in our fight yesterday, you were pretty smug calling yourself the strongest in Western Lands. Now that you lost, you no longer represent your home. And Yenemo sneered, always striving to be the best. I finally got a good fight, so how can I just let it pass me? Anyway, since I know that I'll be the best in Western Lands sooner or later, that's enough. But then you, the son of the best in Northern Lands, had to go around all smug as you declared yourself winner over Western Lands after one fight. Have you no shame? You're the shameless one, bragging to my face like that. Ouyang Chongqing's face twitched, lost for words. Whoosh. A sudden figure landed next to Yenemo, who looked at Ouyang Chongqing with a smile. Brother Ouyang, is it? I've heard of your matter from Brother Yenemo, and while he thirsts for battle, his conceit is his fault. But Brother Ouyang taunted him to fight, and after you won you proclaimed yourself to have beaten Western Lands' disciple, leaving us with no self-respect. That's not very gentlemanlike. We've been invited to northern lands and to lend a hand as well, but to use us to make a name for yourself isn't right. How so? I at least am not like you, prancing around falsehoods, calling yourself the best in Western lands when you have nothing to show for it. You got me excited about beating you for nothing. Besides, I am the best disciple in the northern lands and don't need you to be well-known. Humph, ridiculous. Ouyang Chongqing mocked. And who are you anyway? The newcomer cupped his hands. I am Wu Qingqiu from Ultimate Clarity sect of Western lands. I have learned with brother Yenmo in the Double Dragon manner, becoming fellow disciples. Zhuofan's heart jumped, while his face looked frozen. Even Wu Qingqiu is here. Western lands really plan on helping northern lands? Or is it to let these kids gain experience? Won't that mean she is also? Zhuofan's heart seized, alarmed. Wu Qingqiu, a disciple from Double Dragon Manor as well? Not even seeing Zhuofan's wince, Ouyang Chongqing sized Wu Qingqiu up and asked, I know the status of Double Dragon Manor in Western lands and any that enter are talented people. I can't help but wonder how you fare compared to Yenmo here. Wu Qingqiu smiled. There's not much difference between us. We're sparring partners. He's a third stronger than me and I have yet to beat him once. Yenmo sighed and pointed at Wu Qingqiu, not ashamed to reveal his losses. Ouyang Chongqing nodded. I see. So you're the true best disciple in Western lands. I understand now why you came so late to Northern lands, to save the best for last. Oh, no, young Master Ouyang, you got it all wrong. No, I don't. Yenmo came 10 days ago, but I understand his character, arrogant and overbearing. Even when I defeated him yesterday, he still wouldn't surrender, a real man. Giving a thumbs up of praise to Yenmo's perseverance, Ouyang Chongqing turned to Wu Qingqiu. But now that he says so much about you, I come to realize that he truly accepts you as stronger. For someone like him to do that, then it can only mean that you have to be the best disciple in Western lands. Wu Qingqiu shook his head. Young Master Ouyang, you're still missing the point. There's no need for explanations. Didn't you come today to get your brother's confidence back? Ouyang Chongqing cut him off, puffing his chest and declaring, Fine, this afternoon. I'll meet you on stage. The first disciple in Western lands versus the first disciple in Northern lands will fight to see who is the strongest disciple in the lands, and the future best in the lands. If I lose, I will take my words from yesterday's fight back in front of everyone. But if you lose, then you'll have to admit that the Western lands juniors have fallen at my feet. But this time, you're not going to say you were also putting up a tough front and aren't the best in Western lands either, right? Wu Qingqiu gave him a long look then showed a cold smile. Fine, since young master said so much, backing down now will make me look afraid. Then this afternoon, we will fight in the arena on the Mid-Heaven Island. Not Mid-Heaven Island, but beneath Heaven Island's stage. Ouyang Chongqing raised his head high. That is where everyone in the sect can come witness our fight. Or you don't want people to see the battle of the strongest. With all those sharp eyes on us, no one can play dumb on the outcome. Wu Qingqiu's face twitched and nodded. Fine. Since Brother Ouyang has a penchant for fame, we will oblige. Though, young master, the higher you aim, the harder the fall from grace, especially from such a big stage. I have always been triumphant in all my pursuits, showered in applause and the crowd's reverence. I don't know the meaning of falling. Flicking his silky hair away, Ouyang Chongqing mocked. Brother Wu, you're best worried about yourself, lest you fail miserably. Wu Qingqiu squinted and cupped his hand as he shouted, Goodbye! He took Yenmo away with heavy steps. Watching them go, Ouyang Chongqing turned back and came inside Zhuofan's home. Hear that? I just received a challenge to fight with the Western lands for the best in the world. I don't have time to waste on you and need to tell all my fellow disciples to come see me fight. Oh, of course. Talented young Master Ouyang is bound to be victorious. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan beamed, easing his tense nerves. Great, now this fool is finally leaving. That should at least give me peace and quiet for today. Since Ling Yuntian had sent this kid to look into them and had yet to show results, he couldn't attack them just yet. And since the plan was to move tonight, their odds were looking good. A true Central Area spy wouldn't have acted so soon, but Zhuofan's team was doing it to turn things around and catch them off guard. Zhuofan gave the others a look, who smiled and nodded in return. His joy was short-lived as Ouyang Chongqing paused. Also, Steward Qian, bring your group over this afternoon to watch me crush Western lands. You can't miss it. Zhuofan looked conflicted. Young Master Ouyang, we've come a long way and aren't even part of the sect. It's best that we don't interfere in the sect and Western lands' disciples' conflict. You're too polite. With your group traveling so much, it's rare for you to come to our sect. It's my duty to entertain you guys. We could never impose on the young master's grand hospitality. And we also like peace and quiet, not a fan of bloody fights. Those brutal competitions are. They say merchants know how to read people. So why don't you get it yet? Ouyang Chongqing stomped and snapped at them. You're a merchant traveling the lands, gathering information, or better yet, bearing information. I want you to witness the fight so you can spread my heroism to others. So that everyone would know of my feats, of defeating the best disciple in Western lands and soon to become the best disciple in all the lands. If only our disciples know this and spread it around, they'll say we're insidious and conceited. What would be the point of today's win then? Zhuofan jerked, giving him a long look and a nod. Oh right, young master has such foresight, thinking of the people and their opinions. You're a true man of valor, the greatest in northern lands. Just the best. Totally, but this isn't bragging, just the facts. Greatness can never be hidden no matter how modest you are. Like myself, a genius of unparalleled talent. It would be a huge loss for humanity not to let everyone know of my true value. Flicking his silky hair once more, Ouyang Chongqing had a look of utter pride plastered on his face, then patted Zhuofan's shoulder. Come early this afternoon, or I'll send someone for you instead. I'm not to blame if they're a bit rough compared to me with their invitation. Some people just don't know a good thing when they see it, so petty. Zhuofan grimaced as he gave a helpless nod. This damn pompous fool only knows how to brag. I really want to punch him in the face. Oblivious to the other's thoughts, Ouyang Chongqing left in glee. I'll notify Sister Shui of this fight right away. She wasn't there at my fight with Yen Mo and had missed my greatest moments. But now she's definitely going to see everything. Zhuofan sighed as he left, then turned to the others. I hate his type the most. So impulsive and conceited. They always have a knack of messing things up. Only the heavens know what the hell is going on in that mushy brain of theirs. Goes to show something always goes wrong. You may be able to talk your way out of trouble with the older and cunning seniors, but come short when dealing with brats. Bali Yuyu smirked. Zhuofan shook his head. This punk only wants to make it big to get as many eyes as possible on him. With there being so many of us, having a couple less won't be noticed. Also, with his obnoxious attitude, he's definitely going to blow this simple match out of proportions. This will lax the guard and give us the perfect chance. Yuyu, you don't need to come to the fight. You'll be scouting out beyond Heaven Island, especially Heaven Sealing Sword's location. You only have that afternoon to get a grasp of the place, moving in once night falls. As for the rest of you, the minute the punk finishes the match, rush to the exit of the sect and get ready to leave. Got that? Crystal, everyone shouted with solemn looks. Bali Yuyu showed an awfully cheerful smile watching him plan. Senior brother. Senior brother. On that sunny afternoon, what should have held a measly 10,000 disciples. The stage on Beneath Heaven Island was packed with over 5 times that. There were fervent faces anywhere one looked, holding out 2 spiritual weapons and clanging them together in an unhealthy cheer for the one and only Ouyang Chongqing. Zhuofan wore an eagle mask as he looked around the literal mob shouting in one voice, bursting his eardrums, and his only reaction was his twitching face. The fool is the master of the stage. Just the mood alone is enough to bore down on the Western Lands group. Ha ha ha, with this being the Sun Sea Bright Sect's home, Ouyang Chongqing is like the big bad boss. A guard next to him nodded. Zhuofan mocked. While true, this is clearly overdoing it. Sometimes, the more you hype it, the more it makes you look like a thug who's overcompensating for something. Even if he wins now, It'll have the vibe of having gotten his way and not that of the modest man striving to do better. In the end, youth is impulsive. Sir, you sound like a droning senile. Another guard teased. Shuafan sighed. It's called experience that ages the mind and reigns in the raging hormones of youth. But this is how youth should be, rash and crazy. To stand out, one must copy Ouyang Chongqing here, to grow wings, to pave their future, and to be oblivious to the dangers of the world. He only wants to excel disregarding anyone and anything, making him very susceptible to a crooked and deceptive path. As for the old, they have too many things and take measured steps forward lest they lose it all. This brings about a tranquility to them. While youth is easy prey to deception due to their ignorance, the shrewd seniors have their cautious possess them. Being afraid to lose anything, taking hold of just a bit will gain control of them. Thank you, sir, for these words of wisdom. The guard bowed. I see sir acting with force and also making leaps forward. I wonder in which category sir falls. Shuafan chuckled. Old, ha ha ha. I'm an old demon through and through. If so, sir, I see nothing that could make you relinquish control. That's because I'm hiding it well, out of sight of any prying eyes. Showing my weakness will be no different than presenting my neck. Many oldies notice, but I do it particularly well. Ha ha ha. Are you guys planning something for me? No, never. We only listen to the second young master's words. Sir is wise beyond your years, and we're lucky to hear your guidance. The guard bowed again. Shuafan shook his head. Wu Randong had gone through a hard time and wants revenge, which means he doesn't trust anyone. He had you follow me to find out about me. Didn't he? Though I don't mind. If I can't even hide my secrets from you guys, an oldie like me is better off retiring while he's ahead. Sir, we would never. Everyone bowed. Shuafan didn't mind it, his eyes flashing. Ouyang Chongqing finally appeared before them. Looking startled at Shuafan's mask. Steward Qian? What's with the new look? Ha ha ha, young Master Ouyang. I'm just playing with my daughter and lost. Now she made me wear this ugly mask for the day. Shuafan pointed at Shower as he said. Ouyang Chongqing gave him a long look then mocked. Why take any game with a child seriously? Having come to my grand performance, you ought to cheer for me. You're only making others laugh with that childish mask. You better take it off. Ouyang Chongqing reached for it. Hands off. Father promised me. If you don't like it, shoo. Shower shouted, stepping between them. Shuafan dodged as well with a smile. Forgive me, young master. I have given my word. I am a father that needs to set an example for my child. Oh, Steward Qian is a great father. Putting parenting first. Ouyang Chongqing gave a nod of admiration. It takes me back to my own father, who also used to coax me in my childhood, saying he'd let me ride his shoulders. And later. There is no later. He lied to me, never holding his word all these years. Ouyang Chongqing gave a long sigh. That's why I hate liars the most. Last night Yanmo lied to me, and today I'm going to give Western lands a lesson they won't soon forget. Shuafan looked stunned then nodded. Oh, young Master Uinag had such a sad childhood. It pains me to hear it. Yeah, I never told anyone about this. You're the first. Patting Shuafan's shoulders. Ouyang Chongqing glanced at Shower then at him with seriousness. Promise me you will never lie to her. I will. Shuafan gave a bitter smile. After giving him one last hopeful look, Ouyang Chongqing left. Shuafan found his attitude quite funny from where he was standing, commenting, Every little devil has a painful past. No wonder Ouyang Chongqing grew up parading himself. His father failed his promise in giving him a ride. How sad to be lied to by your dad all these years. Everyone lowered their heads. This pompous fool has yet to experience real pain. Ouyang Chongqing has such style. A shout reached them that sounded familiar. Yanmo and every elite disciple from Western lands made their appearance onto stage. There was also one particular person Shuafan could not take his eyes off. Shuafan shook all over and caught himself. His eyes laced with pain as he balled his fists and clenched his teeth. Everyone was taken aback by his reaction. What's wrong, sir? Shuafan's eyes began to tear up. None of them had ever seen the ever-wise Xuefan lose his cool. They looked ahead at the fluttering white veil and at the delicate figure hiding behind, shivering even from a light breeze. She only looked to be holding on thanks to the two girls attending to her. Ouyang Chongqing puffed his chest and strutted before Western Land's group among the deafening roars. "Can't I invite some of my fellow disciples to watch my fight?" "Of course you can." Wu Qingqiu cut off Yen Mo's attempt to speak. "It is your sect and it's in your right to have the fight between the strongest disciples of our lands witnessed. It's just that we have someone ill among us that the sudden excitement would be detrimental. Could I ask for your disciples to be a bit quieter?" "Ill?" Ouyang Chongqing glanced at the white veil and smirked. "Her? Just why have you brought her anyway? Is this how you're helping our northern lands? 3 days ago, sect leader ordered me to go to your land and greet you, where I learned that you are bringing an ill person, frail and a vacant mind. Why is she even here? And now you're telling me a bit of noise will disturb her. Forgive us, her husband passed away 5 years ago, and her mind has been lost since from the pain. We've tried everything, even pills, but it is out of our hands." Wu Qingqiu sighed and looked at the white veil in sadness. Her husband died in a huge explosion, and now she can't stand loud noises, scaring her. But her husband was also a rare genius, his most notable battle being against the current best disciple in Western lands, Yilin. We hoped that by recreating that image would help her recover. Alas, few are those that can be on par with junior brother Yilin. Maybe young Master Ouyang might just be the one. So we brought her along with this hope in mind. Ouyang Chongqing roared in anger. "So you're taking this fight as medicine for a dumb woman? Do you have any idea how important this fight is to me? Yet you're just trying to use me. Is that it?" "Of course not. I want you to fight the best disciple in Western lands, to establish yourself as the best disciple in the lands. We're only using this chance to save our junior sister. What is wrong with that?" Wu Qingqiu stared Ouyang Chongqing in the eye. Ouyang Chongqing glared at them and roared. "This isn't a play for you to enact, but a sacred competition. What is equally matched? I'm not about to throw the match over a demented woman just so you can have your act. Brothers, I want to hear you cheer. Senior brother. Senior brother." See bright sect disciples exploded in an even bigger uproar, constantly clanging their spiritual weapons. The whole stage rumbled from the noise, and as it thundered in the lady's ears behind the white veil, it made her shiver in fright. The two girls helping her held her close to soothe her, their eyes filled with tears. Wu Qingqiu grew angry as he shouted back, "Ouyang Chongqing, you're a man coming from a respectable clan. Are you not aware that saving a life makes everything worth it? And we're allies as well. You can't even do this little effort. I will never give up no matter what, and I'll be damned if I'll play your little role you have for me, just over some crazy woman. A fake match won't deceive her. We've tried that already. Her mind might be lost but not her eyes. We only want to see the same power struggle we had in the Western lands back then. We think that only you can do it and don't need anything from you, just to give your all. Is that too much to ask?" Wu Qingqiu shouted at him. Ouyang Chongqing flicked his head away, not willing to cave. Bam! A youth filled with savage aura stepped in, Yilin. Glaring at Ouyang Chongqing, Yilin mocked, "I have no interest in the fight between Western lands and Northern lands' strongest disciples. The only reason I even accepted fighting such a mundane guy like you is to help Sister Qingqing. But now, humph, I think you're in need of a harsh lesson. You're far from ever being my match. You're the best disciple in Western lands?" Ouyang Chongqing squinted with a cold smile. "Fine. Come teach me then. If you're just another pretender, then I'll have Wu Qingqiu answer for it once I'm through with you. I don't care who calls himself the best disciple in Western lands. I'll be finding him once I go through all of you. Senior brothers almighty. Senior brothers almighty." The roaring of the crowd once again exploded and Qingqing shuddered in the two girls' embrace from terror. Western Land's group gnashed its teeth, with Yilin filled with murder. "Why don't we take Qingqing back? She shouldn't be here and take this." Shui Ruohua, holding Chu Qingqing close, said with tears. The others gave a helpless nod. Since Ouyang Chongqing was so against it, staying here would only hurt her more. But this bastard Ouyang Chongqing has to be put in his place. Every one of them only felt rage and fury for this arrogant prick, wanting to beat him to a pulp. Ouyang Chongqing didn't care, since this was his sect, his home, and he had the numbers if it came down to a brawl. As the two sides were at odds, one hand extended in front of Chu Qingqing's eyes as a man with an eagle mask spoke. "Miss, it's much quieter where I'm staying. Would you care to sit with me? A fight between two land's strongest disciples shouldn't be missed." "Sorry, sir. She needs peace and quiet. I'll take her back." Shui Ruohua gave him a look, then an awkward smile as she refused. Ouyang Chongqing was annoyed. "Steward Qian, why would you want that crazy woman around you? Also, I know I chose your seat specifically, but it's not that quieter either. Once the fighting starts, it'll be bad for you when the crazy woman starts losing it." "Hey, what did you say? Qingqing's mind is only vacant, not crazy." "Say that again." Shui Ruohua snapped at him. The people around got enraged as well, judging by those glares. Zhuofan ignored it all and tearfully gazed at Chu Qingqing. "It's really quiet there. Believe me, you'll be safe." "Sir, we appreciate the gesture. But Qingqing is too frightened and would never let strangers touch." A sudden chill took her then, noticing that the shivering Qingqing in her arms no longer shook as she calmed down. Her dainty hand even reached out, to the shock of all present, placing it in Zhuofan's wide hand. How is this possible? Shui Ruohua widened her eyes as she and the Western Lands group watched in disbelief. Chu Qingqing had lost her fame as a cold beauty ever since her husband passed away, and her mind couldn't take it. Few people approaching her. Afterward, she hardly met anyone, shunning almost anyone that approached, finding peace only around her two sisters. But today, to this stranger, she reached out on her own. Why? She's even scared of her acquaintances. Elder brother. Only Yilin knew Zhuofan to be alive and well. He muttered under his breath, watching the man with the eagle mask with a knowing gaze. Bro had been away for so many years. Now he's finally back. Holding Chu Qingqing's hand, Zhuofan led her to his spot, under the shock of everyone. With every step, his heart bled. I left to spare her the pain, but now I see that I hurt her the most. Was I wrong? Chu Qingqing's veil fluttered, hiding her face, like that of a child, as she followed Zhuofan. Despite the uproar outside, her heart has found peace. The hand felt so familiar to her, and it now became her world, knowing there was nothing to fear as long as she held it. Her mind was vacant and knew not who he was, nor the ones around her. But their hearts had once been one, something that would never change. Even without needing to see his face, his mere presence made her know by instinct that he was hers, and she his. Under the dumb looks of everyone, Zhuofan took Chu Qingqing to his seat, in Bali Yuyu's place. Glancing at Shower, Zhuofan said, "Shower, say hello to Mother." "Mother." Shower could feel a rare warmth from Zhuofan's gaze and called out. The others looked at him and one guard sighed. "Sir, we only knew you to be cunning and ruthless, but now we see there's a gentle side as well. But this also revealed to us your weakness." Zhuofan sighed a nod. "Yeah, but she can never be my weakness, because I'll always take her with me from now on. They will have to walk over my cold corpse before they can touch her. I will be her shield, and as long as I stand no one can use her." Zhuofan looked at Chu Qingqing with hazy eyes, not knowing if she understood any of it. Her eyes were still vacant, her expression tranquil, like that of an infant sleeping. Only her hand shook slightly. Shui Ruohua and the others saw Chu Qingqing, so at peace around a stranger they didn't know how to react, needing a moment to come to and go to her. Even so, they still couldn't tell who Zhuofan was since he had been dead to them for 5 years now. The guards knew how to act, and seeing the two girls looking after Chu Qingqing, they made way, standing with the other disciples to watch the fight. "Now that the mental patient is taken care of, we can begin. But let me reiterate, I will not throw the fight," Ouyang Chongqing shouted once more. at which the mob of disciples coming to cheer roared once more. Only this time, Chu Qingcheng no longer shook in fear, holding to the lifeline, the hand that would give her peace. This only baffled Shui Ruohua. Yilin had a cold smile as he stood on stage, smirking at Ouyang Chongqing. Then allow me to teach young master some manners. I'd hate to shame my elder brother for not taking care of my sister-in-law. Yilin and Ouyang Chongqing stood on the wide stage, with the executives present doing their duty in erecting a barrier to isolate their fight. The loud and raving cheers cut off as well, unable to reach the two fighters. One is a great talent of Western lands youth, the other is the best disciple in Northern lands. I wonder how it will turn out? Ha ha ha! This'll be good. I put my money on Chongqing. He's been training in heaven-sealing sword art since he was young, and he also had brother Lingtian to nurture him all these years. While Double Dragon Manor trains the most elite disciples, they have lost the best period in life, starting too late. And with the loss of vaulting sword, the kid had no chance of learning of the vaulting sword art. The ending is obvious. That's too soon to tell. Yes, being trained early will help correct any bad habits that might form, but the way Western lands selects its disciple is from their very best, with each having a specialty. After all, vaulting sword art's character is one of harmony. Western lands does it so that every disciple gets to further amplify their strengths when they learn from the vaulting sword. It's the best way of training in the vaulting sword art and bring about the greatest talent ever seen. But their vaulting sword is lost. Be that as it may, I heard that the best disciple in Western lands has such an outstanding talent that makes not learning the vaulting sword art a moot point. How reliable is that info? Now I'm really eager to see how far talent alone can get him against a disciple having learned from a divine sword. Ouyang Chongqing did such a great job at spreading the news of his fight that, just like Shuofan predicted, many elders from beyond Heaven Island came over as well. They hovered above with eager and hopeful eyes. Just like the roaring mob of disciples below, they were just as interested to see who the best disciple among these two was, but without all the fanaticism. Yilin took a deep breath looking at Ouyang Chongqing with a smirk and invitation. After you. Lest people say I pick on the weak. You got some nerve acting all smug before me when you're only in the second layer of soul harmony stage. How in the world did you even get to be the first disciple with that kind of cultivation is anyone's guess. Ouyang Chongqing mocked back, although focused on looking around the audience. Not here still? I even had to insist for 2 hours to get her to agree. Why isn't she here yet? Ouyang Chongqing hesitated. Yilin's brow shook. Where are you looking? Scared. Get over yourself. I am a great 8th layer soul harmony stage expert. You must be dreaming if you think I'd be scared of someone in the 2nd layer. Ouyang Chongqing huffed with disdain, but still scanned the crowd. Such a grand performance comes by rarely. You're turning all my effort and grand heroic performance into wasted effort with your absence, Sister Shui. Sister Shui. Quick! It's about to start. Meanwhile, in another area, Shangguan Qingyan kept pulling Morong Shui's arm, running over to the hustle and bustle heard for miles. Morong Shui rolled her eyes. It's just that pompous prick showing off. What are you getting all excited about? I know Ouyang Chongqing is the best disciple in Northern lands with hardly anyone lasting 5 strikes, but his opponent this time is the best disciple in Western lands. Maybe it'll be a great fight for once. You don't want to see if there are such experts among our peers. Shangguan Qingyan had a very good reason, yet when she arrived at the show, her eyes were everywhere but the stage. She had even less interest in Ouyang Chongqing's high-class act. The only reason she came was because she heard Zhuo Fan's group was here to cheer for him, so she thought of an excuse to get Morong Shui to come as well. Was she worried at all that maybe Morong Shui would figure Zhuo Fan out? Absolutely not. She believed Zhuo Fan had taken precautions since he chose to come here. And 2, once she spotted him, she'd dump Morong Shui and would shield him from anything. This way they'd also get close. What could possibly go wrong? Having run her plan countless times through her mind, no matter how shallow, she would have Morong Shui as an excuse when coming to the fight anyway. Morong Shui had no clue of her intentions. Beginning to assess the fight, Yena, Ouyang Chongqing is strong in the end. While he always carries himself with flair and idles away like a true pompous fool. His upbringing has been perfect. He had started seclusion with his father when he was 5, to understand the heaven-sealing sword art. Not even I can last more than 20 moves against him. Won't that mean the best disciple in Western lands is going to lose? Shangguan Qingyan giggled. Sister Shui is the strongest disciple in Southern lands. But for even you to say you're going to lose, won't that mean he has won over Southern lands, youth? While Eastern lands' strongest disciple was that cousin Yulin. Though even alive he wouldn't be a match to Sister Shui. That means Eastern lands lost as well. Which leaves Western lands needing to defeat their best disciple to be the best disciple of the 4 lands. Morong Shui gave a helpless nod. Yeah. Now you know why he blew this fight out of proportions? He's about to be the best disciple in the 4 lands. A very good reason to celebrate. And with Western lands being the last among the lands, their best disciple is definitely going to fall way short. Now the entire fight had turned into a spectacle for him to look good. That's why I don't feel like coming only to watch his obnoxious grin getting wider. Of course he's obnoxious. Shangguan Qingyan teased. It will go along with your promise. His win will make him the best disciple in the lands, and give some credence to becoming the second invincible sword one day in the future. Morong Shui sneered. Best in the lands? Second invincible sword? Haha, that's rich. Even if he wins against Western lands today, his winning streak will stop here. There's one among our peers he can never defeat. He has the highest chance of becoming the second invincible sword. Who? Shangguan Qingyan's brow shook, shouting eagerly. It can't be him, right? Morong Shui turned heavy as she spoke. Central Area Swordstar Empire's Crown Prince, Bailey Jingtian. Him. Yeah. Just another Bailey. Morong Shui shook her head with a sigh. I've once gone to the Central Area and met with the prince on several occasions. The Bailey clan is truly incredible, filled with talents and in constant growth. I believe that even 100 years after Invincible Sword, that clan will shock the world with another incredible figure. At the very least, their top 10 princes are on par with the best disciples in the lands, with the first 4 being above us. I couldn't even last a blow against Bailey Jingtian. He's really the second coming of Invincible Sword. Shangguan Qingyan's eyes shook. We really are hopeless. Our homes will all be united under Sword Star Empire's tyranny, with everything destroyed. Yeah, their strength breeds fear and despair. Morong Shui sighed, looking desolate. It was Prime Minister Bailey Jingwei who set up the meeting with the princes. He was then looking to persuade my brother. That's why he put on such a display to intimidate us. I have to admit, it worked. Seeing those princes' power and the immense potential of the Sword Star Empire made me realize with each passing day that we are on our last leg. While we are fighting over who's the best, the Sword Star Empire already took that title, rising to their glory. Maybe the next time, the 4 lands would end up crushed under its power. That's why I feel Ouyang Chongqing's fanfare and conceit as the best disciple in the 4 lands as empty words. Shangguan Qingyan nodded in understanding, sighing. Sister Shui has seen much, unlike us. Being so competitive and drunk on fame is truly childish. Sister Shui, you're here at last. I've waited ages for you. Ouyang Chongqing's eager shout reached Morong Shui waving in excitement. Shangguan Qingyan and Morong Shui had a bitter smile and shook their heads. In such desperate times, he had the leisure to compete over who the best in the alliance was. It only helped to make his childish image in their minds more pronounced. Or to be more accurate, naive. Zhuofan tensed seeing Morong Shui here, lowering his head. Chu Qingqing reached out by herself and held Zhuofan's hand, gripping both of them tightly, as if to console him, although her eyes were still vacant. Sorry, sir. She doesn't know what she's doing. Shui Ruohua startled at Chu Qingqing's action, wanting to take her hand back at once. It just wasn't proper to do that with a stranger, especially a man. They'd really take her for a crazy woman. Zhuofan stopped her, sighing as he gazed into Chu Qingqing's deep and vacant eyes. After all these years, you know me best, sir. Shui Ruohua shook at Zhuo Fan's words. Have you met Qingqing before? With Chu Qingqing's vacant mind, she would usually avoid anyone who got close, except in this man's case. She actually took initiative. What was even more baffling, no acquaintance could achieve this, not as easily as this man. It could only mean that he had to be a very close friend to Qingqing, closer than even her fellow sisters. Zhuo Fan said, You could say we are close, but I just can't believe that after all these years, she became like this. I see, sir must be an old friend of Qingqing. Shui Ruohua nodded and sighed inside. Life is in constant change and Qingqing has suffered so much these years. When her husband passed, Shui Ruohua was filled with grief, speaking of Chu Qingqing's matters these years, though it felt more like using a shoulder to cry on. Zhuo Fan listened quietly, about his loving wife's troubles, with each word stabbing his heart. The sorrow he felt for her brought him to tears, but he gnashed his teeth and bore through them, forcing those bitter tears to be buried in his heart. The others listened in on the hardships and lowered their heads as they glanced at Zhuo Fan. The stage was drowned in shouts and roars of the crowd, with only this small corner at peace. The pain and sorrow overwhelmed everyone for a long time. Chu Qingqing had flinched now and then at Shui Ruohua's retelling, slowly leaning on Zhuo Fan's shoulder. Zhuo Fan could no longer stop the tears, falling down in waves. In all these years as her husband, only now could he lend his shoulder to his weary wife. He felt pain like no other in all his lives. The crowd was too busy hollering and shouting to pay any attention to their pain. Their eyes bloodshot while watching the stage with fervent joy and thirst for a good fight. Crack. Yilin's knuckles crackled as he stared hard at Ouyang Chongqing. You almost had me for a second there, when you bastards said you didn't want Sister Qingqing to disturb you. But now I see you went to such lengths to set the stage all to show off to a woman. Humph, you're a real piece of work. You'd rather show off to some cheap broad than save a life. I vow on my name as a sacred beast inheritor that I'll put you in your place here and now. Hey, who the hell are you calling cheap? For insulting the woman of my dreams, I will make you pay. Ouyang Chongqing cursed back. He exploded with power in a blue glow, cold and thick, giving off a choking feeling under its pressure. The barrier around the stage was unable to contain it, sending the terrifying aura into the crowd. The power of the heaven-sealing sword Ouyang Chongqing had been training in for many years now. Oh! The disciples clapped and jumped. That's our senior brother Chongqing. He has the power to be the best of the best. Yilin didn't look remotely impressed, shaking a bit and unleashing a draconic roar from within as flames soared. The golden flames swallowed his body, releasing a searing heat felt by even those outside the stage. It was so bad that the tiles began to buckle and warp under the strain. As for the stage, it split in two, half belonging to Ouyang Chongqing's icy heaven-sealing domain, while the other half was Yi Lin's and his blistering, decimating golden flame. The two had unleashed their powers and were at an impasse. The audience gasped, too overwhelmed with amazement to keep shouting Ouyang Chongqing's name. They came here thinking it would be a short fight like all till now, with Ouyang Chongqing reigning supreme like always. Now, however, they were met with a standstill, at least from Aura's standpoint. Silence dominated for once, with faint whispers being heard now and then. None expected a peer of theirs would finally rise that could stand up to Ouyang Chongqing's power. This was bound to be an awesome fight. The oldies spectating were taken aback as well, smiling and nodding. The best disciple in Western lands lives up to his name. The fight is going to last a while. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Qingyan pulled at Murong Shui in all her excitement. Sister Shui, it's nothing like you said. Ouyang Chongqing might not win this one. Oh, it does seem like it. Murong Shui was stunned as well. I would never guess the dry western lands of talent would give birth to such an outstanding man. Shangguan Qingyan looked smug. What do you think of my Zhuo Fan then? He's from western lands too. However, Murong Shui smirked. Their display only proved their training is the same, but not who wins. It will solely rest on the skills, cultivation method, and attacks. Ouyang Chongqing is the son of the strongest in northern lands, Ouyang Lingtian. Such things are nothing for him. But as for that Western lands kid, Shangguan Qingyan grinned. We'll just have to wait and see. Morong Shui looked interested for a change, her eyes no longer flat but having a spark of curiosity. Face twitching, Ouyang Chongqing looked at his opponent having matched him in aura, and frowned. He glanced at Morong Shui then at Yilin and clenched his fists. I've underestimated you, boy, you're nothing like everyone I fought so far. Curses. This fight may not be the show I wanted. But since Sister Shui is watching, I'm not going to let it disappoint. Speed is of the essence. I'm going to finish him off before he gets any chance to fight back and drag things on. It will only make me look like a fool. I had ignored my adversaries so far, but not this one. The crux is Sister Shui is watching, and I cannot let it show I'm sweating even a drop. Ouyang Chongqing gnashed his teeth and shot for Yilin. Yilin laughed and met him halfway. You got the wrong guy if you think you can match me in a brawl. Bam! A shocking explosion echoed as the punch and kick collided. The powerful shockwave was so strong it even made the barrier tremble. The two jumped back to their place, but while Yilin stretched out his golden scale arm with a sinister smirk, Ouyang Chongqing's leg was jerking, clearly in pain from holding it up. God damn it! Why's the punk's body so damn hard? Not even my heaven-sealing sword art strengthened body can match. Is he a monster? Ouyang Chongqing gnashed his teeth and glanced at the stunned crowd. Senior brother actually came out at a disadvantage in the first exchange. Even the oldies were amazed. The Western lands kid is great. I had never seen Chongqing so distressed. For Western lands to have such an amazing talent, it must be once in millennias. Another elder nodded. Western lands is filled with talent that don't just stop with him, a sudden speaker said. The others flinched and gasped. Exalted He ran. What are you doing here? Aren't you helping the Shangguan clan unseal the soaring sword? Why? That seal is not only strong but queer as well. We've been giving our very best for 3 days and 3 nights now yet still couldn't lift it. I came out for a breath of fresh air. Letting old Bai have a go. Exalted He ran gave a casual wave. The others bowed. Exalted He ran is working hard. But what does Sir mean by that? You're saying Western lands has more disciples like him? No way. That and then some. Then why is he the best? Because the strongest has died years ago. If he was alive, I dare say he'd become the second invincible sword. It would have given us hope of fighting the Central Area's ambition. But Enhe Ran grew sullen as he sighed. The others were startled at the revelation, but also skeptical. Is the old guy for real or mere bragging? Since when did Western lands become a trove of talents? For even their second choice for best could push Northern lands' best disciple. What does that say about the Western lands' best? Yenmo, you were right. Ouyang Chongqing really can fight junior brother. Maybe not to the level of Zhuo Fan's fight with junior brother, but it should come close with how they are. Outside the arena, Wu Qingqiu commented on the fight, telling Yenmo, "You've done well." Yenmo dismissed his praise. "It's nothing. I went first with Ouyang Chongqing to test his strength. I lasted 20 rounds with him, while only holding for 18 with Yilin. The best disciple in Northern lands is a show-off, but does live up to his name at least. I just hope the fight could stir Chu Qingqing's mind. The least we can do for Zhuo Fan's spirit. Yeah, this fight is our hope to bring Zhuo Fan's spirit peace. If even this won't work, then nothing will." Wu Qingqiu sighed, glancing at Chu Qingqing and seeing her peaceful face leaning on Zhuo Fan's shoulder. Her tranquility caught him off guard, especially since there was a huge fight going on and she had no sign of being afraid. He signaled Yenmo and said, "Hey, Yenmo, who is that guy?" Junior sister Qingqing has been at peace ever since they met. It's baffling. Yenmo frowned and shook his head. I have no idea. He's wearing a mask so I can't tell. Though I don't think it would make a difference even if he hadn't. From Ouyang Chongqing's introduction, he's a merchant from Northern lands. We've hardly ever left Western lands, so we'd definitely not recognize him. Why do I get a familiar feeling about him then? Wu Qingqiu's senses threw him into a state of confusion, but he put it all aside and focused on the fight. Ouyang Chongqing looked around after his first loss and saw Murong Shui's eager eyes. His delusion made him believe she was rooting for him with that hopeful gaze. So he gnashed his teeth and weaved signs. With every sign, thunder boomed and rumbled as a sudden heavy air overtook the area. Soon the people found it hard to even breathe. As the warmth was sapped away, ice began to form and spread. The oldies cried out at his actions. Evoking heaven art? Does he plan to finish it by showing his cards so soon? Evoking heaven art? Exalted Hei Ran started as well. See Bright Sec's main earth ranked martial art? That evoking heaven art? The skill is said to have come from understanding the heaven-sealing sword. One old man nodded gravely. Yeah, the heaven-sealing sword contains the power of seals. By learning its art one gains knowledge about the sealing way and breaking way. The evoking heaven art came from the heaven-sealing sword's breaking way. Exalted Hei Ran. Cultivators need to reach Genesis stage to draw upon the world's power and grow their sword's power to unseen levels. But the evoking heaven art breaks the chains of the world and uses its power before one reaches Genesis stage while unleashing the same type of might as a Genesis stage expert. It's an outrageous art, and the more worldly power is drawn, the bigger the impact. In other words, Ouyang Chongqing has become, for a brief moment, a Genesis stage expert? Exalted Hei Ran gasped as he looked intently at the fight. Since they're even, won't that mean Ouyang Chongqing has gained the upper hand with this boost in cultivation stage? Soul Harmony cultivators are seen as weak to any Genesis stage expert. Yilin is no normal Soul Harmony expert, but neither is Ouyang Chongqing in his now temporary Genesis stage. He is an inheritor of the heaven-sealing sword art. Yilin's hopes are slim at best. The elder shook his head with a sigh. Exalted Hei Ran has to look closer. The evoking heaven art is no secret art, but it has its fair share of dangers. One needs to exercise restraint when it comes to worldly power. Not even a fresh Genesis stage cultivator has much control over the worldly power, let alone in the Soul Harmony stage. If he goes beyond his limits, the power will go berserk and it will take it out on him. At worst, he'll be ripped to shreds, at heaven's mercy. Ouyang Chongqing is the best disciple in northern lands. He has at least that self-control, right? I fear his reckless youth will get the best of him. You can tell by how the fight developed. I fear he will not only hurt his opponent but himself as well, just for the sake of winning. The old man sighed. I can only hope that his opponent will fall quickly, so he can reign in the worldly power before it causes harm. Exalted Hei Ran smirked. That's going to be hard. Yilin is quite unyielding. When he fought the best disciple in Western lands, he almost bet his life. He's only standing there because I stepped in. Ugh. They shared bitter smiles and shook their heads. Why did it have to be these two pig-headed fools that have to fight? The fight was worrying the elders, but the audience was oblivious to the danger, exploding the minute Ouyang Chongqing unleashed his great move. Ouyang Chongqing saw the cheers aimed at him and the girl of his dreams watching him, and smiled. His signs formed faster. The more signs he formed, the harder the pressure of the world bore down, with a bone-chilling coldness spreading. Icy sword waves formed in the sky as they flew around, spreading shock and fear. Yilin no longer had a smug look, but became serious, his fists clenching. Rumble. With Ouyang Chongqing's final sign, lightning split the skies, unleashing a deafening thunder. One black cloud exploded into myriads of icy swords, gathering around Ouyang Chongqing and numbering in the tens of thousands. Bang! Some scraped the barrier of the stage and punched holes in it like it wasn't even there. The safeguard was now gone. The audience was too incensed to care, shouting harder than ever and chanting his name. With the fall of the barrier, everyone, even the crowd, was now part of the fight. And being part of such a fight only meant one thing for them: death. While they were blissfully oblivious to the incoming doom, the oldies picked up on the crisis. Blast it! Now if anything happens, it will only become worse. Humph, that kid just had to pick beneath Heaven Island's stage for his fight. Doesn't he know this stage is meant for average disciple spars? Its barrier isn't strong either. It's because most people are on beneath Heaven Island. Ouyang Lingtian's son is like the rumors paint him, vain. Exalted He Ran smiled. Well, aren't you going to stop him? The oldies paused. Exalted He Ran. Why don't you try? Tsh hell no? Exalted He Ran rolled his eyes. It's your home, so how could I step in? Until my disciples are in peril, I won't budge an inch. Any sooner and it will be taken as Western land's defeat. While a mere children's quarrel, we all have our dignity. All right? The oldies shook their heads. We can't step in either. Chongqing is pig-headed but has great talent. He's going to take his father's place and wield heaven's sealing sword. That is certain. And you want us to barge into his most prideful moment and his fun. Tch, a bunch of bootlickers. It goes to show how it got to his head and beyond. You always indulged him. Exalted He Ran clicked his tongue and he watched. The oldies had no comeback, silently accepting his jab. None would step in until it was too late. Like whether the kid was suicidal or not had nothing to do with them. Below, sword energies roamed around with the world's energy filling the air at Ouyang Chongqing's whim. He grew excited because none had brought him this far, making him feel the amazing power for the first time. Having the world in the palm of his hand was intoxicating. Ouyang Chongqing shouted and pointed at the skies. The thousands of sword energies combined and formed into a sword image with a cold edge 300 meters tall, its unstoppable aura shimmering the air around it. Wu Qingqiu cried out, "This is the power of the world Ouyang Chongqing is able to use. But why, curses? How is that little junior brother able to take such a boosted move? This is not as simple as a mere boost, but a gap in stages. Hardly anything can bridge the gap between Soul Harmony stage and Genesis stage." Yenemo gnashed his teeth. The two were equal, but now, with this incredible secret skill, Yilin will have a hard time overcoming it, even with all he has. Wu Qingqiu sighed, glancing at Chu Qingcheng. I hope to give her an even fight, but Ouyang Chongqing went all out too quickly, becoming overwhelming in power. It took all the thrill out of it. The others sighed a nod. Only Yilin looked at Zhuo Fan below, his eyes thirsting for battle. After turning to his opponent, golden flames burst from his eyes, as if to prove his resolve. Elder brother, watch closely. I have lost to you before, but after these years, I'm just as good as you. Ha ha ha. Can you feel the extent of my power? Give up while you still can. We're allies and would hate to leave you hurting and break our land's relations. Have some common sense and I will make sure to follow in my footsteps of grandeur. With the heaven's sword in my hands, the world's my oyster. Ouyang Chongqing raised his hand and lifted the terrible and sharp illusory sword, feeding his ego as he spoke with conceit. As for the audience, they only grew more excited with his confidence. Only Murong Shui gave Shangguan Qingyan a bitter look. He has the power, but nothing beats his narcissism. The more I think about it, the more I fear for the future of the northern lands with him in the lead. Yilin gave him a cold look, not at all impressed by the humongous flashy sword above his head. He actually had the nerve to taunt, "Don't get ahead of yourself. It's too soon to tell, don't you think, Brother Ouyang? You really think you have it in you to take on this sword? I'm going to crush it." With golden flames shining in his eyes, Yilin shouted, his body exploding with power. "This is a secret art I could only use once in the Soul Harmony stage. I planned on using it on Elder Brother when we sparred again. But since we met first, I'll let you have a taste. Decimating Inferno, Fire Dragon form." Yilin roared at the heavens, followed by draconic howls, shaking the air with every rumble. Scorching and golden lights shot from his body like a volcanic eruption, illuminating the whole sky. A dreaded heatwave spread, enveloping half the world in a red hue and the audience in a hot spell. As for Yilin, under the shocked eyes of the crowd, began to change. Golden scales formed on his body and his teeth turned into sharp fangs. He was now like a wild beast, and from the shape of his head, it was that of a dragon. Everyone gasped at the sudden transformation. Is his soul the greatest heaven dragon soul? How else could he take this form in soul harmony stage? His power and yuan qi amount had to be multiplied. There are now some good chance he might actually take on the sword. Ouyang Chongqing huffed. So what if you have the heaven dragon soul? My sword is from the heaven sealing sword art. Even if you harmonized with the heaven dragon soul, it won't do a damn thing. Humph, do you really think this is your average soul harmony? Ignorant whelp, just watch. I told you, this is fire dragon form, not your average fake draconic soul harmony. Yilin smirked and shouted again. Boom! Akin to a detonation, the violent golden flames shot from his body in every direction. The great power made the audience squint, feeling on their skin the searing heat he released. Ouyang Chongqing gasped, his mind going a mile a minute as he reproached. Brothers, this is but a fight for the best in the alliance, not to the death. Could you not detonate, please? The oldies were just as stunned, gaping at the display. Not even exalted He Ran acted with more composure. Why's Yilin so panicked to detonate? He's not even cornered yet. Standing there for any longer would let the inferno reach the crowd and would be sure to leave countless casualties. The elders were ready to stop this from happening. Ouyang Chongqing grew serious as well, about to slash with his sword and stop the incoming golden flames. And yet, the spreading golden inferno paused and pulled back in on the stage, forming a huge fire tornado, punching a hole in the skies. When the tornado settled, a deafening draconic cry racked the audience's ears. The elders, Ouyang Chongqing, even exalted He Ran watched with dumb look at the incredulous scene unfolding. Yilin had been hiding such a move even in the years spent inside Double Dragon Manor. Yilin was nowhere to be seen on stage, replaced with a 300-meter-tall golden and flaming dragon soaring high above. Where it passed, the air shimmered, as if the skies feared the divine dragon's roars. Only a divine beast could have the might to challenge heavens, never content with just holding the world's power. Yilin was now a fire dragon, his power being on the level of heaven itself. Why then should he care if the opponent used worldly power? Ouyang Chongqing's brow shook, still holding the sword, but his gaze was lost. Screw you, that's no soul harmony dragon. But the real thing, talk. Where the hell did Western lands get such a monster? You damn abomination. Wu Qingxiu and the rest from Western lands were floored. They knew Yilin was badass, but only now knew he held a skill that could rival heavens. Ouyang Chongqing had now met his match as a fight like no other was about to unfold. The fight sure was intense, on the level of Zhuofan and Yilin's back in Western lands. Wu Qingxiu and Yan Mo shared a smile, then looked at Chu Qingqing. Shangguan Qingyan was dazzled, looking astonished. Sister Shui, it's totally worth it. Yeah, it's beyond my imagination the best disciple in Western lands to be of such amazing talent to fight the son of Ouyang Lingtian. He is on the level of the best 4 princes of the Bailey clan. As for the strongest Bailey Jingtian, Murong Shui sighed. I don't know for sure since we never fought, but these two give us hope. Bam! Yilin's huge bulk landed on stage, the large vertical eyes staring at Ouyang Chongqing, while sometimes glancing at Zhuofan. See that, bro? This is my power, just like yours. His mood got killed the minute he saw Zhuofan never even looking at him. Zhuofan's eyes were only on Chu Qingqing's peaceful features as he listened to Shui Ruohua tell him of Chu Qingqing's troubles. Shaking his huge dragon head, Yilin sighed with disappointment, focusing on his adversary instead. He opened his maw to reveal the human-sized fangs as he laughed. Boy, you dare talk big with me? You're only asking me to tear into you. Bam! The dragon claw slammed on stage, crumbling it to pieces. The powerful shockwave howling as it spread to the audience and burning his majestic visage in their trembling hearts. It was like they were seeing a real dragon in all its glory, robbing them of their breaths. All the resounding support Ouyang Chongqing had been getting from his fellow disciples was now quashed under the oppressive power of the dragon before them. They couldn't muster the slightest peep, feeling utterly inferior. Yilin was a true dragon, a king in his own right before the masses. For the first time ever, the stage had sunk in complete silence. No one held more authority than the fire dragon's royal aura. Ouyang Chongqing started to sweat as he watched the huge dragon, but his heart burned with anger. He didn't know what abomination Yilin was, with how the average soul harmony stage cultivator merely took on the appearance of the soul beast, bumping up their power a bit. But this guy in front of him became a true dragon. No matter how he looked at it, that was not a human standing before him, but a dragon made of fire. He didn't care how or why it happened, only feeling that his grand performance had been squashed. All eyes were now on Yilin's magnificent and royal form as he became a prop. It was a blow his ego was incapable of taking. He had fought so many times, but when did he ever become the extra? This time there were so many people watching, all thanks to his efforts too, and to show off in front of the girl of his dreams. But all that popularity had gone away in a flash. Would a man of his endless pride allow for another to steal his limelight? He had to win this at all costs, or it would haunt him for the rest of his days. Ouyang Chongqing gnashed his teeth and resolve glowed in his eyes. The sword above him grew more savage. I don't care if you're a fake or not. I'll slaughter you where you stand. Ouyang Chongqing waved and brought down the great sword on Yilin's huge dragon bulk. Who? The large sword carried the power of the world as it came down on the dragon head. Its chilling aura swept the stage, cooling the heart coming from Yilin. The dragon's surging fires dimmed and flickered as well. Yilin's brow shook, still having the calm of mind to know that the heaven-sealing sword art held the power to contest the dragons. So he willed the flames to reach 10 meters once more as he used his big claws to grasp the large sword. Bam! The claws screeched as they made contact, with hot and cold fighting for supremacy. Ouyang Chongqing strained with a red face to bring that large sword down, while Yilin forced himself with a soaked brow to keep the flames burning against the icy blade. Even as they slowly got put out, they both used all they had, but they were now at a standstill. The prolonged tension brought unease to the crowd, looking on nervously and eager to know the final winner, the best disciple in the alliance. You think you can best me with just your power? In your dreams. Evoking heaven art. Pushing hard for 15 minutes. Yet the claws held the sword at bay still. Ouyang Chongqing had lost his patience. Yilin's true dragon form was too strong, able to counter the power of the world with only his strength. Thinking about it, he realized the yuanqi reserves Yilin had were gigantic as well. Thus letting it drag out would be to his detriment. He might have borrowed the world to bump his power. The yuanqi he used to gain control over it was too taxing to keep running for long. Speed was of the essence. Today was also the first time he used evoking heaven art and controlled so much worldly power. And if he tried to take some more, Ouyang Chongqing hesitated, but then he saw Yilin's conviction. He just gnashed his teeth and shouted as he made the signs. Another rumble spread through the skies as sword energy gathered in his hand and flowing into the large sword. The sword's coldness flared with power, pushing back harder against Yilin's draconic body, snapping the stage in half from the force. Ouyang Chongqing grew pleased at the results. Let's see you last now. The oldies of the Sea Bright sect were getting tense by the moment. Evoking heaven art again. It should be fine. Let's hope so. They shook their heads in worry. The audience cheered at their senior brother's comeback, though drowned soon after by another draconic roar. As he pushed at the incoming sword, he also lashed out with the searing and flaming tail. Bam! The large sword shook as it dimmed. Ouyang Chongqing shook with it, pushed back a bit. But it was his heart that couldn't take the reality. Yilin smirked and wheezed, while still having the energy to mock. Brat! Let's see how far worldly energy can take you. Humph! Isn't it something you drew with your yuanqi? The minute the sword shakes the slightest bit, your yuanqi is affected. How will you draw worldly power in that state? One tiny shift and everything will come down crashing. Your evoking heaven art isn't anything to look at. Yilin flared his fire and pushed at the large sword. Bam! Ouyang Chongqing's face twisted as he paled. Damn punk! I'll get you for this. With his opponent figuring out his weakness, Ouyang Chongqing ignored everything and made signs again. I'll show you the true power of the heaven-sealing sword art. Heaven-sealing art. The large sword exploded into many cold blades and shot for Yilin's bulk, invisible and unnoticed. Yilin surged in the sky because of the loss of resistance, but then the sword waves battered his body, snuffing out the flames and even forming ice. Yilin cried out, "What is this thing? I can't move." Ha ha ha. See that? This is the true power of the heaven-sealing sword art. Sealing. Ouyang Chongqing laughed in pride. Once caught, strength won't matter, for you can't move a muscle. You lost? Western land's brat. Yilin's face twisted in defiance. The elders above gasped. Evoking heaven art uses the breaking way, while heaven-sealing art the sealing way. Who told him to use both of them at the same time? He's only making it worse. What's the problem? Exalted He Ran felt bad for seeing his disciple lose, but then he heard them and asked, "You're saying this is more dangerous than evoking heaven art?" The elders nodded. Yeah, overusing evoking heaven art only gets the power to run berserk and could step in to get control over it. But with how these skills engender each other, the loss of control will mean a rampant surge of worldly power no one can grasp unless the seal is released. This happened only once, 2,000 years ago, with the wielder using the heaven-sealing sword to cut off the power of the world from unleashing a disaster. But even then, there were countless casualties and thus was forbidden. I did not expect Chongqing to use it today to win a match. Is it because it happened so long ago? Kids these days have no idea of the horrors of the past. Then are you going to do something about it? Or just watch? Of course we'll stop it no matter what. The elders went down. But then the dragon roared, and as the ice was about to swallow Yilin, the golden flames flickered to life once more, breaking it down. But there was also blood flowing from his mouth. Ouyang Chongqing sneered. Using your blood essence to stir your potential? Humph, it's no use. The worldly power at my disposal is boundless. How long can you last? Evoking heaven art? Ouyang Chongqing made signs once more. Don't do it. One elder shouted in panic. Ouyang Chongqing was too far gone now, obsessed with winning, with proving himself best. Worldly power gathered once more, bearing down in the form of another sword. Ouyang Chongqing shifted his signs. Heaven-sealing sword art. The elders' faces twitched, unable to stop him in time. The sword energies coming from the heavens had yet to fully form and turned into cold energy the next second. Gunning for Yilin. It formed another cage in an instant. Yilin's heart jumped in shock, fighting to keep his golden flames burning and fight off the cold. It was no use, for the two arts had now set free the world's energy. Out of Ouyang Chongqing's control, the world formed a sword by itself, then transformed into cold blades that struck Yilin. Ouyang Chongqing laughed in glee. Ha ha ha. You can actually use both arts at the same time for an even greater effect to unleash all the endless power of the world. My win is set. How come I couldn't see this before? You saw shit. That's losing control of the worldly power and bringing about destruction. One elder flashed before him and shouted at the others. Send for Ling Tian at once. Tell him to come with the heaven-sealing sword and break the link. Ouyang Chongqing looked baffled. Elder? What's wrong? Aren't I the first who used the two arts together? You think yourself so clever? Is that it? The elder's face twitched, looking distraught and fearful at the sword coming from the sky. Yilin roared once more, trapped in ice again. But this time the ice was bizarre, working to swallow his bulk until he turned into a dragon statue of ice. His eyes then flared with savagery behind the ice. Whoosh! Sword energies flew around the sky, slamming into the ice dragon and adding to the seal. The ice dragon howled at the sky with such power it crushed the stage, then blew his breath on the audience, one of ice and cold. The chilling breath swept the unfortunate ones and turned them into statues of ice in mid-panic. So deep was the cold that it froze their very souls. We're finished. The heaven and earth has gone berserk. One elder held his head and sighed bitterly. Ouyang Chongqing was enraged when Yilin attacked his fans. Hey, Western Land's punk. Have you lost your mind? You're the demented one, Chongqing. The elder shook his head and snapped at him. Have you any idea what calamity you caused? Evoking heaven art and heaven sealing art engender each other. Evoking heaven art breaks, opening a channel into the world so you can draw its power, while heaven sealing art seals this channel and the power. When a cultivator uses the worldly power, it would dissipate afterward and return to its rightful place, back to the world. This is its nature. But you opened a channel into the world, then had it sealed in place. The minute you lost all control over that power, it started spilling into reality without stopping thanks to locking the channel while also running amok with no one to direct it. And this is the result. Ouyang Chongqing's eyes went wide, scratching his head classlessly. Elder, so you're saying the dragon isn't that guy but amassed worldly power? Why is it attacking people then? Isn't it just energy? The world has spiritual energy, so it must have its own will. The elder shook his head. Once a cultivator draws upon the worldly power, they can control it. But now this power has gone berserk, gathering in one place and also gaining sentience from the will of the world. With heaven and earth going crazy, you have no idea what kind of a disaster it can cause. It's beyond anything humanly possible. Ouyang Chongqing looked at the far ice dragon with a deep frown. What about the Western lands, punk? You're saying the power focused on him and it's controlling him? What about his mind? Has it been swallowed? You have the nerve to ask? The elder's face twitched and shook his head. Have you no clue what you just did? You used heaven-sealing sword art and he's been frickin' sealed. Now the power of the world is going into the dragon without a conscience, the best thing for it. If the mind was still there, some control would have been possible. This time is going to be even harder to deal with than 2,000 years ago. Your father is going to tan your hide. Ouyang Chongqing's lip quivered, like he was a naughty child caught red-handed and looking guilty. The roars echoed across the skies as the ice dragon flung its bulk around and spraying ice to freeze everything. The only expressive thing about these lifelike statues were the fearful eyes and the shocked faces. Wu Qingqiu cried out. Little junior brother, what happened to you? Stop. Who? The ice dragon blew ice once more. Wu Qingqiu knew he was going to fall under such power and rushed to dodge. His leg ended up being caught in the blast, freezing over. Sir, what just happened? Go and take Qingqing away. The peaceful storytelling had now come to an abrupt end as a monster rampaged around turning people into popsicles. Shui Ruohua gasped and reached for Chu Qingqing to take her away from this dangerous place. Zhuofan regarded the peaceful face of his wife and smiled. It's fine. There's no need to disturb her. You haven't finished the story. Miss Shui, please continue. As if, with so much chaos around the world might be ending, and you're asking me to tell you a bedtime story? Even if I might be suicidal, I will never let any harm come to Qingqing. What kind of a sister you take me for? While she was insisting on taking Chu Qingqing, one guard grabbed her hand. Miss, since Sir said you may continue, then it's fine. Please trust him. We're also here and shall keep the danger at bay from reaching Miss. Looking into Zhuofan's eyes, then into those eyes filled with complete trust, she turned to watch the berserk ice dragon. Shui Ruohua hesitated, but she had no choice other than nod, even if against it. Zhuofan smiled and looked at Qingqing next to him lovingly. Bam! On stage, Exalted He Ran shot a sword energy at the ice dragon and break the ice on it and reach his dear disciple. But the dragon shook and all the ice splashing about was soon absorbed into its body along with the power of the strike. Exalted He Ran gasped in fright. What in the world is that thing? Exalted, please refrain from doing anything. Nothing we do will have any effect. One elder with a white beard came over as he explained hastily. That is the embodiment of the heaven-sealing sword art. No matter what skill is used, it will only be absorbed by the seal and become its own power. That's why nothing we do to it will help. We can only protect the other disciples and flee from here. Exalted He Ran was astonished. Then he glanced at the panicking disciples fleeing for their lives, still ending up in ice from the dragon's breath, and said, If you say this thing's unstoppable, how then do we deal with it? We can't let it run amok and freeze the whole sect. Exalted. It can seal everything but the 5 great divine swords. The man cupped his hands and pointed at the ice swords raining down from above even now. Please observe. The channel into the world has been opened, turning into an infinite loop. Our only hope is to dodge and wait for Brother Lingtian to come with the heaven-sealing sword and seal the channel, then cut it to disperse all that power. He will also go easy as to save your disciple as well. Exalted He Rant's brow shook, looking at the ice dragon freezing anything that moved with a sigh. He relinquished a nod. This thing was now part of the world, undying and unstoppable. The more power they used on it, the more it absorbed. The only option right now was to wait for Ouyang Lingtian to come to the rescue and fix this damn mess his own son made. Ouyang Chongqing looked at the ice dragon ruining everything, out of his control, and felt so bad he could cry. I can't tell if Dad will come to strike me down or the dragon first. Sniff. Ouyang Chongqing, this is all your fault. You did this. You caused this disaster to fall on so many lives. 2 girls flashed out of nowhere. Shangguan Qingyan glared at him and started cursing. Morong Shui was furious as well, full of hatred. Morong Shui's hatred, however, was due to having involved innocence. Shangguan Qingyan's rage was because she worried for Zhuo Fan, so she was taking it out on him. She was running her mouth while looking around for Zhuo Fan. With everyone in panic, it was hard to look. Ouyang Chongqing lowered his head in guilt under the chastising look of the girl of his dreams. He was even more accepting of his guilt than when faced with his father. There! Shangguan Qingyan spotted Zhuo Fan, still sitting without a worry and listening to everything. Talk about monstrous, not even having a healthy respect for the worldly abomination running amok just next to him. Maybe it felt the contempt, or maybe all the targets fled and left only Zhuo Fan's group still untouched. But the ice dragon roared and set its eyes on them. It shot for them, its icy aura freezing the area around it as it passed. Watch out! Shangguan Qingyan cried out in fright, a little too late. The others around her looked down just in time to see another poor souls being sacrificed to the calamity. Leave this to me, a resounding voice spoke. The cold humming of a sword was heard as a figure in gray rushed over at full speed. Dad! Ouyang Chongqing cried out, thrilled and scared, while the others looked on in hope. Northern Land's best, Ouyang Lingtian, finally arrived with heaven-sealing sword to clean up his son's mess. Heaven-sealing sword art, heaven-breaking strike. A dignified man with a gray robe fluttering in the wind appeared. He had sharp eyes and sharp features. He wielded an azure longsword, giving a dazzling light. Its sharp edge promised to cut everything in creation, even the world, humming all along. The sharp sword energy rushed out of the tip and went for the ice dragon, moving with incredible speed through the air. The others watched in awe as the best in Northern Lands made his move. As he was in mid-strike, someone shouted at him, Brother Lingtian, please go easy. The ice dragon has my disciple sealed. Please spare his life. There's actually someone in there? Isn't it like the disaster 2,000 years ago? Ouyang Lingtian's eyes shook from the news and he halted the attack. He looked back to see Western Land's exalted He Ran speaking up. Ouyang Lingtian went back to the raging ice dragon about to run into Zhuo Fan. He was hesitating, not knowing where the sealed disciple was under all that ice, and one wrong move would cleave him. By hurting exalted Double Dragon's precious disciple would mean ruining their cooperation, while delaying would also implicate the people it targeted, under the ice's torment from the dragon. The sudden conundrum had the best in Northern Lands stuck. Save one and let many die to keep the land's friends still? Or accept the loss of a single life for the good of many? Ouyang Lingtian found it a very tough choice to make. Which was worth it, the alliance or the lives below? It was a headache even for the most righteous characters. But he had omitted one last choice: inaction, leaving the ice dragon to rampage for Zhuo Fan's group. Now no one could save them. His attack would be too late for the sword energy to reach them in time. The ice dragon would have crushed them to pieces by the time he struck. To others, it looked like Ouyang Lingtian had made no choice when he actually did. Yilin was brought at their invitation by exalted He Ran with the promise of safety. With Western Land's crucial situation, his safety was just as vital. Far more so than a few random lives. The righteous path stated that all lives were equal. But when people were involved, that value tended to change to suit their needs. Ouyang Lingtian held the sword tight and sighed. Down below it was life and death, yet the matters of the world had won over his principles. He wanted to save everyone, but he stayed his hand. Not for the life inside the ice dragon, but the ties among the two lands. No matter how huge the collateral, the essential personnel had to be kept alive, lest it would cause tension between factions. Such was the secular world. The five lands' best experts could be all noble as much as they wanted, but it still didn't change the fact they were tied in the vicious interests of the world around them. Shangguan Qingyan had hoped for Ouyang Lingtian's appearance, so that Zhuo Fan would be saved. But the best in northern lands' rescuing strike failed to deliver. It astonished her to no end. Why aren't you doing anything? Yeah, Dad would always help people in need. Why is today any different? Is he afraid of harming innocents from how far we are? Ouyang Changqing cried out. Murong Shue's brow shook and sighed. It's not a stray attack he fears, but his already stray heart. The ice dragon roared once more, carrying unstoppable power straight at Shuofan, surrounding them in a harsh cold mist. The slightest touch would mean being frozen on the spot. Now there was no escape. Junior sister Qingcheng, junior sister Shui, Wu Qingqiu cried out, with the others around him nervous for their fate. Shangguan Qingyan cried out in panic. Look out, Zhuo Dash! There was no stopping the ice dragon's charge. It raised its claw and went for their lives, to crush them to an icy pulp. Shui Ruohua and the other girl stood rooted in place. They glanced at the unfazed Shuofan, still sitting in his spot, with reproachful gazes. I told you we should run, but you just had to play it cool. Now look what happened. There's nowhere to go now. If you find death so nice, why the hell did you have to drag us with you as well? Look at Qingqing. She's still lost in her own mind. The poor girl is about to fade away, all due to some damn stranger. Well, aren't you all pissed your boss is so stubborn he just had to have you all die as well? Shui Ruohua turned to the guards then, only to find them just as cool. Shui Ruohua was stumped. Are they all suicidal? You don't mind dying with such a master? Having been around Zhuo Fan for this long journey, they figured out early on how he operated. From inciting frigid rain sword king, to facing invincible sword, whenever he showed complete calm, then it was proof enough that all would be fine. Zhuo Fan held Chu Qingqing's hand, her head leaning on his shoulder, in utter tranquility, even more so than usual. So why would they rack their nerves? They had complete trust in Zhuo Fan's control, worshipping his flawless skills. It could have come from a horde of dragons for all they cared. So long Zhuo Fan was chill, so were they. Who? The ice winds blew, surrounding the area in its great power. Even the seats chilled over and froze their rears. It was then the two claws were right on top of them. Shui Ruohua's eyes rolled back, about to faint from terror. The onlookers, Wu Qingqiu, Yan Mo, Murong Shui and the others were filled with worry but equally helpless. Ouyang Lingtian sighed, closing his eyes, unable to bear seeing the result of his choice. They might be collateral, but lives nonetheless that he brought doom upon. He felt he had lost all dignity. Exalted He Ran looked at the three girls below with a shake of his head and guilt. To save Yilin and the Western Land's future, he had given up on the expendables. It was certain to all here that Zhuo Fan's group was finished, sighing at the loss. But the deadly ice claws halted for no reason just above them. To everyone's shock, they watched as a black claw formed between Zhuo Fan and the ice dragon, blocking the ice claws from coming any closer. What is this? Why isn't he sealed in contact with the ice dragon? One elder shouted in disbelief. The ice dragon seals everything, arts, souls and even yuan qi, in its body. How is it that someone is still unaffected when touching it? Ouyang Lingtian watched the spectacle with equal shock, forgetting to even mind his flying. Heaven-sealing sword art can no longer seal. That's not possible. Shui Ruohua was waiting for her life to end at the ice dragon's claw but found it to be late. She cracked an eyelid open and saw the black claw keeping it back with a dumb look. Wasn't this dragon unstoppable? Exalted He Ran couldn't stop it earlier, so why can this man? Sir. Shui Ruohua turned to Zhuo Fan in shock. Zhuo Fan only had eyes for Chu Qingcheng, who still leaned on his shoulder with a smile. Then he glanced at the halted ice claws with a hard expression. You ruined the mood, bastard. Thunderflame Wraithclaw. His left eye acted up and the black thunderflame exploded. It spread over the black claw and enlarged it many times into a huge thunderflame claw. The crackling fire filled the air with death. It was a power and aura that struck fear to the core of the disciples and the mighty experts above, including Exalted He Ran and Ouyang Lingtian. As for the ice dragon, it actually showed fear under the black thunderflame's power. This huge icy bulk quaked from it. Boom! The dreadful black thunder claw squeezed, and the ice dragon's claws exploded to pieces. The thunder flame made sure to burn them to nothing before they got back to its body. The ice dragon shook from fear, looking terrified. The guy was simply standing at the side, without a care, till now, and gave off no indication it wielded such godly power, incapable of even being sealed. It flicked its tail and the scared dragon withdrew as he absorbed the cold icy sword waves from the sky and repaired the damage. His claws were soon good as new. Zhuo Fan was not about to let it go. Since he had to get involved, he would finish it too. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone and the huge thunderflame claw shot forth to clutch the ice dragon's head, bursting it with a squeeze. The ice was blown away, even if formed from the worldly power, ended up burned to nothing from the thunderflame. The thunderflame claw grabbed further, at the body, and took seconds to turn the 300-meter large ice dragon to pieces. Pieces that had no chance of returning, sizzling and gone from this world. The thunderclaw grasped one last time and drew a person next to Zhuo Fan. Because of the seal placed on him, Yi Lin's mind was hazy, his body wobbling around. Yet he managed to catch some glimpses through the haze. Thank you, elder brother. After all these years, I still can't catch up to you. It's fine. Just be more careful next time. Releasing the claw, Zhuo Fan looked calm as before, still sitting with Chu Qingcheng, leaning on his shoulder, having felt nothing of what transpired. Even with all the chaos that went on, along with the ruckus and destruction, Zhuo Fan made sure to keep Chu Qingcheng shielded from even the slightest tremor. Everyone else, though, was too shell-shocked to react. Ouyang Chongqing was gaping even. It was beyond his expert comprehension how the merchant he asked to come watch turned into a world expert himself. The divine move used to crush the ice dragon was beyond sublime. With the ice dragon using sealing, only a divine sword could touch it, but even his dad would have a hard time doing it. Just who the hell is that freak? Shangguan Qingyan looked on with adoration. But seeing Zhuo Fan and Chu Qingcheng hand in hand, with the pretty face leaning on his shoulder, her joy plunged into confusion. Who is she to him? Why is he so caring with her? I've never seen him act like this with anyone. Gu Yifan. A sudden cry entered her confused mind and saw Murong Shui frowning with a complex gaze at Zhuo Fan. Shangguan Qingyan looked around and rushed to whisper, Sister Shui, are you sure? How can he be that Gu Yifan? He might wear a mask, but I'll never forget the child next to him. Murong Shui was convinced. I also know the black thunderflame he used as well. Black flames are a rarity across the world. It is him beyond any doubt. Clenching her fists, Shangguan Qingyan lowered her head. How am I supposed to turn this around when Sister Shui is dead set on her suspicion? Curses, Sister Shui is too much of a stickler for righteousness and will definitely tell others. What to do? Shangguan Qingyan was anxious while looking from Zhuo Fan to Murong Shui. Murong Shui picked on her cues and whispered, Yenner, did you already know him? No way. Only what I heard from you, haha. Shangguan Qingyan flinched and forced a straight face on. Murong Shui's hard stare was unnerving. Yenner, you don't then? Then why were you so nervous seeing him about to get hurt? Fess up. Did you know he was here? Shangguan Qingyan caved under Murong Shui's hard stare, squeezing a helpless nod. Yet you still covered for him? Do you have any idea how dangerous he is? Sister Shui, he said he came here to save his son. He's no threat to our lands. And you believed him? Of course I did. He helped get our soaring sword back. Shangguan Qingyan turned defiant under the assault, speaking with conviction. And I saw how much he cared for his son. He won't ever use his son as an excuse, especially when his life is on the line. Morong Shui's eyes shook and frowned in thought. Shangguan Qingyan was anxious. Sister Shui, I beg of you, don't tell on him, please. He's not bad. If he's so nice, then there's no good left in the world. Morong Shui rolled her eyes, then sighed as she looked at Zhuofan. I don't need to say anything. His attack painted a target on him. The Seabright sect will place a high value on him, and it's just a matter of time before he's found out. Then let him fake for a while longer. Shangguan Qingyan sighed as looked at Zhuofan with deep concern. Morong Shui sighed and shook her head. One guard saw everything that had happened and whispered to Zhuofan. Sir, I fear we're now the center of attention. Our cover will be blown. I know. Zhuofan glanced at the peaceful Chu Qingcheng and smiled. But it was all worth it. Qingcheng shouldn't have been like these for so many years and should close her eyes and get well. It's what I owe her, Zhuofan looked lost and the guard understood as he retreated. Shui Ruohua stared into Zhuofan's expressive eyes with astonishment. Sir, why do I find you familiar? Have we met? Zhuofan remained silent. Whoosh. Exalted He Ran suddenly landed before them. Giving a long look to Zhuofan, he helped Yilin from the ground and cupped his hands. Thank you, sir, for your help. How may I address you? Steward Qian Fan. Zhuofan replied. Exalted He Ran started. Qian clan? From the northern lands? Yes. Oh, northern lands have such amazing talent. Exalted He Ran gave him one last look then cursed inside. He thought Yilin and Zhuofan from western lands were the peak of what was humanly possible in terms of talent. Now he found that there was one more obscene genius from northern lands. Talent comes in all sizes in every generation and from anywhere. The world will change. Exalted He Ran inspected Yilin's weak body, then said to Shui Ruohua, Take Qingcheng. I'm taking you back to look after your wounds. Li Arya level equals 1. Hold. Shui Ruohua rushed to obey and take Chu Qingcheng, but Zhuofan intervened. Zhuofan looked at Chu Qingcheng with her eyes closed and said, Only brother here is wounded. Senior can just take him. Miss needs peace to get well. Don't disturb her. You can all mind yourself, since he is far more important to you, sir. It's best if you don't delay his healing. Ugh. Exalted He Ran knew sarcasm when he heard it. A clear criticism for abandoning them over Yilin. He sighed and cupped his hands again before leaving with Yilin. Shui Ruohua was stumped as to what to do. Whoosh. Ouyang Lingtian came next, on the stage and raised his hand at the uncaring son, who was now shaking in fear at his dad's presence. You fool! You almost sent us all to oblivion. You know that? I know, the elders told me. He held his head with a guilty look, quickly changing topics. But shouldn't we be tending to the world channel and seal it first? We need to stop the power from flowing in. Why is there no more sword energy in the sky? Ouyang. Ling Tian huffed in anger. There's no need to seal it, not when it closed itself. How peculiar, then. Weren't you saying that you were clueless and that the elders had to fill you in? Ouyang Lingtian railed it on him. Damn brat, listen up. The worldly power needs to be drawn into the secular world to be controlled. To simplify, your art did that. The world went berserk because you changed the target of the drawing. Like before, the ice dragon became the target, making it so the worldly power focused on him. Once the ice dragon is no more, then there's no one drawing it. Of course the world will return to normal. Ouyang Chongqing bobbed his head. A weakened yet firm voice reached them. Ouyang Chongqing, let's fight again. It was Yilin who was now carried away by Exalted He Ran. Humph, just a fight. Next time I'll just use one art to beat you again. Let me tell you. The best in the alliance will one day be yours truly. Ha ha ha. Bam. Ouyang Ling Tian had enough of his boasting and cuffed him over the head. You're fighting nothing. Haven't you caused enough trouble? And I thought the best in the four lands had been settled already. Ouyang Lingtian's eyes shone as he looked at Zhuo Fan. Everyone stared as well in realization. Maybe not only the best disciple in the alliance. Ouyang Chongqing felt conflicted as he looked at Zhuo Fan. He could tell the other was strong, but did not mean he was ready to admit it. Unless a proper match is taking place, no one can say who's stronger. What's the point? That exchange was enough to show the difference between you. Ouyang Lingtian gave him a sharp glare, then spoke heavily. That ice dragon is something you and the Western Lands disciple have made with your power. It can be said he fought both of you then and easily beat it. He is far above you in this aspect, and Ouyang Lingtian grew silent at the end, and Ouyang Chongqing got curious. And the ice dragon used your strongest heaven-sealing sword art, yet he easily broke it. This shows he is above you. He is in another class than you who are fighting for the best disciple in the Four Lands. You just can't win against him. Morong Shui was the one to finish Ouyang Lingtian's words. He was staring at his father with eyes filled with questions, and Ouyang Lingtian nodded. Shui is right. I've been fighting for so many years, but not once have I seen any divine sword's power being restrained. Not even invincible swords sundering sword art has such power. But he? Just who is he? Ouyang Lingtian stared at Zhuo Fan filled with doubt. The others were also curious, trying to guess his background. At the very least, they could rule out being a tiny steward to some merchant clan. Morong Shui kept her promise to Shangguan Qingyan and did not say a word. Not like they needed her help, since Zhuo Fan gave himself away in broad daylight. He was in the limelight and there was no escaping it. Sea Bright Sect was not about to overlook such a mysterious and dangerous element slipping into their home either. They were all looking tense, trying to pick his every tell. Zhuo Fan acted oblivious, just sitting there with a girl on his shoulder, not wanting to disturb her. I am Ouyang Lingtian of Sea Bright Sect. Who might Sir be, and where do you come from? What brings you to the Sea Bright Sect? Seeing how the strange mood had no effect on Zhuo Fan, Ouyang Lingtian came over before this seemingly radiant stage cultivator. He dared not disrespect in the least. The rest looked intently at the exchange. Ouyang Chongqing still refused to believe what was happening. His father, the best in Northern Lands, was paying respects to some junior. It only went to prove how much the best in Northern Lands evaluated Zhuo Fan, no less than at his level. Since he got rid of the heaven-sealing sword art in one move, it meant that such power was the nemesis of the heaven-sealing sword. As its wielder, he was definitely concerned. While the cultivation was far below, the skill used put him on edge. Zhuo Fan gave him a look and knew he could no longer play innocent. Having got to his usual mysterious and calculative self, he regarded the extremely respectful Northern Lands senior and spoke casually. Senior Ouyang, I am only a steward of the Qian clan coming to deliver goods. Let's leave it at that. Qian steward? Ha ha ha. Does Sir take me for a child? We know everything about the Qian clan, and there's no one like you among it. Ouyang Lingtian shook his head. I don't want to force Sir to be honest, but the situation is critical now. Your sudden presence here terrifies us all. I have no choice but to offend Sir to avoid any problems. I can only ask for your forgiveness. Ouyang Lingtian's face was cold, giving the elders a look. The dozens of Genesis stage elders had the merchant group surrounded. The guards tensed, awaiting for Zhuo Fan's orders. Shangguan Qingyan started, clenching her fists with a frown and a pained heart. Morong Shui shook her head, while the Western Lands disciples and Sea Bright Sect disciples watched the events unfold. Shui Ruohua and the other girl were just confused, looking at Zhuo Fan in wonderment. How did he turn dangerous? Who is he to need to arrest him? Zhuo Fan didn't move still, looking gracefully at the peaceful girl leaning on him. He then glanced at Ouyang Lingtian. Senior Ouyang, could you give me a moment to sit better? Sit better? What for? Ouyang Lingtian had no idea what trick Zhuo Fan was trying to pull. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Senior Ouyang, I just want to sit and nothing else. After all the destruction the ice dragon caused, it will make for a nice sunset to enjoy with the ice covering everything. Enjoy the sunset. Ouyang Lingtian's brow twitched, looking around the icy and snow-covered ruins. Then at Zhuo Fan with a dumb look. What's up with this guy? There's no shock, panic, fear, nor anger, just the intention to watch the scenery? Is he all right? Ouyang Lingtian was floored by the deep eyes behind the eagle mask. Zhuo Fan's request had him stumped. The others let Ouyang Lingtian take the lead and would not stop now. So all were looking dumb at Zhuo Fan, who just wanted to enjoy twilight. They had seen their fair share of people in their long lives as cultivators, against sly weasels or rash fools, but Zhuo Fan took the cake. Chu Qingcheng opened her eyes, much clearer than before, but still vacant. She then left Zhuo Fan's side. Qingcheng is awake. Shui Ruohua lit up and spoke in gratitude. After all these years, this is the first time she had such a peaceful rest. Even with all the chaos around, it's a miracle she could sleep for so long. Shui Ruohua teared up. Zhuo Fan nodded at Chu Qingcheng and said, Senior Ouyang, let's go. Miss Shui, I'll leave Miss Chu in your care. Did you stay like that, so you won't disturb her? Ouyang Lingtian saw Zhuo Fan showing no change, but then it hit him. I get it now. Sir, after you. Ouyang Lingtian gestured and a couple elders approached Zhuo Fan to detain him. Zhuo Fan didn't fight, walking away with a deep gaze as Shui Ruohua held Chu Qingcheng. Qingcheng, after I save young Sanzi, I will come get you and will never leave your side again. Pa! He barely made a step as Chu Qingcheng reached out and gripped Zhuo Fan's hand. Zhuo Fan started and looked on with hope. Is Qingcheng awake? What he saw was the same empty eyes, even as her soft hand held on to him, like something precious, unwilling to let go. Shui Ruohua tried to pull her, but the grip wouldn't give. Shui Ruohua was awkward, looking puzzled. What's got into Chu Qingcheng? Zhuo Fan knew that she reached for him out of instinct. No matter when or where, even with her faded mind, her memories gone, her feelings would never change. Chu Qingcheng was holding on to Zhuo Fan all because of those feelings. Zhuo Fan's heart was in pain again, speaking firmly to Ouyang Lingtian. Senior Ouyang, could you also bring Miss wherever you're taking me? Sure, as long as the people from Western lands agree. He gave Chu Qingcheng a long look and understood the situation, that it would not help Zhuo Fan's case either way. By looking at their hands so tightly held, Ouyang Lingtian had a guess as to what they might be. There was no reason not to indulge him this small request and nodded. He couldn't just as well turn antagonistic, not before having an idea of who Zhuo Fan was, where he came from and the side he took. Zhuo Fan gave a smile and a nod, then turned to Shui Ruohua. She got the idea, seeing how Chu Qingcheng and him were so close. It might actually work in Chu Qingcheng's favor and help her recover faster. She gave her approval and let go of Chu Qingcheng's hands. Chu Qingcheng showed a faint smile, finally at Zhuo Fan's side and sticking to his arm like glue. Bright Sec's elder escorted Zhuo Fan and the guards under careful watch, just like prisoners. Shangguan Qingyan witnessed from the side with worry for Zhuo Fan on one hand, and confusion on the other. Zhuo Fan had never been thoughtful to any woman around her, to the point he'd even do all he could not to disturb her sleep. But who is she? Junior sister Shui, what is going on? Who is he and why did you let junior sister Qingcheng go with him? I don't know either, but they seem to be very close. Qingcheng felt at peace around him. I believe that letting her stay with him will help her recover. Wu Qingqiu rushed to Shui Ruohua for an answer, but she didn't know much else either. Yan Mo grumbled. How can you be so careless? He's too much of an enigma and has the Bright sect watching him. By letting Chu Qingcheng go with him might end up with using her as a shield in the end. How are we going to save her then, in Bright sect's home no less? They wouldn't just cave under his conditions just because you're a Western lands disciple. What else was I supposed to do? You saw it too. Her hands were glued to him and wouldn't let go. Her mind is lost, so of course she's being hard on us. Don't you get that simple truth? Why you? Yan Mo and Shui Ruohua bickered, with Wu Qingxiu frowning in thought. He then rushed over and cupped his hands at Ouyang Lingtian. Senior Ouyang, my junior sister with a frail mind has now gone with that unknown man. I only ask Senior to look after her if anything happens. I understand you don't have to say it. But there's no need to worry, since he has no ill will towards your junior sister. Ouyang Lingtian cut him off with a dismissive wave. Wu Qingxiu looked lost. Senior, how are you so sure? His feelings for your junior sister are plain to see, and she leans on him too. This can't be faked. Ouyang Lingtian spoke. I've been around for many years and can read a situation. Your junior sister will be in complete safety at his side. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Lingtian laughed and patted his shoulder, then left them there confused. Ouyang Lingtian walked to his son and raised his hand, making Ouyang Chongqing tuck his head and kneel with a sullen look. Ouyang Lingtian watched his reckless and wild son with gnashed teeth, lowering his hand in the end, resorting to chiding. Damn it, boy! Have you any idea what storm you stirred today? You not only caused so much harm to your fellow disciples sealed as they are, needing to be taken to Heaven Sealing Pavilion to recover, you also forced me to take the Heaven Sealing Sword from its place, weakening the barrier. What if Invincible Sword used this chance to strike? If the sect fell, it would all be on you. I need to get the sword back at once and report to sect leader about Steward Qian. Once everything is settled, I'll come deal with you. Ouyang Lingtian flicked his sleeve and flew away, leaving Ouyang Chongqing with a pained gaze and disgruntled face. Then I wish for it to never settle. As long as Dad's busy, he won't deal with me. This Ouyang Chongqing. Morong Shui could read him like a book, shaking her head and saying, Yenner, don't you think he hasn't matured one bit? Yenner. Shangguan Qingyan wasn't there though. Wu Qingxiu had got Ouyang Lingtian's answer and consoled his group before leaving as well. As he went, Wu Qingxiu's mind was deep in thought. Shui Ruohua suddenly found her path blocked by someone unexpected. Miss, are you? Shangguan Qingyan from Eastern Lands. She made a bow. Shui Ruohua looked puzzled. Miss Shangguan, why have you suddenly appeared like this? I want to know everything about that lady, down to the smallest detail. Can you tell me? Shangguan Qingyan looked straight in Shui Ruohua's eyes. Shui Ruohua started in confusion. Why is she interested in Qingcheng? Shui Ruohua gauged her restless eyes and nodded in the end. An hour later, the moon now replaced the sun in the sky as the night fell. A flash of light appeared on Beyond Heaven Island, on the highest pavilion, connecting it to the sky, making it a true abode of immortals. Ouyang Lingtian appeared here, walking towards the copper pillar, 2 meters tall by ½ meter wide, covered in signs that glowed faintly. He took a deep breath and presented the heaven-sealing sword with utmost respect. I have borrowed the divine sword and now come to return it. I ask the 4 venerables to activate the barrier and put the divine sword in its rightful place. Ha ha ha, that was quick. An aged voice echoed in the pavilion, followed by the appearance of 4 elders with white beards on each side of the copper pillar. Lingtian, we have lent the sword on account of the sect being in mortal danger. Now that you have come to return it, we would like some answers. Ouyang Lingtian shook his head. The misfortune of the sect came upon by my wretched son, almost unleashing a calamity. Ouyang Lingtian sighed and gave a full account of the events. The elders turned grave. Chongqing is a good seed with his amazing talent, but it got to his head and affects his mind. The stronger he is, the bigger the fall. Lingtian, he's your son and you need to set him straight. Regardless of his great future, it will only bring glory to the sect as long as he walks on the righteous path. But if he turns evil, the world will suffer. He cannot be indulged. I shall take Venerable's advice to heart. Ouyang Lingtian felt ashamed. The 4 made signs and the barrier on the pillar opened. 1 elder gestured and the heaven-sealing sword in Ouyang Lingtian's hands flew above the copper pillar, hovering quietly. The elders changed their signs and the barrier was restored. The heaven-sealing sword shone brightly in an icy blue glow, but with the barrier in place, it did not travel far, sucked in by the copper pillar. The entire sect's barrier shook then and took on an icy blue glow, mystical and enchanting. The four elders nodded. Now the sect barrier is strong and peace is restored. Not even invincible sword can get in. Ha ha ha. Yes, venerables. I shall now take my leave as I have matters to discuss with sect leader. Patriarch bowed. The four waved him off and he withdrew. Their eyes, however, failed to notice a delicate shadow watching on like a viper. That's why there's not a guard around Heaven's Sealing Pavilion. The strongest four sword guardians. Snow Peak four elders. Watch it. The pillar's shadow wiggled and Bali Yuyu appeared in the darkness, looking at the four elders with a frown. The four combined have the power of a sword king, just as strong as Ouyang Ling Tian. Getting the sword will be difficult, not to mention a long battle that will draw in more trouble. What to do? Bali Yuyu stared hard at the four elders from the shadows, hesitation plaguing her heart. Zhuofan had her take the sword tonight, but it was obvious that wouldn't go as smoothly in the best sect of northern lands, even for a sword king like herself. God damn it, what now? I'm not good when it comes to thinking. Bali Yuyu couldn't see any way out of this. What would that punk do? Seeing him always coming up with a plan for everything, then this situation oughtn't be any different. Why can't I think of anything then? She was scrounging up all the brain power she could muster for a way out, though she still came up empty. The Heaven's Sealing sword was behind a barrier and was also powering it. That meant she no longer had any way of taking it by force, to say nothing of the four strong elders guarding it. It was a flawless defense that she had no way of breaching. Should I just go back and ask him? Thinking about it, Bali Yuyu's mind wandered, but then shook the thought away. No, I agreed to take the sword tonight. Getting stuck and going to him for help will only make him laugh at me. I am the great frigid rain sword king, for crying out loud. Though it's clear that force won't give me any result. What do I do then? What's more, I can't see any way of passing the unbreakable defense. So what could he do? Yeah, he can't do anything either. Besides, he had me come here to scout, while taking the sword over an afternoon is too hasty. His plan's the one with issues here, having nothing to do with me. Even if I dump this problem on him, he can't solve it either. Yep, definitely no solution. So there's no indignity in going back with an unsolvable problem. Bali Yuyu found the perfect excuse and simply gave up. She blended with the darkness and slipped away. She was going to Zhuofan to complain about this impossible task. Although Zhuofan had other matters to attend to at the moment, with the Sea Bright sect setting its eyes on him, in the Sea Bright sect's hall, Ouyang Lingtian stepped lightly and was stunned by what he saw. Besides sect leader Ling Yuntian, there was also exalted He Ran and Sun Sea sect's Bu Xingyun. Ouyang Lingtian soon came to a realization and bowed. Sect leader, I assume you know. Of course. Ling Yuntian pointed at the two. Exalted He Ran and sect leader Bu had explained everything. I knew there was something special about Steward Qian, but even I didn't think he'd be so extraordinary. I'm stunned to hear that he destroyed a spirit formed by the worldly power in one blow. You know as well as I that only with the help of a divine sword can we hope to fight back when the power of the world converges. Bu Xingyun rolled his eyes. Sect leader Ling? Why are you still praising him? He's a spy central areas. My sect has already found him out. This only proves it. That's too soon to tell. Exalted He Ran waved. His skills are baffling and equally strong, but there's little evidence to support he came to see Bright sect for nefarious reasons. Wild speculation will only harm the innocent. Harm an innocent? What kind of good can a man of unknown background bring in coming to see Bright sect? If not a central area spy, what, here to wish long life at sect leader Ling's birthday? So what if he is innocent? In these times of crisis, desperate measures are a must, like culling all unknown elements. Absolutely not. It will only bring more problems if we just kill without finding out who he is. Exalted He Ran refuted that proposal, frowning at the dreaded outcome. Bu Xingyun mocked. Are you talking about the buzzing news about Devil Mountain's calamity? Humph. Exalted He Ran must now be paranoid. First of all, no one has ever seen Devil Mountain and it can just as well be fake. Secondly, even if it's real, you think its disciples are all over the place. You think you're just going to bump into one at every step. The chances this time are high. Exalted He Ran winced. His strength is beyond comprehension. How many youths in the lands can match him? Who else but Devil Mountain could bring about such a disciple? If he does come from there, all the more reason we cannot mess with him. Devil Mountain must have sapped all your nerves. If Devil Mountain's disciple is against northern lands, are we just going to watch with a smile? Devil Mountain never involves itself with secular matters. As long as we don't touch them, they won't bother us either. What if they touch us? No, this has never happened before. All right. Ling Yuntian stepped in their quarrel, shouting, "This is the Sea Bright sect. We decide how we handle suspects here. It's not your problem to consider." The two huffed in anger. Ling Yuntian sighed and said, "Ling Tian, how did you deal with him?" "I dared not do anything without sect leader's approval. From what I've learned of his actions, he is not just anyone and would not make things harder. For now, the elders have sealed their yuan qi and placed it behind a barrier, awaiting sect leader's orders." "And what about the matter of the sealed soaring sword?" Ling Yuntian asked. Ouyang Ling Tian shook his head. "The sealing and breaking ways from the heaven sealing sword we know of should be supreme, but it seems this seal on soaring sword is so strange that neither method or any other work. It makes us wonder who the culprit could be to know of such incredible sealing. We will need time to research it before we can break it. Shangguan Feixiong is one stubborn fool, insisting on releasing the seal all by himself, even after half a year of fruitless results. If it hadn't been for us two old men stumbling upon this 3 days ago, we might have never known, ha ha ha." Exalted He Ran sighed. Ouyang Ling Tian nodded. "He Ran, you have the cheek to say that? You'd never tell us either. It'd still be in the dark if it weren't for Murong Lai calling me to help. The old coot had us keep our lips sealed, so he wouldn't look bad. You two geezers have no sense of priorities to actually agree with him." Ouyang Ling Tian rolled his eyes. Ling Yuntian turned grave. "The unsealing of the soaring sword takes the highest priority as of now. Once the seal is lifted and all leaders of every land gathered, we can then investigate Steward Qian and discuss how to address the issue." They all agreed, with only Bu Xingyun grumbling, "Just kill him and be done with it." Also, Ling Yuntian glared at him. "Sect leader Bu, you're in Seabright sect. Could you please respect our rules? Keep your eyes to yourself." "Ugh." Bu Xingyun winced. "Sect leader Ling, what's that supposed to mean?" "Ha ha ha. Sect leader Bu is sure to know. In the Seabright sect, I know everything that's happening. You had your disciple monitor Chen Fan's group. How else would you have known so fast and be the first to report to me on this matter? I am only doing it for the safety of Seabright sect. Sect leader Ling, please don't misunderstand." Bu Xingyun gave a forced smile. "Pa." Ling Yuntian patted his shoulder with a smile. "If sect leader Bu wants me not to misunderstand, then please take actions that aren't subjected to suspicion. Try not to overstep again." Bu Xingyun gave him a long look and shook as he nodded. This guy ain't as kind on the inside as on the outside. In a rather spacious cell, Zhuo Fan's team sat calmly with their cultivation sealed. The walls were unbreakable and even many spatial barriers in place to prevent any from getting out. Shower was the only one overlooked. The Seabright sect elders buying into her actually genuine childish act. How tough could a child be? Zhuo Fan looked calm, ignoring the dark mood in the cell, holding on to the pretty girl's hand. "Sir, what do we do now? It's completely opposite from our plan," one guard asked. Zhuo Fan shook his head. "If the plan can't keep up with reality, it can only adapt to include the changes. At worst, we'll be waiting a few days in here before we get to work. They're not letting us out of their sights. Is Sir that sure? Why else would I be so calm? Now stop talking." Zhuo Fan glared at him and sighed as he turned to the numb Chu Qingcheng. "I'm happy that this at least lets us be together. With how dangerous the trip to the North Sea is, even one moment more is enough." Clap. Clapping resounded in the empty place, followed by laughter. Ha ha ha! I was right. Brother Zhua, it's really you. You're still alive and finally came back. With a shaky brow behind the eagle mask, Zhuofan looked beyond the bars on reflex. The jail door opened with a creak and the unchanged figure of Wu Qingxiu stepped in before him. With a pleased smile, he looked in excitement as he got closer and closer to Zhuofan. Zhuofan shook his head with a chuckle. What gave it away? Of everyone on this heaven's green earth, only Brother Zhua would ever feel so much love for junior sister Qingqing. This goes both ways as well, with junior sister Qingqing only ever trusting Brother Zhua from the bottom of her heart. Wu Qingxiu's eyes shone inside. I had a hard time believing that a good friend who has been gone for so many years would appear before me. It was thanks to Senior Ouyang's words that had me jump to such a wild conclusion. He said you would never harm junior sister out of love, and he was right. That leaves only you who has such undying love for her. Thus the only solution, however impossible and no matter how unlikely the person, is the most probable. For which I have come to see if you're real. Zhuofan shook his head. He traced the eagle mask and slowly lowered it. Brother Wu is wise beyond his years. You found me out. Without me or Yi Lin back then, Western lands would have had you as its best disciple. Brother Wu is without equal. I knew it. Why, you're really here. Ignoring his words, Wu Qingxiu took in his calm smile and sharp eyes as emotions overwhelmed him. He needed a good minute to get his heart to calm down. It was truly a shot in the darkest of abysses, yet it ended up being real. Where have you been all these years? Even leaving your wife behind? Zhuofan looked back and said nothing. Wu Qingxiu glanced at the ever-soothed yet vacant Chu Qingcheng on his arm with a crestfallen look. A man always wants to leave his mark. Whatever business you had that needed finishing, no one could have stopped you. Junior sister Qingcheng is very reasonable and would have let you go. The least you could have done was to come back safely and not do this to junior sister. Her hair not only turned white, but she also closed her mind to everyone. As for you, I see you've recovered from your pain. By the looks of your fine black hair, doing quite well for yourself. I barely recognized you. Wu Qingxiu's tone held some blame and anger at how Zhuofan treated Chu Qingcheng, who he saw as a good sister. Zhuofan had no retort, taking in all of his rebuke. You have been someone we admire the most, especially by Yan Mo and of course by little junior brother. Wu Qingxiu glared at him. You've excelled in mind and in strength, earning our full respect. When we heard that you had been killed, many of us wanted revenge. We had taken upon ourselves to take care of the widow you left behind. Even that rampant Yan Mo is thoughtful towards junior sister Qingqing, all because everyone in our generation sees you as the true best in Western lands. And what did you do? Faked your death and vanished for 4 or 5 years. You have let down junior sister Qingqing, who has always been hoping for your return. And you have let down your brothers who looked up to you. Wu Qingxiu's tone only grew angrier. Zhuofan took a deep breath, feeling shame. Be it 4 or 5 years, it's still a long time. I believed that I could take on everything myself. Qingqing would have been in pain but then followed by relief as in a decade or two. Her wound would begin to heal and in 50 years she would have moved on. A century later, she wouldn't even remember me. The deepest love would be buried in the sands of time. Right? But Zhuofan felt his heart bleed every time he looked into those dull eyes of his wife. Junior sister Qingqing didn't even wait. The moment you were proclaimed dead, her heart died with you. Wu Qingxiu was grave. I just want to know, why didn't you come back if you were safe? No matter how much you changed, she still could tell it was you even back at the stage. Maybe if you stay with her, you could open her heart again. In the matters of the heart, only the cause can heal it. No pill in this world can heal her, for you are her cure. Zhuofan shook his head in desolation. I cannot see her, because I hope she will learn to forget me. Why? It's for her own good. I don't want to hurt her. Zhuofan squeezed her hand. If I die tomorrow, am I supposed to let her die with me? Wu Qingxiu started. What's that supposed to mean? My life isn't my own and can be reaped at a whim. I just don't want to burden her. Zhuofan gave a long sigh. Xianxia was stunned. I may not know what trouble you're in, but I can see your point. Are you saying that all you've done was for her to live? Shuafan nodded, his eyes glazing from being weary. Sorry, I forgot myself there. I should have known you'd never be so cruel to junior sister Qingqing. Xianxia relented and bowed after some thought. Shuafan waved his hand. It's fine. Telling me off actually made me feel a bit better. I am rather very grateful to you and all who took the time to look after Qingqing these years. Xianxia shook his head. It's what a fellow brother does, all natural. What natural? You don't understand women at all. A nagging voice came out from behind. If I may say so, and the eldest senior brother of Double Dragon Manor, you should be tearing into this cruel man for dumping his wife. The two looked back to see with a start that it was Shangguan Qinyan with red eyes from crying and looking at them with indignation. Shuafan was puzzled. What are you doing here? What do you think the jail of Seabright sect is? This isn't a playground. Yeah, I told seniors outside not to let anyone disturb us. Why can you? Xianxia looked baffled at her. Bang. Shangguan Qinyan stomped on her way over, cursing in the meantime. I know you're Double Dragon Manor's eldest senior brother Xianxia, and that those seniors let you in because of your importance in Double Dragon Manor, but you're just a disciple. I, however, am the young miss of the Shangguan clan, the apple of my father's eye. So who do you think those oldies will favor more? Ugh. Xianxia was lost for words. True, Double Dragon Manor is leading Western lands, but I'm just a disciple within its grounds. No matter how much favor I have, it'll last for a few decades tops. When the next batch of new guys come, I'll soon be forgotten. While the Shangguan clan of Eastern lands would always hold their young miss in the highest regard regardless. Their statuses were just worlds apart. Those oldies would of course not step on Eastern lands' young miss toes the most. Xianxia rolled his eyes and grumbled. See, bright sex elders sure are tough. He failed to notice that they wouldn't let a Western lands disciple see their greatest suspect unless they were tough. It was all due to not wanting to piss off Double Dragon Manor that was behind him that they let him through. As pissing off Double Dragon Manor meant pissing off all of Western lands. They couldn't take the blame. The same went for Shangguan Qinyan. So this young missy stormed into the jail and right in Zhuofan's face as she glared. Young Miss Shangguan, did I do something to anger you? Zhuofan looked confused. Shangguan Qinyan's lip trembled and nodded. Yeah, you did. Because you have no clue what women think. Come again. Zhuofan paused, turning to Xianxia for answers, but he was just as clueless, offering an unhelpful shrug. Zhuofan, I know all about you and your wife, every single detail. Shangguan Qinyan's eyes flared with anger. You've gone through so much together. So why are you such a blockhead? Don't you see what she wants? Zhuofan winced, turning grave, staring at Zhuofan's clueless face. Shangguan Qinyan sighed and her features softened. You said in the central area that you abandoned your wife because she would die with you, right? But what if that was what she wanted? Well, I didn't. Zhuofan spoke heavily. I just couldn't have her enter hell because of me. It's like pushing her into the abyss. I'm no saint. But this is something I could never do. Yet your wife was more than happy to join you in hell. No, unacceptable. Zhuofan shook his head. She wants to be with me, so of course I want to as well. But being selfish for a brief period would get her killed. Something I don't want to see. That's why it's better if she forgets me. Zhuofan caressed Qingqing's white hair, hurt just by seeing her so unresponsive. But not like this. I only hoped she would forget me alone. She forgot everyone, even herself, all but you, right? Shangguan Qinyan glanced at the dull gaze of Qingqing and teared up again. Zhuofan shook and closed his eyes, recalling how Qingqing shunned any at the fight earlier. While only showing fondness to him, a stranger in an eagle mask, he hurt even more. Shangguan Qinyan lowered her head and sighed. I don't want eternity, only a moment. Zhuofan, these were Qingqing's last words. Do you know what they mean? What? I've pressed senior sister Ruohua for every detail, and she said Miss Chu had always been muttering this right before she lost herself. Shangguan Qingyan sighed. Sir Zhua is a man of lofty ambitions and achievements. Be it as Zhua Fan or Gu Yifan, any place that he's found in is bound to be overturned and danger to follow. Miss Chu was ready. Since she chose you, she was willing to accept everything. She didn't mind not spending eternity together, as long as she was there next to you. This was her deepest wish. But you had been so selfish and decided by yourself to cut it off. You said it's all for her, so she could be safe and away from you. But did you ever stop to think what she wanted? You gave her all you could, but robbed her of all she wanted. She is living well, but she might as well be dead. Sir Zhua, is this your love for her? Such selfishness. Zhua Fan's eyes shook, his body trembled, filled with regret as he looked at Chu Qingqing's dull features. I was truly wrong. True demonic cultivators can break away from the hypocrisies and deceits, but they can't fight love. Ha ha ha. Zhua Fan's eyes were filled with sorrow. A demon should never have felt attachment. Attachment cuts off the demonic path and traps you. I could scheme over anything in the world, but always become powerless in the face of love. I wanted what's best for my wife, but ended up hurting her the most. If this was a backlash, then Zhua Fan admitted he failed in this aspect. Not only was his wife hurt, but he was crushed in this battle as well. Zhua Fan stood with a blank stare, with Shangguan Qingyan and Wu Qingqiu feeling his pain. The greatest pain in the world was having the opposite outcome of what you intended. What he thought would get him the best of both worlds ended up with him losing everything. Pa! A sudden hand gently landed on Zhua Fan's confused face. Zhua Fan looked startled at Chu Qingqing, running her hand through his hair in an effort to console him. Alas, those same empty eyes stared back into his soul. Wu Qingqiu lit up. Brother Zhua, don't lose heart. Ever since you came, junior sister Qingqing has shown great improvement. I believe that as long as brother Zhua stays, junior sister Qingqing is sure to get better. Yes, now that I'm here, I will help her get well and never leave again. Touching the gentle hand on his hair, Zhua Fan stood and looked in Chu Qingqing's eyes as he spoke. Even in death, I will always hold your hand. I won't let you walk the earth alone ever again. Shangguan Qingyan and Wu Qingqiu nodded with a smile, though the former felt her own heartache. She was happy that Zhua Fan reunited with his dear wife, but it was also the cause of her pain. In the end, she rooted for the pair to have a happy reunion and be together. As for herself, she felt great even only being young Sanzi's aunt. Shangguan Qingyan smiled, brighter than ever before. Wu Qingqiu looked dumbstruck as he smiled back. Chu Qingqing began to show signs of a smile too, a flicker of life coming and going in her empty eyes. Bam! The jail door was slammed open, making them jump. A bloody corpse missing an arm and leg flew in. The feisty woman showing up waltzed inside and shouted at Zhua Fan. Brat, you alright? I came to get you out. Who are you? There are 30 Genesis stage experts outside. How did you get in here? Wu Qingqiu gasped. The woman smirked. What can 30 puny Genesis old farts do anyway? They should be proud they could hold me for even a second. But what's with this jail's design, putting 2 Soul Harmony stage brats as guards at the end? I say, they're more and more rotten. Ha ha ha. She flashed before the two with bloodthirst, ready to end them. Wu Qingqiu's eyes widened in panic. With how strong she looked, she of course had no trouble dealing with the Genesis elders outside, and silently too. She is deadly. She could kill them as easily as squashing ants, and they couldn't even make a peep while at it. Wu Qingqiu grew grave and pale, sighing. Just what was wrong with today, always putting them in imminent danger. Stop, Yu. It was then a shout came. The bloodthirst-fueled finger halted, and she looked from them to Zhua Fan. What's the point in letting them live? Bali Yu failed to get the sword from the heaven-sealing pavilion and came back to discuss it with Zhua Fan. There she found their team locked up. So while her head didn't always work straight, her fist was more than enough to compensate. She made the bright decision to break Zhua Fan out and ask his big brain for a plan. Having him stuck behind bars left her with no clue what to do next. They're friends coming for a visit, not guards. Don't hurt them. Shuofan waved. Whether accustomed or not, she actually listened with a shrug and patted the two. Oh, on the same side. Ha ha ha. Sorry about that. Don't mind it. It's fine. Just don't mind it at all. Ha ha ha. Xianxia looked tense, giving Shuofan a puzzled look. What the hell has he been up to these years? Where did she find this powerhouse? Is she from Devil Mountain too? Oh, Devil Mountain. With all the memories being refreshed, he forgot to ask if Devil Mountain was real or just a thorough lie. But then glancing at Bali Yuyu, Xianxia flinched and kept his doubts to himself. Better leave it for later. Xianxia was so terrified, she couldn't even make a peep. Bali Yuyu ignored the harmless brats and mocked. Hey, Steward Qian, what's going on? I've been out with work for a bit and you got yourself imprisoned? You even had me come break you out. Steward Qian, has your shrewd mind finally come up empty for once? How stuck up you are. Shuofan turned to the others with a smile. See this face? Allow me to teach you a life lesson. The next time you see someone like this, you're to step on it and beat it without remorse. For the moment one gets cocky over nothing, you'll come to regret having not hit it when you could. Bali Yuyu giggled, but then her face sank. Bali Yuyu gnashed her teeth and spat. Rotten punk, you let your mouth run off and ended up in jail. Now I come to save you out of the kindness of my heart, but instead of thanks you're mocking me? What would you have done if I hadn't come along? Who asked you anyway? Shuofan scoffed with a raised eyebrow, holding on to Chu Qingqing's hand. I was even hoping to stay here for a couple of days. Miss Yuyu is free to leave. I'm stuck here behind the barriers and can't go. Bye. Hey. Bali Yuyu's face twitched, annoyed with him to the extreme. She came to the rescue, but the more she looked, she noticed they were unlike any prisoners she saw. They were more like guests. Is this your home? Are you free to come and go as you please? I even had to go through the guards. Burning with anger, Bali Yuyu stopped her cursing when she noticed Shuofan holding hands with Chu Qingqing. Her anger evaporated, replaced by confusion. Qian Fan, who is she? My wife. Your wife. Bali Yuyu flinched, feeling her heart skip a beat but also souring. But as a sword king, and particularly a warmonger, she wasn't about to let softness show on her features. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Why haven't I heard about this or seen her? Shuofan rolled his eyes. Who are you to me for me to tell you everything? Humph. It's my fortune to be reunited with my wife. I shall treasure these days, imprisoned alongside her. Be sure to look after junior sister Qingqing, Shuofan. You owe her too much after so many years. Xianxia said with a smile, forgetting there was a witch not up to 2 feet away, an expert that removed dozens of Genesis stage experts without a sound. Bali Yuyu looked confused and stared at Shuofan. Then I'll break you out of here. We'll talk once we're safe. No, my wife's mind had suffered a shock and fighting will affect her. Staying here is much better. Just knock her out and we'll be off. What did you say? Shuofan glared. Bali Yuyu, listen here. She is my wife. Touch her and you'll be sorry. Bali Yuyu was taken aback, having never seen Shuofan be so determined. She knew the girl was very important to him and sighed with a lowered head. One guard mediated. Sir, Miss Yuyu is only thinking of your own good. There's no need to turn cruel over a simple refusal. Ha ha ha. This isn't about keeping calm. I won't let anyone touch her. Shuofan held Chu Qingqing as he spoke with resolve. Bali Yuyu's face fell and gnashed her teeth. Xianxia shook her head, feeling sad. Shuofan is more careful with Chu Qingqing than with any other girl. Senior sister Ruohua was right. Shuofan and Chu Qingqing were protective of each other, with no one able to separate them. Xianxia's face twitched and asked his most pressing question. Shuofan, you just called this Miss Bali Yuyu? What a coincidence for her to have the same name as the Central Area's frigid rain sword king. Ha ha ha. That's me. It's not a coincidence. Shuofan stayed silent, But Wu Qingqiu and Shangguan Qingyan were frozen stiff. Frigid Rain Sword King is in Sea-Bright sect and listening to this devious guy. But for what? Bali Yuyu ignored their shock and the fact she was found out. Since you don't want to leave, what are you planning? Didn't you aim for the North Sea? How are you going to reach it if you're stuck here? I'll leave when the moment is right. Thanks for caring. But for now, I want to be with my wife. You can go now. Go? If I go, who'll save you? Bali Yuyu roared. You think just anyone can burst into Sea-Bright Sect's jail? If I go, you'll either die or be stuck here till you die. It's none of your concern. No one can stop me from leaving when I want, nor take me away if I don't want to. Zhuo Fan glared at her, his voice irreproachable. Frigid Rain Sword King? We're all behind bars, so you don't have to stay as well, and can go back to report to Invincible Sword. This is all I amount to, getting trapped by the Sea-Bright sect. Devil Mountain Disciple is nothing much, not when Devil Mountain doesn't exist. You can go and tell him that. Your mission is over. Bali Yuyu bit her lip, not wanting to go, her eyes glaring back. You really don't need my help? No, now go. Shuofan sighed. With my wife by my side, I don't need another woman causing misunderstandings. As someone under me, tonight is your last task. The plan is a success and we can go our separate ways. As you are with Bailey Yutian, you can wait for my end then report it back to him. There's no need for you to be here anymore. Bali Yuyu shook, with her and Shangguan Qingyan feeling stabbed in the heart. Having him say there was no place for any girl around him other than his wife cut them deep. Bali Yuyu didn't go anywhere, speaking coldly. You think I want to stay around you? I've had enough ages ago. But with the Sea-Bright Sect's barrier so strong, I can't pass it. You didn't get the Heaven Sealing Sword? You think it's that easy? Bali Yuyu rolled her eyes. The Heaven Sealing Sword is behind an unbreakable barrier in the Heaven Sealing Pavilion. There are also the 4 Snow Peak Elders, the strongest defenders in Northern Lands, watching over it. Their combined attacks would be hard to face even for Ouyang Lingtian. How then am I supposed to do it? Could you steal it then? No. Obviously. But you can. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. Bali Yuyu paused. Are you deaf? I can't beat those 4 and can't even break the barrier. I can't because I don't have the strength to face Sword King level experts. But you have it and can do it for me. Zhuo Fan said. Ever heard of diversion tactics? Bali Yuyu pondered and exclaimed. You want to draw them out? But they've been alive for thousands of years. You think such a simple trick will work? And I still can't deal with the barrier. Going after them is bound to fail, which is why we'll use a complex plan. Shuofan's eyes shone. Because they're wise old men, they have many things and thus many leverages. Ever heard of rumors becoming real? Frigid Rain Sword King looked stumped. He gestured to her to get closer and Shuofan whispered dark secrets to her through the bars. Bali Yuyu gave him a look of confusion at the end. Will it actually work? With the old coots so obsessed with their stuff. They're easy to dupe, even the wisest elders. Shuofan's eyes sparkled. Bali Yuyu nodded and left. I'll give it a shot, but if it doesn't work, I'll take it out on you. Don't go failing on purpose just to find me. This trick only works once. Don't waste my effort and brain cells. If it works, I wouldn't be caught dead coming back here. Bali Yuyu huffed and her footsteps sounded distant now. With the witch leaving, Wu Qingqiu gasped, Zhuofan, are you siding with the Central Area's Swordstar Empire? Yeah. I thought you said you're not here to make trouble for Northern Lands. Shangguan Qingyan said hurriedly. Zhuofan said, I'm not here for Northern Lands affairs nor am I on the Central Area's side. I'm doing it for myself. You can now go report but don't mess with the plan. You heard it, right? I want to go to the North Sea and the Sea-Bright sect would never lower the barrier for me. I can only borrow Bali Yuyu to weaken the barrier and make it easier for me to leave. This way it saves me a dragon breath pill. Which is great. Ha ha ha. Shuofan had a wide smile plastered on his face, making the two confused. Outside the jail, Bali Yuyu looked furious around the corpses. She took a deep breath, about to throw away a token, but something held her back. It was the same token Fan had the Chen clan prepare for her. Chen Fan's wife, Chen Yu, escorting goods. She heard voices nearby and Bali Yu gripped the token. She sniffed as her eyes teared over. She put the token away and flew for the heaven-sealing pavilion. The stars shone bright on this quiet night. The 4 elders in the heaven-sealing pavilion sat on each side of the copper pillar with closed eyes. Heaven-sealing sword was still shining blue, radiating power taken by the barrier. Boom! A sudden explosion tore the tranquility, with a huge fire breaking out 5 kilometers from beyond Heaven Island. The flames reach high in the sky, with the clouds reflecting a deep red. The 4 elders flinched awake, looking at the fire in the distance, and heard the resulting ruckus. The sect members were running around to deal with it. What's going on? What could have made that noise inside the sect? One elder stroked his beard. Another elder shook his head and closed his eyes. Doesn't matter. At worst, sect leader and Lingtian will deal with it. We just need to do our job and guard this place. Nothing else matters than doing our part. The others regained calm after a pause, just sitting there in silence. Report. Yet 15 minutes later, a panicked shout reached the pavilion. A Sea-Bright sect disciple flew before the 4 and started lamenting. Venerables, this is bad. My invincible sword and 5 sword kings have broken in. Sea-Bright sect Ling has fallen and senior uncle Ouyang Lingtian is barely holding on. You have to help him, venerables. What? The calm elders snapped their eyes open and stared at him in disbelief. Are you sure? How, when our barrier is unbreakable? Invincible sword would have no reason to be here either way. Why would they make such a sudden attack? For what purpose? The guy didn't say anything, just looking frightened, being scared out of his mind and unable to calm down. Hey, which elder's disciple are you? Why aren't you answering? One venerable squinted and shouted in suspicion. Did you see Invincible Sword and his team? Did you see the sect leader die? The guy barely squeezed a word through the terror. Why yes. The 4 elders grumbled. What's with him acting so weird? His earlier report was clear, so why was he now stuttering so much? Venerables, get the heaven-sealing sword. Quickly. Another shout came to the pavilion before they could make some sense of it all. A second disciple rushed in, looking miserable. He slumped at their feet and urged. Senior Uncle Lingtian is hurt badly. Double Dragon Manor and Shangguan clan have suffered severe casualties and can't hold on. Senior Uncle requests that venerables go and help with the divine sword. He then spurted blood and fell unconscious from his heavy wounds. The 4 were alarmed. Is the battle outside that fierce? They've taken out the main resistance. Is the enemy that strong? The 4 looked shocked, but recalling Invincible Sword, they were instantly sure. With that old monster leading the charge and with the help of a divine sword, it'll be hard to stop him. 3 elders turned to the eldest brother. The elder frowned, his heart in chaos. He figured the best thing to do now was to understand what was happening. But it all happened so fast that there was no time, with the situation out of control and unable to make sense of it all. What am I supposed to do? Venerable, save us. A wail came from outside. The 4 elders' hearts thumped with worry. This time it was a female disciple bursting in, covered in wounds and her eyes filled with blood. She wept. Venerables, Senior Uncle Ouyang. The 4 elders shook, hurriedly asking, what happened to Lingtian? Senior Uncle was killed by Invincible Sword. The girl twitched one more time and cried as she fell unconscious as well. The 4 elders no longer looked at her, each shocked to the core. Ouyang Lingtian, the strongest in northern lands and the only one to use the heaven-sealing sword to its full power, had just died at Invincible Sword's hands. The future of Sea-Bright sect was now ruined, all those thousands of years of glorious history brought to an abrupt end. The 4 panicked and their hearts sank. The noise outside only grew louder. One elder jolted back to his senses and said, Eldest brother, we need to help the sect. We can't sit around while our disciples are being wiped out. There is no sect without them. Yes. But there's rules regarding the sword. The High Venerable no longer sat around thinking, turning to the heaven-sealing sword with hesitation. The sword can never leave the pavilion, only in special circumstances. If we take the sword then, the other three elders cried out, Eldest brother, we don't have time to mind the rules. Without the heaven-sealing sword, we can't stop Invincible Sword's sundering sword. Are you trying to let him kill more of us? This is an emergency and we don't have time to worry about that now. Are you afraid of losing the heaven-sealing sword? High Venerable looked at them and then he nodded. Yes, it's an emergency. Stopping the old monster comes first. This entire situation feels strange, but we need to act fast. With the four of them working together and wielding the heaven-sealing sword, nothing could stop them. High Venerable's eyes shone with conviction. Release the barrier and take the sword. The other three nodded and made signs. Ripples began to spread from the barrier around the sword. The barrier then opened and allowed for the cold aura of the heaven-sealing sword to spread outside. It then began to hum, shaking and hovering above the copper pillar. High Venerable reached out for it. Whoosh! The sword turned into a cold glow and flew towards him. Whoosh! Silver sword energy waves came from nowhere just then, shooting for the elders. The dreaded aura they carried made them shiver and feel death breathing down their necks. The four jumped away to dodge. Bam! While they got out of the way, the heaven-sealing sword could not. With a clang, the sacred weapon got sent hurtling through the air. It was no longer able to tell where High Venerable was and just spun in place. It was then a woman flashed before the four and grabbed heaven-sealing sword. She landed 100 meters from them and spared them a cold gaze. She was none other than the female disciple coming to report. Only she now released a deadly aura that made even the four elders shiver. Who are you? Give heaven-sealing sword back. The four elders shouted at once, clenching their fists. She, however, made the wise choice to ignore them, looking at the divine sword with a flat look, devoid of any joy she might have hoped. Those geezers have been around for thousands of years, and a simple diversion won't work. Even if they do fall for it, you won't be getting the heaven-sealing sword from behind the barrier. The best tactic is to use a lure so they would take it out themselves. As for what could possibly drive them to shirk their duty and rely on the sword? Easy when the sect is in grave peril. The geezers would die for the sect. It is everything to them, while also their only achievement and weakness. You just have to bait them and all will fall into place. As for how to do it, the three-person confirmation method. I know these weasels are shrewd and hard to dupe, but as more people say the same thing, they have to believe it. No matter how suspicious, human nature is the same. We don't even need to believe it fully either, just enough to consider the loud ruckus as grave danger. Just to be safe, they would then take the sword out. With how no lie is perfect, you will have to act fast. In the heat of the moment, those geezers are too distraught to pay attention to everything. Adding to that, the unhealthy confidence experts tend to have, ha ha ha, once you take the sword, take care of yourself, frigid rain sword king. As she stared at the silent heaven-sealing sword in her hand, she replayed Zhuofan's words in her mind. Bali Yuyu's lip quivered, then glared at the four with fury. What the hell is wrong with you old coots? Are you that stupid to fall for his dumb trick? Have your brains turned to mush? Ugh! The four elders looked at each other with dumb looks. What's she on about? She took out the divine sword and now blames us for being duped? It sounds more like she didn't want to do it but was forced. What kind of skewed logic is that? Are there people in this world that are forced to rob themselves? Or is this broad just mocking us? Curses, this is mortifying. It's not enough you stole our sword. Now you had to insult our intelligence too. Girl, who are you? How dare you steal our divine sword? Give it back now and we'll spare you. The elders roared. Bali Yuyu mocked their kind offer. Decrepit old fools, save your flimsy speech for your sea-bright sect disciples. You have no chance of scaring the likes of Bali Yuyu. The frigid rain sword king Bali Yuyu? The four elders gasped. What are you doing here? How did you get into our sect? Bali Yuyu grinned. Like getting in here was difficult. I just had to stroll right in, humph. Now I can leave and none of you can stop me. Take care. Bali Yuyu was about to leave, but the heaven-sealing sword in her hand had different plans, shaking and trying to fly away from her. It was the divine sword's defiance, shunning any who didn't train in its arts. Bali Yuyu was a sword king and a cultivator of the sundering sword art. With the 5 great divine swords sharing common aspects, she poured her thunder sword energy into it to calm it down. Having humans for its wielders was also an important aspect, since it held no malice towards them. If it were a sacred beast instead, the divine sword would go berserk in trying to tear the beast to pieces. Once the divine sword settled, Bali Yuyu made a sign and placed it in her ring. Bali Yuyu, give it back or you're going to die here. Heaven-sealing sword was now in the enemy's bag, making the 4 Snow Peak elders shout at her and attack. Cold sword waves came at Bali Yuyu from all around her. She gave a smirk of disdain and flared her aura. Her hands flickered and thunder cracked the air, deflecting the sword waves. Boom! A chain of devastating explosions resounded as the heaven-sealing pavilion blew up, with the horizon taking on a glowing silvery hue. When dust settled and all noise died, the 4 Snow Peak elders found no sign of Frigid Rain Sword King. She was gone before they knew it. The 4 elders were a match for even Ouyang Lingtian, making it impossible for her to beat them. The same, however, applied for them. With both sides holding equal power, getting the sword from them was impossible as it was for the 4 to stop her. So while they were flinging threats, they knew the minute the Bali Yuyu got to the heaven-sealing sword, they had no chance of getting it back. That attack they did was only out of duty. The 4 watched the empty night sky filled with regret. In another area, people had the burning place surrounded, with Ouyang Lingtian, Ling Yuntian and Exalted Double Dragon among them. Bright Sect's disciples and elders watched from the side, making sure nothing escaped their notice, despite finding nothing. Sect leader Ling, what is this place? Murong Lai frowned, looking at the blazing fire. They had to be very strong to have ruined this place so quickly, at the level of the best in the land. But what's so important here that would make them cause such destruction? The others turned to Ling Yuntian. Ling Yuntian sighed. This is the alchemy house of the Bright Sect, where many pills are refined. Are they aiming to cripple our pill supply? That has to be it. Central area's spies must have slipped in and started causing havoc. Hu Xingyu nodded and cupped his hands. Sect leader Ling, please double the search parties and find them as soon as possible. There seems to be more of them besides that Qian caravan. We need to hold Qian Fan for questioning. The other mulled a bit and agreed. Ling Yuntian fell silent, still in thought. Ouyang Lingtian smiled. Sect leader, it's like you don't see it as a spy attack. Just like you said, only a real expert could have done this, someone of your level. That means it could only be a sword king. Ling Yuntian's eyes shone. But don't you think taking out just the alchemy house is too little for the 9 sword kings hiding among us? If word got out they were out pilfering would only bring them shame. The others nodded. Yes. Why would experts like the 9 sword kings lower themselves to something like this? Maybe it's not a sword king but another expert. Murong Shui thought of something. All eyes turned to her. Someone else besides the 9 sword kings? The other lands' experts. Aside from the traders of western lands and eastern lands, that only left Murong Lai of southern lands and Ouyang Lingtian of northern lands capable of this. Are you suspecting your own brother? Or are you saying Ouyang Lingtian would do this to his own home? Murong Lai was the only one who understood, having fought with Bali Yuyu yet having not known who she was. Shuer, you mean that woman? Murong Shui nodded, but her eyes shone with cold bloodthirst. Rumble. Thunderclaps echoed from the heaven-sealing pavilion, shaking the skies. The heaven-sealing sword! Ouyang Lingtian cried out and rushed towards it. The others soon followed in realization. Murong Xie grabbed her brother and said, Brother, you go on ahead. There's something I must do. What? Murong Lai was confused. What could be more important than an attack on the Bright Sect? You don't have to worry. I'll just check something and return. Just be careful. There's a strong expert hiding in the Seabright sect and it's no longer safe. Murong Lai saw her unshrinking will and relented, going on alone. Murong Shui gnashed her teeth and muttered, "Damn you bastard, the merchant caravan was missing a girl. It has to be her. That guy can't sit still even in jail, causing such a disaster without any shred of remorse. This time he must die, before Seabright sect suffers any more destruction and he kills more innocents." Boom! A third loud boom rang that night. The sky began to quicker and broke away, letting the stars shine brighter upon the world, without any impediment. The men going for Heaven's Sealing Pavilion flinched and stopped to look in shock. The strongest barrier in the lands was now broken. "Brother Wu, what do you think of my skill?" Chu Qingqing sat in the gloomy jail, with Shuofan standing behind her, softly running the comb through her long silky locks, full of care and gentleness. "It has only been 1 day since Qingcheng and I got married and I had been forced to go to Double Dragon Manor, never getting the chance to comb her hair. It might be silly, but it was a wish of mine. You two can tell me if I'm doing it wrong." Wu Qingqiu's face twitched. "Zhuofan, you're way too casual. Frigid Rain Sword King listened to you and went to steal Heaven Sealing Sword. She might fail and be chased here. You'd be involved in the Central Area's matters, from which you can't come out alive. And if she succeeds, the Seabright sect would have no way of dealing with her and will take their hatred on you, leading to death once more. I just can't figure out how you can be so indifferent about it. It's like it isn't your problem. Yeah, that Frigid Rain Sword King wanted to break you out of here. You could have accepted and all would be over. Why would you stay here to die?" Shangguan Qingyan grew downcast. Shuofan only had attention for combing his wife's hair. Smiling, "It's a bit messy. I know I'm not used to this. I just need practice." "Qingcheng, sorry?" "Hey, Shuofan, did you hear any word I said?" "All of it." Shuofan rolled his eyes. "First off, I told you I'm not with the Central Areas group, having my own interests. But the Seabright sect won't believe you. No matter." Shuofan smirked. "Them believing or not is all the same to my life. I cannot die either way, ha ha ha." Wu Qingqiu was baffled. "What do you mean it's all the same? They're never going to allow a Central Area spy to live, on top of having killed so many experts of theirs. Those Genesis stage experts outside weren't killed by you, but since Bali Yuyu did it to save you, you'll still be implicated. In their anger, they'll even take your life. It will only be harder on Qingqing, after finally coming back. Now you." Zhuofan gave him a gesture to be quiet as he showed a vague smile. "Brother Wu, you're a righteous cultivator to the core. Even your thinking is upright. Be it killing or spying, none have anything to do with me. If killing meant death, then there would be no murders. It's nothing more than a scare tactic. The strong have always preyed on the weak. With enough strength, no one can take your life no matter who you kill." Shuofan paced around, tending to Chu Qingqing's fine locks, his gentle care in complete dissonance with his cruel tone. Wu Qingqiu sighed. "I know that, but you're now the weak one and about to be sacrificed. Aren't you scared?" "Why should I be?" Shuofan's eyes flashed, showing a devious smile. "If they can strike me, you think I can't strike back? Unless they're backward enough to think like a dumb teenager and die together, they would never touch me. You really think that I was so open about letting them seal my cultivation and put me behind bars without any precautions?" Wu Qingqiu's heart sank, being more confused than ever. Zhuofan's smirk turned serious when he looked at Chu Qingcheng. "I couldn't die because I wanted to reunite with my wife one day. Now I cannot die even more, because she needs me. I am not about to let anyone take my life. Then I'll take it, demon." Bam! While a boom, the jail door burst open and a girl's voice echoed inside. Murong Shui appeared with a furious scowl, stomping down the steps while staring at Shuofan, who didn't even pause from combing. Shangguan Qingyan rushed to block her good sister, seeing her so furious, doing anything to soothe her. "Sister Murong, what's wrong? Why are you so furious? You dare ask me that? Did you not see the many corpses of Sea-Bright sect elders outside? Glaring at her, for the first time, Morong Shui yelled at her sweet little sister, scaring her away. Ignoring her infatuated sister with Zhuo Fan, Morong Shui glared, Gu Yifan, give me an answer. Did you kill those people? Word caught my ear that Southern Land's immortal healer Morong Shui is smart and sharp, but why is it that today you're so slow? Tending to Chu Qingqing's temples, Zhuo Fan drawled, my Yuan Qi is sealed and am stuck in this barrier. You tell me how I am supposed to kill anyone. You stupid or what? Morong Shui gasped in hatred. You might not have done it, but that woman around you did the killing, didn't she? Yep. Zhuo Fan was blunt. Morong Shui gnashed her teeth. Why has she been killing? Did you put her up to this? She did it to break me out. I asked you if you told her to kill so she could get you out. That's why I'm saying you're dumb. If I told her that, what would I still be doing here? I'd be miles away by now. Zhuo Fan cocked an annoying eyebrow, mocking the irate girl further. There's no point in having her save me, so I had her leave. So why are you here? A trip to the sect dungeon. Shangguan Qingyan couldn't contain her giggle. Morong Shui glared at her and made her flinch in fright. But then she cautiously held her sister's trembling hand from rage, pleading, Sister Shui, it's true. The woman came to save him when we were here, but he didn't want to go, coming to terms with his crimes and turning a new leaf. Could you ask Brother Morong Lai to speak for him with sect leader Ling and let him go? A new leaf? Humph. His character is unchanging. Flinging her hand away, Morong Shui glared with hatred at Zhuo Fan. Let me ask you, did you put that woman to make those 2 explosions in the sect? Don't try to deny it. I've seen the destruction and it couldn't be made by anyone other than a Sword King level expert. Except for the central area, only that woman around you has such power. Now that she's missing, it's obviously. There's 3 explosions. Zhuo Fan cut her off with an evil smile. First was at a place far from Heaven Ceiling Pavilion. The second at the Heaven Ceiling Pavilion. As for the third, Zhuo Fan's grin widened. She gnashed her teeth in frustration and anger. The sect barrier. I knew it was you behind it all. Yep. I had her do it, what about it? I'll kill you. Zhuo Fan's callous admittance proved to have been the last push to Morong Shui's fury. She raised her palm and struck for Zhuo Fan's head. Even with his cultivation sealed, he still showed no fear before impending doom. Bam! Zhuo Fan just stood there with a smile, but Morong Shui had to withdraw 2 steps with a trembling hand. Her eyes were burning with even more rage. Plop. Zhuo Fan smirked as he knocked the air 3 times. Miss Morong, better not call yourself smart again. You're more of a bonehead. I'm a prisoner here, Missy, with a strong barrier left by Genesis stage experts. While I can't get out, neither can you get in. Miss Morong, you're better off asking sect leader Ling to open them if you still plan on killing me. Judging by that savage strike just now, your hand must be crushed. Yet it still couldn't touch a hair on my head. Ha ha ha! I'm sorry, really I am. Here I am, at my weakest, yet you can't even reach me. Gu Yifan, you're one vile demon. Just you wait. We'll just see how long your cocky attitude lasts. Morong Shui glared at Zhuo Fan's taunting gaze and scrunched her teeth harder. She then flicked her hand and left. I'll report everything to sect leader Ling. He'll deal with you. First you slaughtered people in the Sea-Bright sect. Then you broke their barrier. Zhuo Fan didn't even flinch, looking at her in ridicule. Shangguan Qingyan started and begged. Sister Shui. Don't. He really hasn't done anything in jail. He's good. Good my ass. Even if he doesn't move a muscle, disaster will still befall everyone. Just like it did Central Area's Serene Shores trading. He is a devil rotten to the core. His mere existence is vile. Morong Shui clenched her fists and left in a huff, disregarding her sister's plea and even cursing. Yenner, have you got taken in by him? With everything that's happened here, with so many people dead, you still take his side? I will no longer help you hide it and report everything. Ah, no, Sister Shui. Shangguan Qingyan cried after her and Wu Qingqiu sighed. This is a huge mess, Brother Zhuo. What are you going to do? Nothing, Just wait and see. Aren't you scared the Sea Bright sect will execute you? They won't even try, moreover. Zhuofan quirked a smile. This only cements my safety. For now I have 2 blades and soon the 3rd. Ha ha ha. Xianxia was baffled, feeling like Zhuofan had cast a net that spread over everyone, putting them on edge. Sister Shui, don't do it. Give him another chance. Shut up. I've given him plenty of chances, which is why so many innocents are now dead. That foul demon has to be put down now, before he brings about an even greater disaster. Sister Shui, it's really not him, but the one under him, who acted in his stead. Murong Shui and Shangguan Qingyan were fighting while walking for Seabright Sect's main hall. Shangguan Qingyan pleaded while Murong Shui would always throw her reasons aside, flaring in anger. He is a plague. His end will settle everything. You've been infatuated with him and can't see him for who he is. You even had me go along with this charade. But there's no point talking about this. I shall do the world this favor, for the greater good. She shrugged Shangguan Qingyan's hand off and stormed into the main hall. Shangguan Qingyan was looking erratic as she followed after her. They, however, were left speechless as they came in, no longer saying a word. The mood was tense and heavy. The thick air was so oppressive it made it hard to breathe. There was not a single sound, not even from a random animal. Sect leader Ling Yuntian had a dark look on his face, his usual smile no longer seen. Ouyang Lingtian, Murong Lai and Exalted Double Dragon and many others were tense too. Before them were 4 elders, stricken with guilt and lowered heads in shame. On the ground were the 2 disciples that worked with Bali Yuyu in passing the report. They were brought in under suspicion of being spies. Murong Lai looked confused at the heavy mood, no longer thinking of reporting Zhuofan and instead whispering to Murong Lai, brother, what happened? Why? A true disaster. Murong Lai sighed, actually looking mournful. Schwer, you sensed it too. The 3rd explosion came from the sect barrier. Yeah, I did. Did someone get in? On the contrary, someone got out. They took the Northern Land's heaven-sealing sword as well. Murong Lai shuddered and his sigh was longer. Murong Shui's eyes widened and cried out. The heaven-sealing divine sword's gone? How? Yes, it's gone. That's the only reason why the strongest barrier in the lands could break. Murong Lai felt utterly powerless then. His hand flashed and revealed a golden longsword traced by golden flames. That means we only have the decimating sword as the only weapon against invincible sword. We now have no hope at all. Everyone lowered their heads, feeling the heavy loss. Shangguan Feixiong glanced at the heavy toothpick-soaring sword had become with gnashed teeth. Exalted double dragons looked at each other in guilt. They might have had a chance against invincible sword now, if they hadn't let Dan Qingxin run off with the vaulting sword. They could only blame themselves for being soft on their disciple, though no one knew that the disciple did not have it. This issue led to Exalted Double Dragons and Dan Qingxin coming to a huge misunderstanding, courtesy of Zhuofan. Sect leader, it's our fault we let Frigid Rain Sword King take the sword. Sect leader, we will accept any punishment you'd inflict upon us without remorse. Looking at their dark faces, the 4 Snow Peak elders' guilt only grew, to the point they even gave a deep bow with tears on their faces. For any damage that our neglect has caused the sect, we deserve nothing less than execution. Ling Yuntian returned the bow and helped them up, not blaming them in the least. Venerables, you've always held yourself with responsibility and diligence. Everyone in the sect knows this. It's all the thief's fault for using such a loud distraction to hide the truth while bringing false reports. Anyone would have fallen for it in such desperate moments. The more one is loyal to the sect, the easier it is for them to believe such treachery. Venerables, there's no need to blame yourselves. I have looked into these 2 disciples and they're not traitors, ending up controlled with a bewitching demonic art. Exalted He Rant's brow shook. The bewitching art isn't some incredible skill, for strong experts would not usually fall for such guile. And even if it worked, the target would end up dull-minded and easy to spot. To pull off such a trick on 4 Peak Genesis experts shows how daring the user was and skilled. Exalted by May sighed, It's not just daring, but calculative. The skill is minor, easily seen through, yet highly effective in the created circumstance. Repeated confirmation makes it believable. Once they took it as real, they were tricked. Then it was just a matter of pouncing with utmost speed at the right moment to get the elders on the wrong foot and steal the sword. The others nodded and sighed. I've heard that the 9 Sword Kings are beyond strong, and that includes Frigid Rain Sword King. I just can't believe one woman can be so vile and of such twisted cunningness. She's a true master in strength and mind. Ling Yuntian eased a long breath. Invincible sword has yet to come, and one woman Sword King had us running around in panic. Then when we face invincible sword, how will we fight back? Right, what will we do? Who says there's anything we can do? Everyone was wrought with worry, looking bleak and downcast at the doomed and imminent future. Only Shangguan Feixiong spoke. Sect leader Ling, do not be distressed. The thief might be Bali Yuyu, but it might not be her who devised the strategy. From how I see it, the only one among our lands that can come up with such a cunning tactic to control the enemy can only be Swordstar Empire's Bailey Jingwei. He must have planned this before. We have faced him in the central area and he almost destroyed us with his strategies. It was a very close call. He is truly dangerous. Even if it is Bailey Jingwei's plan, can't we do anything about it? Shangguan clan head. How do you intend to soothe my worries? Ha ha ha, I meant to say that she's too far away from the central area and not with Bailey Yutian. Once fighting starts, anything can happen and he's too far to give advice. So for now, our opponent is still just invincible sword. Oh, Shangguan clan head is right. Ling Yuntian nodded and sighed. Although invincible sword is an immense threat to us all, he finds any sort of strategy beneath him and would give us a breather. Ling Yuntian saw the others nod and relax as well, feeling relieved from their talk. Morong Shui stepped in just then, cupping her hands. Sect leader Ling, I have a report. Shangguan Qingyan didn't stop her, shaking her head in anxiety. Miss Murong, why the sudden courtesy? Ling Yuntian had regained his kind smile. Morong Shui spoke heavily. Sect leader Ling, the mastermind behind the theft isn't from the central area, but the imprisoned Qian merchant. Qian Fan. Ling Yuntian looked dumbfounded. What did you say? Swear, what's going on? Just tell us. Morong Lai urged her. Morong Shui began. The leader of the Qian caravan is Steward Qian Fan, but I have met him before in the central area. He's the same one who caused the calamity in the central area. The demon Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan? Shangguan Feixiong reacted instantly, his eyes looking hopeful. Gu Yifan is here now? Morong Shui nodded. Wherever the foul Gu Yifan goes, disaster is soon to follow. I met him in the northern lands as I was coming here, and he also had a strong female guard that matched my brother. He may be in jail, but I have just confirmed that he's behind the devious plan to steal the sword. You can ask Sister Yenner if you don't believe me. She was there, and she knew he was here long before I did. Yenner, is what Shuer said true? Shangguan Feixiong stared at his daughter. Shangguan Qingyan's face shook and relented a nod. Foolish girl, why haven't you said anything? You know I've been trying to find him all this time. Shangguan Feixiong ignored everything and even forgot to salute the rest as he stormed outside, roaring, Gu Yifan, you bastard, what did you do to my sword? Fix it this instant. Where is the Sea Bright Sex jail again? Bam! In the gloomy prison, Shangguan Feixiong was holding a scarlet sword, bursting right in and looking around with bloodshot eyes like someone who was possessed. Those hungry eyes took moments to find his quarry, setting his eyes on Zhuo Fan. What did I say? The first to show up will be Shangguan clan head. You lost, Brother Wu. Smirking, Zhuo Fan hardly cared being the target of such an intense gaze and spoke to Wu Qingqiu. Per our bet, you now owe me a favor. Wu Qingqiu shrugged. As long as it doesn't go against my morals, I'll do it, Brother Zhuo. Bam! Shangguan Feixiong arrived before the two in one mighty leap, the stone floor cracking under him. Curse you? Gu Yifan, you might have the time of your life, but you almost got me killed. Shangguan clan head. Why do you say that? Shuafan raised an eyebrow. Shangguan Feixiong's face twitched, showing his scarlet sword and accusing Shuafan. Damn punk! Stop playing around. You dare ask me that? It's I who should be asking what the hell is this? What is what? Isn't that your clan's soaring sword? It's looking mighty polished. Can it? Shangguan Feixiong was outraged, spitting as he raged, but the drops jumped back when met with the barrier, landing on his own face. It even got into his eyes. Shuafan waved his hand. Shangguan clan head? Why so excited? We even worked together. Screw your cooperation. He was about to rave again, but stopped before he sprayed himself again and swallowed. Wu Qingqiu sighed at the side, admiring Shuafan. Who said that the mighty have fallen? Brother Zhua has his cultivation sealed, in prison, yet still talks with Eastern Land's best clan's clan head like he has the advantage. It actually looks like this big boss from Eastern Lands has his hands tied by a junior. Ha ha ha. Crossing his hands, Wu Qingqiu enjoyed the show. Shuafan was equally calm, considerate as he pointed. Shangguan clan head. I am now a prisoner of Sea Bright sect. My safety is guaranteed with the jail barrier in place. No matter what you try to do, it won't work. If you really want to punch me, then just like I said to Miss Morong, you'll have to go ask sect leader Ling. Or maybe you could break it yourself. With your strength, that should be doable. Though that would be mighty rude of you before getting approval. That's not how the clan head of the best clan in Eastern Lands acts. Ugh. Gu Yifan, are you a prisoner or a guest? The barrier is clearly keeping you here, so why are you talking like it's protecting you instead? Like you're the lord here? What gives you the confidence? Sensing the mockery in Shuafan's smile, Shangguan Feixiong's face twitched hard. Shuafan grasped at the air and his eyes shone. No matter where I am, with all under my control, I am the lord, just like now. You see me as a prisoner here in my cell, but the way I see it, it is Shangguan clan head that is the one imprisoned. I can do whatever I want here, even tend to my wife. But Shangguan clan head can't beat me, nor take it out on me, all because of this flimsy barrier. Ha ha ha. I only have a few of words for you. You can't touch me. Who do you think among us is the real prisoner? Shuafan cocked an eyebrow, then walked to Chower looking after Chu Qingqing. Chower, comb her hair. You're much better at it than me. It's the first time doing it for both of us, so why are you so good at it? Because we're girls. That's talent. Sort of. Shangguan Feixiong's mouth twitched as Shuafan did whatever. Then his words sunk in. The kid is right. I'm more tied down on the outside. Who is the one locked anyway? A prisoner outside. One that can't even beat a kid. While the one inside so carefree and infuriating to no end. Just what is up with this world? Shangguan Feixiong felt stunned, now realizing that after meeting this brat, he was never in control, but the one being controlled. He didn't even have a way to vent his anger. He had to take his anger on himself, kicking himself while at it. Giving it some thought, Shangguan Feixiong chose to calm down as much as he could, since anger didn't help him get his divine sword back. He took a deep breath and said, Gu Yifan, don't play dumb with me. You know exactly why I was angry. Soaring sword is the treasure of Eastern Lands. We made a deal that we would help you if you returned the sword. Yes, and I did give it to you. Isn't it right there in your hand? What you brought was a piece of scrap. Shangguan Feixiong shouted. Why did you seal the sword spirit? I was planning to use it to fight Invincible Sword. Now I'll end up dead without even putting up a fight. How isn't this your fault? Shuafan raised an eyebrow and sneered. You'd be doomed even with the help of the soaring sword. Since there's no use of you going, I just saved your life. You should thank me. Screw thanking you. You ruined soaring sword. How is that fair? Gnashing his teeth, Shangguan Feixiong flicked the sword and demanded, You have to unseal it or else. Bam! This time it felt like a mob was barging in here as all kinds of experts rushed inside the jail. Shuafan regarded everyone, then turned to Shangguan Feixiong with a chuckle. Shangguan clan head, to be honest, I did seal the sword spirit to take the soaring sword from Shangguan Feiyun. I was in such a hurry when I left that I forgot to unseal it. It's my oversight, so after all this time trying and failing to unseal it yourself, it's only right that I should do it, to complete our agreement back then. That's right. I didn't mean anything else by it either. I can understand that you were rash and needed to save your son. But as long as you unseal it now, I will forget everything. We are an upright clan that keeps their word. Shangguan Feixiong grinned in delight. He was only after unsealing the divine sword, so there was no reason to explode in anger if he got his wish. Zhuofan's words helped soothe his rage. But then Zhuofan shifted the subject with a sinister smile. Things have changed now. If you had come by yesterday to unseal it, I would have done it without hesitation. Now I'm afraid it'll have to wait. What does that mean? Why wait? Shangguan Feixiong cried out. Zhuofan curled his lips, sweeping his eyes over the people walking down. Because I'm a weak lamb with 3 blades on me. Since you're my first blade, I can't just give you up so soon. Now can I? Shangguan Feixiong gave him a hard look, then turned to the others with a nod. Shangguan Feixiong sighed, knowing his hopes were dashed. Ling Yuntian's group now approached Zhuofan, with exalted double dragons looking shocked to the core. It was beyond comprehension how the best disciple in Western lands that had perished 5 years ago would end up here, and as their enemy. They grimaced, even as Zhuofan remained calm and had no issue facing them. Qian Fan, Steward Qian Fan, Gu Yifan, Grandmaster Gu, and best disciple in Western lands, Zhuofan, right? Looking at Zhuofan's calm visage, Ling Yuntian smiled. Sirs known by all of these. Which would be more appropriate to address you? Zhuofan shrugged. Feel free to call me anything, Sect Leader Ling, though I've grown attached to Zhuofan. All right, Sir Zhuo. Ling Yuntian nodded. Could Sir Zhuo tell us in detail why in your capacity as Western Lands disciple, you haven't returned to Western Lands having recovered, and instead come to Northern Lands? Zhuofan turned serious, his eyes flashing. I came to these lands, and to your sect, for one thing, the North Sea Demon. What? Ling Yuntian and Ouyang Lingtian gasped in shock. What do you want with that monster? Zhuofan revealed a vague smile as he refused to answer. It doesn't concern you, so you shouldn't ask. Yes, we don't care about your personal matters, and we can't get involved with Sea Demon either. Ling Yuntian sighed. Then his eyes flashed and glared. Then what has Sir to say about Heaven's sealing sword getting stolen and our barrier destroyed? Did you do this? Yes. Why? Ling Yuntian stared at him hard and shouted. Heaven's sealing sword is the treasure of my sect, and losing it will lead to countless losses. Sir is from Western lands, and all 4 lands suffer the same problem. Also, we each mind our own problems. So why would you then do something so grave and lead to a hopeless fate? Because he is the herald of calamity, cold and cruel to anyone else's pain or life. Morong Shui shouted in anger. The Central Area's case is the strongest evidence. So many lives were lost at his hand, yet he holds no remorse. Sect Leader Ling, he cannot be allowed to live. For the good of the world, he has to be removed. Or disaster will only keep appearing. The others looked at each other, but their eyes were thoughtful, each with their own idea. Hu Xingyun, who has seen Zhuofan for who he is, jumped right in. Miss Morong can't be more right. He has to die. Sect Leader Ling. He admits to stealing the sword and should be put down as an example. Sect Leader Bu, I have told you many times already. You are not in the Sun Sea sect. This isn't your place to make decisions. Ling Yuntian huffed and turned to Zhuofan. Sir, you have yet to answer. Zhuofan said, Sect Leader Ling is a sharp man. Is there a need to ask? I said I wanted to go to the North Sea, but the Sea Bright sect cut off the path to it. The only way to get there is by breaking the barrier. Just for that you had the Heaven's sealing sword stolen? Just. Eyeing Ouyang Lingtian, Zhuofan chuckled. It might look like a flimsy reason, but it's crucial to me. To go to the North Sea, I stole Heaven's sealing sword, I ruined your barrier, and I would have certainly destroyed your sect or the 5 lands if I had to. Anyway, those that stop me will be crushed. You're a certifiable lunatic. Just for that you put all of the northern lands at risk. Ouyang Lingtian roared. You could have said you wanted to go to the North Sea and we'd have let you. It's easy to have it done. Why did you insist on taking the sword and inflicting such damage? Shuofan glanced at him with mockery. Senior Ouyang, would you have really let me if I asked? Humph, you're too simple. If it would have been that easy, why would the Seabright sect be established on the shores of the North Sea, monopolizing its resources? Ouyang Lingtian shook at the response. Also, you might call yourself upright and righteous, but none here is any nobler. Shuofan jeered. Now that's such a big issue, you're saying opening access to the sea is nothing, that a simple request would have been enough. But if the sword had never been taken, would you have indulged a mere merchant's plea? The answer is obvious. How else would you have dominated the sea's exploitation? With that reason, the result is just as flat. Because you had the North Sea locked, I had no choice but to blow this simple matter as going to sea out of proportions. Because you stopped me, I had to move you out of the way first to continue my path. If you want to blame someone, don't blame my extreme methods, but your greed in stopping everyone else. Ling Yuntian's lips shook and relented a nod. Yes, with Serjua being a merchant, your approval would have likely been rejected. If I were in Serjua's place, I would have stolen the sword as well. Sect leader Ling, how can you say that? Just for going to see the entire Northern Lands population is at risk. How can they compare? Morong Shue's glare never subsided. Just for himself, he spits in the face of virtue and good. His heart is twisted but also strong. He has to be put down. The others nodded this time, but then shook their heads soon after. Shuofan grinned, uncaring for his safety, even taking time to mock her. Miss Morong truly is a warrior of justice. A shame the world isn't filled with people like Miss, dead set on purging evil. Some don't wish for my death. I fear your wish will have to go unanswered. Humph, be smug all you like. I'm sure sect leader Ling will uphold his principles and knows not to show any mercy against fiends like you. Morong Shui glared in hatred, then cupped her hands in hope. Sect leader Ling. That's enough, Miss Morong. You don't have to say it. I have made up my mind. Morong Shui perked up, taking it as a sign that Ling Yuntian took her side and was about to bring Zhuofan to justice. Sir Zhua, will your guard return? Zhuofan nodded with a smile. Of course, you saw it yourself. She came to break me out, but I needed to tend to my wife, so I didn't leave. She'll be back, though, in a few days to go to sea. Good. Then we'll wait till then. When she comes, I will personally escort you all out to sea. Ling Yuntian hesitated as he cupped his hands, then left. Ouyang Lingtian and the people of the Seabright sect understood and left as well. Morong Shui was left dumbfounded, still as a statue. What is this? Why is he freed? He killed so many of your Genesis stage experts and stole your sword, but you're just going to move past it and even escort him to sea? What is going on here? Morong Shui was utterly confused, while the rest knew why this happened. Shangguan Feixiong had just gone through a verbal clash with Zhuofan, and Zhuofan was in no rush to unseal Eastern Land's sword. But that didn't stop him from feeling so down. He asked, pointing at the soaring sword, Kid, say when. I'll wait. Wait for me before the sea. All right, but you better not forget this again. Who knows how many years it will take for us to meet again. Shangguan Feixiong sighed and left. Exalted Double Dragons hesitated before saying, Zhuofan, we're happy you're alive. We wanted to look into what happened to you. I understand Exalted's difficulty and Master had settled everything in my stead. I am instead very grateful to you for looking after Chu Qingqing all these years. I have yet to step into Double Dragon Manor for even one day, but I can be considered one of you still. You can put your mind at ease, Exalted. I will always be thankful to Double Dragon Manor and Western Lands. Zhuofan spoke over them. Exalted Double Dragons nodded in relief. They feared Zhuofan would have hated them for not dealing with the sex back then and letting Chu Qingqing turn like this. With a devious otherworldly genius around and a monster watching them from shadows, the two never felt safe. Now though, hearing Zhuofan's gratitude, they finally found Zen. After a couple more words, they too left. Now there was only Wu Qingqiu, Shangguan Qingyan, Murong Shui and Murong Lai. Murong Shui was overcome by confusion. Brother, what is this? Why has sect leader Ling shown such leniency to this demon after all the hurt he's caused? Shuer, sect leader Ling is in charge of the sect and needs to think of everyone. Murong Lai took a deep breath. Murong Shui said, still baffled. If sect leader Ling is acting in everyone's interests, then he should know how much of a disaster he is. He can't be left alive. Now that he's set free, many more people will get hurt. Yes, this demon ought to be snuffed. If I live, more would die. Shuofan patronized. Miss Murong is so focused she saw me for what I am. A true demon that spreads pain and suffering. While Miss Murong wants to see me dead, I have too many demon progeny around. I could stand before you and present my neck, yet you still wouldn't be able to touch a hair on it. Ha ha ha. What are you saying? For the Thecnobabble impaired, I am a demon reaping countless souls. But Ling Yuntian, Ouyang Ling Tian and even exalted double dragons are my children. They may deny it, but they know in their heart that they have to keep this true demon alive. Murong Shui winced. Shuofan continued regardless of her feelings. You think you're the only bright enough to see me for the danger I am? They all know. The minute I walk out will be sure to cause more suffering somewhere. Alas, their hands are tied. For I have on me 3 whimsical blades, flying away the minute my soul leaves my body. They'll never see them again. That's why they can't touch me. 3 blades. First is the Shangguan clan's soaring sword. If I die, soaring sword remains sealed. It translates into the fall of the Shangguan clan, and with northern lands and eastern lands trapped, the other lands would fall as well. For the second blade, heaven sealing sword, is the same with soaring sword. The third blade, Devil Mountain. Double Dragon Manor had been scared witless 5 years ago when Devil Mountain took the stage and would never do anything to a Devil Mountain disciple, lest Devil Mountain would burn whole of western lands in anger. Zhuofan's eyes flashed. They don't care about the casualties, only about getting the heaven-sealing sword and unsealing the soaring sword. This affects their future. The constant cries of the masses fall on their deafened ears as all of their focus is set on the land's unification. They only care about losing their status and sex, not for the countless poor souls in pain and dying. That's why I said reporting me will only make it worse for you. Because you said too much, they won't touch me. I am now a prisoner, but I control their fates. It is not I who is locked away here now, but you, righteous warrior, obsessed with killing me. Bam! The 4 Snow Peak elders suddenly appeared with grave faces. Sect leader Ling has ordered us to watch over Zhuofan and the others. Murong Shui shuddered as she watched the 4 old men with shaken looks. Sect leader Ling sent the venerables to protect a divine sword thief? How does that make sense? Are they afraid that his henchwoman will be back to break them out? Ha ha ha. Miss Murong, you know already, I'd have walked ages ago if I wanted to. Why would I need to stay here and even have these coots watching over me? Shuofan sneered. Moreover, Ling Yuntian knows I want to go out to sea and won't leave even if I can of my own free will. Setting up such a strong guard for someone like that hardly makes any sense. Or are you still scared I'd escape despite wanting to be here? Murong Shui's eyes shook and she gritted her teeth. Murong Lai sighed and pulled her hand. Shuer, let's go. Sect leader Ling said it's for the greater good. How is that so? Murong Shui stared at the 4 elders. Seniors, I just wish to know, what is sect leader Ling's real reason for sending you to watch over a prisoner that doesn't want to escape? The 4 Snow Peak elders muttered to themselves, before High Venerable replied. Miss Murong is sharp. Sect leader did send us to watch him. He might not want to leave now, but what about later? With that woman's incredible strength, only the 4 of us could stop her from breaking in again. As for the other reason, High Venerable hesitated. What other reason? Murong Shui knew it but still insisted on hearing it. The 4 Snow Peak elders lowered their heads, giving Zhuofan the opportunity to condescend. Miss Murong, you're being hard on seniors. Do you really want to tear the last shred of cordiality? Ha ha, I bet you know already. The seniors are here to guard me, as in protect me, lest a certain someone gets the bright idea in the heat of the moment and kills someone of my immense value, making the two divine swords to be lost and damning the four lands. Especially when that certain someone has such an incredible brother. One'll need extra protection, no? Murong Shui glared at him as her lips shook. Then she turned to the four silent venerables. Their silence said it all. With a huff, she stormed out in indignation and fury. Murong Lai looked at them once and shook his head as he followed her. Only the four elders, Zhuo Fan's team, Shangguan Qingyan and Wu Qingqiu remained. I've never seen Sister Shui so overcome with anger. Shangguan Qingyan sighed, feeling sad. Wu Qingqiu nodded. She believed she was ridding the world of evil, for the common good, but the people on the same path as hers turned their backs, actually being cautious around her. It might not be just as simple as anger for Miss Murong, but disillusioned. She got here on the firm belief that good triumphs over evil, only to find that she is the only one willing to face a demon like me. Getting disappointed with reality is a given, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan laughed in mockery. Shangguan Qingyan rolled her eyes and blamed him. It was all going fine so far, so why did you have to antagonize Sister Shui further? I didn't do anything. She chose to walk this lone path herself. Zhuo Fan spoke. Humanity is filled with endless desires, and where there's desire, there's evil. Few in this world have a true righteous and benevolent heart, while the great majority who walk this path could never come to free themselves of their demons. She wants to go further on the path of purging demons, and she must bear the solitude and betrayal. Only by persevering through this can she reach the height of righteousness. But by being too rigid, one breaks easily. In this world, righteous cultivators have it hard to achieve their path. Either follow the crowd and ruin their paths, neither demonic nor righteous, always a stranger wherever they went, or die at the hands of others in this messed-up world. But righteousness has a natural shortcut over the demonic path, having grown above the mortal coil and the worldly affairs. Shunning self-indulgence and feeling for the world's energy is the easiest way to achieve it. That's why demonic cultivators enter the world and understand it, while righteous cultivators enter the world and overcome it. Rise from the mire unstained, cleanse oneself in clear water without being tainted. Thus, Brother Wu, you're also a righteous cultivator very much invested in it. Which is why, as a friend, I advise you to see the world in all its colors, then return to cultivate in seclusion. The secular world is too chaotic for a true righteous man to walk the path. Wu Qingqiu pondered and cupped his hands. Thank you, Brother Zhuo, for your guidance. We've also been guided. The four Snow Peak elders nodded and bowed before Zhuo Fan in admiration and sincerity. Sir is a demonic cultivator, yet your wisdom transcends it. We are grateful for your words. As the sect is now in danger, we are too preoccupied to mule them. We shall delve into these words once this problem passes and, like Sir said, not let the world impede us. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. I'm talking to my brother here, not you. Tell that to someone who cares, humph. The four sat before the cell with a smile, like experts that have surpassed the world. Wu Qingqiu and Shangguan Qingyan chuckled, looking at Zhuo Fan with respect. Zhuo Fan hadn't said it to them particularly, but the words of wisdom were immensely valuable, which is why the elders would lower their pride and bow to him. Zhuo Fan was a true friend, to say those words to him. While the people in the dungeon were struck with inspiration, the outside people still indulged in their worries and affairs. Sect leader Ling, do you really believe he'll return the sword? Hu Xingyun was panicking, whining in Ling Yuntian's ear. Even if he does give it back, you're just going to ignore all the deaths that have happened in the sect? Even if you don't kill him, you need to make an example out of him. We need to do right by those dead elders. See, Bright Sect needs to mind its name. Giving him a frustrated look, Ling Yuntian sighed. Sect leader Bu. Now I know why Sun Sea Sect would incite Frigid Rain Sword King to destroy it. The problem doesn't stop with your people. Sect leader Ling. What are you implying? Hu Xingyun looked lost. That sneaky punk is clearly behind the disaster of Sun Sea Sect. What do I have to do? Ling Yuntian cut him off with a wave. As sect ruler, we need to have perspective. Zhuofan is very cunning and an expert in passing the blame. You saw it too. We went to him and he didn't deny anything, always finding an explanation, always having an answer. But the thing we wanted most, we didn't get. The soaring sword remains sealed. The heaven-sealing sword is still gone, and he still has leverage on us. What do you suggest? Torture him for them. He made his move, so what's there to force? To settle the score for the dead? Haha, he has 2 cards of ours and we have reached an agreement now. They will soon be back in our hands. Doing this petty thing to ruin any chance of getting the divine swords, the central area would mow us down. Who will take the blame then? Sect leader Bu. Ugh. Bu Xingyun choked. Ling Yuntian shook his head and sighed. Zhuofan's speech balanced demand and compromise, giving us no chance to gain advantage, and letting him control the negotiation. He had taken everything into account before it even began. He had his guard flee with the heaven-sealing sword before we could take it back. All the power we have can't help change this fact. He may be in jail, but looking at it in perspective, we're the ones having our strings pulled in his hands. Moreover, Ling Yuntian turned to Shangguan clan and exalted double dragons with a sharp glint. He is very close to these 2 landspeople, implicating many and affecting their interests. They'll never agree to us laying a finger on him. Not that we intended to either, and ruin our chances of getting heaven-sealing sword back. Thus, of the 4 lands, 3 have reached a silent agreement. Only southern lands is against it. That Murong Shui has such a stubborn temper, but alas, all alone. From the very start, even with his cultivation sealed, we, the strong majority, couldn't touch a hair on him despite having him surrounded. He is confident in his position. Bu Xingyun's heart sank and a chill went through him. That's terrifying. He gives nothing away while having every one of us tied. Yeah, Western Lands has gone and got themselves a man like no other. But now he isn't part of Western Lands anymore. Looking at exalted double dragons, Ling Yuntian frowned and sighed. Murong Shui stormed out of the dungeon and stomped away in anger. Ling Yuntian watched her go. Murong Lai followed after her, but sect leader Ling went to stop him. He did not mind a girl's temper, but Murong Lai's dissatisfaction had to be resolved, for the good of the alliance. Ling Yuntian bowed and looked apologetic. Murong clan head, forgive me. Heaven-sealing sword is too important to us and have lost decorum. I know, sect leader Ling. I understand my sister's temper the most. Sect leader Ling did what you had to. Murong Lai nodded calmly. Ling Yuntian eased a smile. Murong clan head. I'm relieved to know you are a man of principle. I'll wait for Miss Murong to calm down, then apologize to her and make it right. Report. A disciple rushed over in panic, scrambling to give a jade slip to Ling Yuntian. Sect leader. There's an urgent report from the front lines. The army of the Sword Star Empire, led by dragon-cleaving Sword King Dan Xingshun, is advanced on northern lands. What? Everyone was stunned at this grave news. Sword Star Empire's oppression had begun at last. So little frigid rain? In a pitch-black forest, beneath the black clouds, Invincible Sword was sitting cross-legged on a rock with his eyes closed. Before him was the most familiar person, on their knees and presenting an icy sword with utmost respect. Bali Yuyu had returned to the Empire's camp the minute she stole the sword, to give heaven-sealing sword to her patriarch. Bailey Yutian gave her a sharp look, grinning and gesturing for the divine sword to shoot in his hand. Ha ha ha. Yes, Yuyu. You've done great this time. You brought back heaven-sealing sword. See, bright sex barrier will be nothing but paper now. I can blow at them and they'd be crushed. Yuyu, your feat is remarkable. Ha ha ha. Thank you, patriarch, for your care. I am grateful. Bali Yuyu cupped her hands, then hesitated. Patriarch can see that my success is due to Zhuofan's cunning plan. He deserves credit for my feat, but he is now imprisoned and cannot bask in Patriarch's blessing. Would it be possible to save him, Patriarch? Waving the sword around to get a feel of it, Bailey Yutian paused and his mood fell. Zhuofan, is it that Qianfan pretender? A Devil Mountain disciple that threatened me and 5 sword kings with our lives got himself caught by some nobodies in the Seabright sect? Humph, he's just a joke after all. Patriarch, please, I saw that even in the few times he moved, he's at a soul harmony stage cultivator at least. It's not amazing, but he has guile, though he loves prancing. Bali Yuyu bowed again, pleading. With Sea Bright sect having caught him and I stealing the divine sword, they are sure to take it out on him. I don't know how long he'll last. I just hope Patriarch will lend a hand in teaching Sea Bright sect a harsh lesson. Show Patriarch's might and generosity by nurturing him. By saving his life, it will be 2 birds with 1 stone. He would be in immense gratitude and would swear his life to Patriarch. Bailey Yutian raised an eyebrow and glared at her. Are you telling me what to do? Never. Bali Yuyu shuddered and crawled on the ground. Bailey Yutian mocked. I had you go with him to see through his skills and the limits of Devil Mountain. Now Devil Mountain no longer seems as insurmountable as before. The kid is so weak, of no importance. But Patriarch. Silence. Bailey Yutian roared at her interjection. His eyes were sharp. Bailey Yuyu, you're only breaking more rules with your actions. Has it been fun these last few days? You dare argue with me? The only reason I have ignored your repeated disregard is because you brought Heaven's Sealing Sword. Now leave. Bailey Yuyu hesitated, but still pushed on. Patriarch, he may be weak, but just as shrewd as the Prime Minister. He would be a great help to you, Patriarch. The gain of this sword is all due to him. I only ask that Patriarch save his life and inspire him with your favor. Bam! A huge force struck Bali Yuyu and sent her flying through dozens of trees. She landed hard and coughed blood from the impact. But her eyes no longer had anger in them, but stubbornness. Bali Yuyu, I told you to be quiet, but you just won't listen. This is what you get for defying me. Bailey Yutian showed his power, his icy bloodthirst. Bali Yuyu shuddered. Her heart tensed. Whoosh! Thunder Sword King flashed between them just then. Noticing the situation and Bali Yuyu, the rough man could glean on what happened. He bowed to Bailey Yutian and presented a jade slip. Patriarch, Prime Minister sent word. We can start in 10 days. With oppression from all sides, the 4 lands would crumble soon. I know. Bailey Yutian took the jade slip and placed it in his ring after reading it. He then left, though his icy voice still echoed. 10,000 lashes. Make her remember her place. Bali Yule bowed and walked to Bailey Yuyu and helped her up. Just what happened? Patriarch should be thrilled you brought him Heaven's Sealing Sword. So why? I asked Patriarch to save the kid, but Patriarch refused. Wiping her bloody lips, Bailey Yuyu sighed. I thought Patriarch would agree seeing the Heaven's Sealing Sword in my hand, but Bailey Yule complained. Yuyu, why even bother? Patriarch only wanted to know his limits, and had no other intentions for him. Patriarch had said these days the kid is sly and should be removed if there's a chance. He was waiting on your return before making a decision. With the kid caught, then Patriarch has no fear of Devil Mountain. It's good enough he doesn't kill the kid himself. Why then would you beg him to go? Patriarch wants to kill him? Why? Bali Yuyu jerked with a start. He's no sword king or cultivator in the Genesis stage, but he has amazing talent and bravery. His future is limitless. So why is Patriarch? Bailey Yule sighed. Yuyu, Patriarch is the strongest man. While he laments how lonely it is at the top, does he really want to be defeated? Humph, you'd best not take his fondness of outsiders like Dan Qingxin and Shangguan Feiyun seriously. Patriarch only saw that they posed no threat to him. While the kid, while you were away, had shaken him up with mere words. The attitude and aura almost had Patriarch soil himself. Even we fell for it. That's why Patriarch was respectful to him, but also on guard. Now, he learned it was nothing more than a ruse, only giving him more reasons to kill the kid. His bluffing now, but his potential is undoubtedly real and could become a threat. Patriarch isn't about to overlook him. And you say he's skilled in mind games and arts, which makes him that much terrifying. Patriarch looks down on sword kings because they can never reach him, not even together. Bailey Jingwei is also ignored with his sharp mind, because smarts hold no power over true strength. He can kill him whenever. But by being skilled in both aspects, one could rule the world. It would ruin Patriarch's aspirations. The more you begged for the kid, the more his fate was sealed. Patriarch must kill him? Then what do we do? Bali Yuyu shook, her eyes trembling and her fists clenched. Bailey Yule frowned. Yuyu, there's something wrong about you ever since you returned. Why do you care so much about his fate? You've always kept to yourself so far and have killed scores of experts these centuries without ever flinching. Why then just a few months with that kid had you go against Patriarch for him? Yuyu. Brother Yule. I don't want to be lonely. Bali Yuyu's lower lip quivered, pleading, Brother Yule, I can't thank you enough for all you've done for me. Now that Patriarch wants to kill him, could you do something to save him? He's sure to be immensely grateful. Bali Yuyu even kneeled. Pa. Bailey Yule clutched her arm and took a deep breath. Yuyu, you're asking the impossible. Nothing can stop Patriarch from killing someone. Brother Yule, I beg you. Bali Yuyu teared up, her face most earnest in her pleas. Bailey Yule sighed. Get up for now and let me exact your punishment. Just give me time to think about it. Brother Yule, thank you so much for your help. Bali Yuyu brightened and smiled regardless of her wounds. Bailey Yule had a wry smile. Yuyu, you've really changed. It's good you learned to smile.